Preface of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Preface to the Revised Edition. Like millions of my race, my mother and father were born slaves, but were not contented to live and die so. My father purchased himself in early manhood by hard toil. Mother saw no way for herself and children to escape the horrors of bondage but by flight. Bravely, with her 4 little ones, with firm faith in God and an ardent desire to be free, she forsook the prison house, and succeeded, through the aid of my father, to reach a free state. Her life had to be begun anew. The old familiar slave names had to be changed, and others, for prudential reasons, had to be found. This was not hard work. However, hardly months had passed ere the keen scent of the slave hunters had trailed them to where they had fancied themselves secure. In those days, all power was in the hands of the oppressor, and the capture of a slave mother and her children was attended with no great difficulty other than the crushing of freedom in the breasts of the victims. Without judge or jury, all were hurried back to wear the yoke again. But back this mother was resolved never to stay. She only wanted another opportunity to again strike for freedom. In a few months after being carried back, with only 2 of her little ones, she took her heart in her hand and her babes in her arms, and this trial was a success. Freedom was gained, although not without the sad loss of her 2 older children, whom she had to leave behind. Father and mother were again reunited in freedom, while 2 of their little boys were in slavery. What to do for them other than weep and pray were questions unanswerable. For over 40 years the mother's heart never knew what it was to be free from anxiety about her lost boys. But no tidings came in answer to her many prayers, until one of them, to the great astonishment of his relatives, turned up in Philadelphia nearly 50 years of age, seeking his long-lost parents. Being directed to the anti-slavery office for instructions as to the best plan to adopt to find out the whereabouts of his parents, fortunately he fell into the hands of his own brother, the writer, whom he had never heard of before, much less seen or known. And here began revelations connected with this marvelous coincidence, which influenced me, for years previous to emancipation, to preserve the matter found in the pages of this humble volume. And in looking back now over these strange and eventful providences, in the light of the wonderful changes wrought by emancipation, I am more and more constrained to believe that the reasons, which years ago led me to aid the bondman and preserve the records of his sufferings, are to-day quite as potent in convincing me that the necessity of the times requires this testimony. And since the first advent of my book, wherever reviewed or read by leading friends of freedom, the press, or the race more deeply represented by it, the expressions of approval and encouragement have been hearty and unanimous, and the thousands of volumes which have been sold by me, on the subscription plan, with hardly any facilities for the work, makes it obvious that it would, in the hands of a competent publisher, have a wide circulation. And here I may frankly state, that but for the hope I have always cherished that this work would encourage the race in efforts for self-elevation, its publication never would have been undertaken by me. I believe no more strongly at this moment than I have believed ever since the proclamation of emancipation was made by Abraham Lincoln, that as a class, in this country, no small exertion will have to be put forward before the blessings of freedom and knowledge can be fairly enjoyed by this people, and until colored men manage by dint of hard acquisition to enter the ranks of skilled industry, very little substantial respect will be shown them, even with the ballot box and musket in their hands. Well conducted shops and stores, land acquired and good farms managed in a manner to compete with any other, valuable books produced and published on interesting and important subjects, these are some of the fruits which the race are expected to exhibit from their newly gained privileges. If it is asked, how? I answer, through extraordinary determination and endeavor, such as are demonstrated in hundreds of cases in the pages of this book, in the struggles of men and women to obtain their freedom, education, and property. These facts must never be lost sight of. The race must not forget the rock from whence they were hewn, nor the pit from whence they were digged. Like other races, this newly emancipated people will need all the knowledge of their past condition which they can get. The bondage and deliverance of the children of Israel will never be allowed to sink into oblivion while the world stands. Those scenes of suffering and martyrdom millions of Christians were called upon to pass through in the days of the Inquisition are still subjects of study, and have unabated interest for all enlightened minds. The same is true of the history of this country. The struggles of the pioneer fathers are preserved, produced, and reproduced, and cherished with undying interest by all Americans; and the day will not arrive while the Republic exists when these histories will not be found in every library. While the grand little army of abolitionists was waging its untiring warfare for freedom, prior to the rebellion, no agency encouraged them like the heroism of fugitives. The pulse of the 4 millions of slaves and their desire for freedom were better felt through the Underground Railroad than through any other channel. Frederick Douglass, Henry Bibb, William Wells Brown, Rev. J. W. Logan, and others gave unmistakable evidence that the race had no more eloquent advocates than its own self-emancipated champions. Every step they took to rid themselves of their fetters, or to gain education, or in pleading the cause of their fellow bondmen in the lecture room, or with their pens, met with applause on every hand, and the very argument needed was thus furnished in large measure. In those dark days previous to emancipation such testimony was indispensable. The free colored men are as imperatively required now to furnish the same manly testimony in support of the ability of the race to surmount the remaining obstacles growing out of oppression, ignorance, and poverty. In the political struggles, the hopes of the race have been sadly disappointed. From this direction no great advantage is likely to arise very soon. Only as desert can be proved by the acquisition of knowledge and the exhibition of high moral character, in examples of economy and a disposition to encourage industrial enterprises, conducted by men of their own ranks, will it be possible to make political progress in the face of the present public sentiment. Here, therefore, in my judgment is the best possible reason for vigorously pushing the circulation of this humble volume, that it may testify for thousands and tens of thousands, as no other work can do. William Still, Author. September, 1878. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. End of Preface. Read by Marianne Spiegel. Section 1 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 1. Seth Concklin, Part 1. In the long list of names who have suffered and died in the cause of freedom, not one, perhaps, could be found whose efforts to redeem a poor family of slaves were more Christ-like than Seth Conklin's, whose noble and daring spirit has been so long completely shrouded in mystery. Except John Brown, it is a question whether his rival could be found with respect to boldness, disinterestedness, and willingness to be sacrificed for the deliverance of the oppressed. By chance one day he came across a copy of the Pennsylvania Freeman containing the story of Peter Sill, the kidnapped and the ransomed. How he had been torn away from his mother when a little boy 6 years old. How, for 40 years and more, he had been compelled to serve under the yoke, totally destitute as to any knowledge of his parents' whereabouts. How the intense love of liberty and desire to get back to his mother had unceasingly absorbed his mind through all these years of bondage. How, amid the most appalling discouragements, prompted by his undying determination to be free and to be reunited with those from whom he had been sold away, he contrived to buy himself. How, by extreme economy, from doing overwork, he saved up $500, the amount of money required for his ransom, which, with his freedom, he, from necessity, placed unreservedly in the confidential keeping of a Jew named Joseph Friedman, whom he had known for a long time and could venture to trust. How he had further toiled to save up money to defray his expenses on an expedition in search of his mother and kindred. How, when this end was accomplished, with an earnest purpose he took his carpet-bag in his hand, and his heart throbbing for his old home and people, he turned his mind very privately towards Philadelphia, where he hoped, by having notices read in the colored churches, to the effect that 41 or 42 years before 2 little boys were kidnapped and carried south, that the memory of some of the older members might recall the circumstances, and in this way he would be aided in his ardent efforts to become restored to them. And furthermore, Seth Concklin had read how, on arriving in Philadelphia, after traveling 1,600 miles, that almost the first man whom Peter Still had sought advice from was his own unknown brother, whom he had never seen or heard of, who made the discovery that he was the long-lost boy whose history and fate had been enveloped in sadness so long, and for whom his mother had shed so many tears and offered so many prayers during the long years of their separation. And finally, how this self-ransomed and restored captive, notwithstanding his great success, was destined to suffer the keenest pangs of sorrow for his wife and children, whom he had left in Alabama bondage. Seth Concklin was naturally too singularly sympathetic and humane not to feel now for Peter, and especially for his wife and children left in bonds as bound with them. Hence, as Seth was a man who seemed wholly insensible to fear, and to know no other law of humanity and right, than whenever the claims of suffering and the wrong appealed to him, to respond unreservedly, whether those thus injured were amongst his nearest kin or the greatest strangers, it mattered not to what race or clime they might belong. He, in the spirit of the Good Samaritan, owning all such as his neighbors, volunteered his services, without pay or regard, to go and rescue the wife and 3 children of Peter Still. The magnitude of this offer can hardly be appreciated. It was literally laying his life on the altar of freedom for the despised and oppressed whom he had never seen, whose kinsfolk even he was not acquainted with. At this juncture even Peter was not prepared to accept this proposal. He wanted to secure the freedom of his wife and children as earnestly as he had ever desired to see his mother, yet he could not, at first, hearken to the idea of having them rescued in any way suggested by Concklin, fearing a failure. To J. M. McKim and the writer, the bold scheme for the deliverance of Peter's family was alone confided. It was never submitted to the Vigilance Committee, for the reason that it was not considered a matter belonging thereto. On first reflection, the very idea of such an undertaking seemed perfectly appalling. Frankly he was told of the great dangers and difficulties to be encountered through hundreds of miles of slave territory. Seth was told of those who, in attempting to aid slaves to escape, had fallen victims to the relentless slave power, and had either lost their lives or been incarcerated for long years in penitentiaries, where no friendly aid could be afforded them. In short, he was plainly told that without a very great chance the undertaking would cost him his life. The occasion of this interview and conversation, the seriousness of Concklin, and the utter failure in presenting the various obstacles to his plan, to create the slightest apparent misgivings in his mind, or to produce the slightest sense of fear or hesitancy, can never be effaced from the memory of the writer. The plan was, however, allowed to rest for a time. In the meanwhile Peter's mind was continually vacillating between Alabama, with his wife and children, and his new-found relatives in the North. Said a brother, "If you cannot get your family, what will you do? Will you come North and live with your relatives?" "I would as soon go out of the world as not go back and do all I can for them," was the prompt reply of Peter. But here obstacles quite formidably lay in the way. Alabama laws utterly denied the right of a slave to buy himself, much less his wife and children. The right of slave masters to free their slaves, either by sale or emancipation, was positively prohibited by law. With these reflections weighing upon his mind, having stayed away from his wife as long as he could content himself to do, he took his carpet bag in his hand and turned his face toward Alabama, to embrace his family in the prison house of bondage. His approach home could only be made stealthily, not daring to breathe to a living soul, save his own family, his nominal Jew master, and one other friend, a slave, where he had been, the prize he had found, or anything in relation to his travels. To his wife and children his return was unspeakably joyous. The situation of his family concerned him with tenfold more weight than ever before. As the time drew near to make the offer to his wife's master to purchase her with his children, his heart failed him through fear of awakening the ire of slaveholders against him, as he knew that the law and public sentiment were alike deadly opposed to the spirit of freedom in the slave. Indeed, as innocent as a step in this direction might appear, in those days a man would have stood about as good a chance for his life in entering a lair of hungry hyenas as a slave or free colored man would in talking about freedom. He concluded, therefore, to say nothing about buying. The plan proposed by Seth Concklin was told to Vina, his wife, also what he had heard from his brother about the Underground Railroad, how, that many who could not get their freedom in any other way, by being aided a little, were daily escaping to Canada. Although his wife and children had never tasted the pleasures of freedom for a single hour in their lives, they hated slavery heartily, and being about to be so far separated from husband and father, they were ready to assent to any proposition that looked like deliverance. So Peter proposed to Vina that she should give him certain small articles, consisting of a cape, etc., which he would carry with him as memorials, and, in case Concklin or any one else should ever come for her from him, as an unmistakable sign that all was right, he would send back, by whoever was to befriend them, the cape, so that she and the children might not doubt but have faith in the man, when he gave her the sign, cape. Again Peter returned to Philadelphia, and was now willing to accept the offer of Concklin. Ere long, the opportunity of an interview was had, and Peter gave Seth a very full description of the country and of his family, and made known to him that he had very carefully gone over with his wife and children the matter of their freedom. This interview interested Concklin most deeply. If his own wife and children had been in bondage, scarcely could he have manifested greater sympathy for them. For the hazardous work before him he was at once prepared to make a start. True, he had 2 sisters in Philadelphia for whom he had always cherished the warmest affection, but he conferred not with them on this momentous mission. Full well did he know that it was not in human nature for them to acquiesce in this perilous undertaking, though one of these sisters, Mrs. Supplee, was a most faithful abolitionist. Having once laid his hand to the plow, he was not the man to look back, not even to bid his sisters good bye, but he actually left them as though he expected to be home to his dinner as usual. What had become of him during those many weeks of his perilous labors in Alabama to rescue this family was to none a greater mystery than to his sisters. On leaving home he simply took 2 or 3 small articles in the way of apparel, with $100 to defray his expenses for a time. This sum he considered ample to start with. Of course he had very safely concealed about him Vina's cape, and 1 or 2 other articles which he was to use for his identification in meeting her and the children on the plantation. His first thought was, on reaching his destination, after becoming acquainted with the family, being familiar with Southern manners, to have them all prepared at a given hour for the starting of the steamboat for Cincinnati, and to join him at the wharf, when he would boldly assume the part of slaveholder, and the family naturally that of slaves, and in this way he hoped to reach Cincinnati direct, before their owner had fairly discovered their escape. But alas for Southern irregularity! 2 or 3 days' delay after being advertised to start was no uncommon circumstance with steamers. Hence this plan was abandoned. What this heroic man endured from severe struggles and unyielding exertions, in traveling thousands of miles on water and on foot, hungry and fatigued, rowing his living freight for 7 days and 7 nights in a skiff, is hardly to be paralleled in the annals of the Underground Railroad. The following interesting letters, penned by the hand of Concklin, convey minutely his last struggles, and characteristically represent the singleness of heart which impelled him to sacrifice his life for the slave. Eastport, Mississippi, February 3, 1851. To William Still: Our friends in Cincinnati have failed finding anybody to assist me on my return. Searching the country opposite Paducah, I find that the whole country 50 miles around is inhabited only by Christian wolves. It is customary, when a strange negro is seen, for any white man to seize the negro and convey such negro through and out of the State of Illinois to Paducah, Kentucky, and lodge such stranger in Paducah jail, and there claim such reward as may be offered by the master. There is no regularity by the steamboats on the Tennessee River. I was 4 days getting to Florence from Paducah. Sometimes they are 4 days starting, from the time appointed, which alone puts to rest the plan for returning by steamboat. The distance from the mouth of the river to Florence is between 305 to 345 miles by the river, by land 250 or more. I arrived at the shoe shop on the plantation, 1 o'clock, Tuesday, 28th. William and 2 boys were making shoes. I immediately gave the first signal, anxiously waited 30 minutes for an opportunity to give the second and main signal, during which time I was very sociable. It was rainy and muddy. My pants were rolled up to the knees. I was in the character of a man seeking employment in this country, and of 30 minutes gave the second signal. William appeared unmoved. Soon sent out the boys, instantly sociable. Peter and Levin at the island, one of the young masters with them, not safe to undertake to see them till Saturday night, when they would be at home. Appointed a place to see Vina in an open field that night. They to bring me something to eat. Our interview only 4 minutes. I left. Appeared by night, dark and cloudy. At 10 o'clock appeared William. Exchanged signs. Led me a few rods to where stood Vina. Gave her the signal sent by Peter. Our interview 10 minutes. She did not call me master, nor did she say sir, by which I knew she had confidence in me. Our situation being dangerous, we decided that I meet Peter and Levin on the bank of the river early dawn of day, Sunday, to establish the laws. During our interview, William prostrated on his knees and face to the ground, arms sprawling, head cocked back, watching for wolves, by which position a man can see better in the dark. No house to go to safely. Traveled round till morning, eating hoe cake which William had given me for supper. Next day going around to get employment. I thought of William, who is a Christian preacher, and of the Christian preachers in Pennsylvania. One watching for wolves by night, to rescue Vina and her 3 children from Christian licentiousness, the other standing erect in open day, seeking the praise of men. During the 4 days waiting for the important Sunday morning, I thoroughly surveyed the rocks and shoals of the river from Florence 7 miles up, where will be my place of departure. General notice was taken of me as being a stranger, lurking around. Fortunately there are several small grist mills within 10 miles around. No taverns here, as in the North. Any planter's house entertains travelers occasionally. One night I stayed at a medical gentleman's, who is not a large planter. Another night at an ex-magistrate's house in South Florence, a Virginian by birth, one of the late census takers, told me that many more persons cannot read and write than is reported. One fact, amongst many others, that many persons who do not know the letters of the alphabet have learned to write their own names. Such are generally reported readers and writers. It being customary for a stranger not to leave the house early in the morning where he has lodged, I was under the necessity of staying out all night Saturday, to be able to meet Peter and Levin, which was accomplished in due time. When we approached I gave my signal first. Immediately they gave theirs. I talked freely. Levin's voice, at first, evidently troubled. No wonder, for my presence universally attracted attention by the lords of the land. Our interview was less than 1 hour. The laws were written. I go to Cincinnati to get a rowing boat and provisions, a first-class clipper boat to go with speed. To depart from the place where the laws were written, on Saturday night of the 1st of March. I to meet one of them at the same place Thursday night, previous to the 4th Saturday from the night previous to the Sunday when the laws were written. We were to go down the Tennessee River to some place upon the Ohio, not yet decided on, in our rowboat. Peter and Levin are good oarsmen. So am I. Telegraph station at Tuscumbia, 12 miles from the plantation, also at Paducah. Came from Florence to here Sunday night by steamboat. Eastport is in Mississippi. Waiting here for a steamboat to go down. paying $1 a day for board. Like other taverns here, the wretchedness is indescribable. No pen, ink, paper, or newspaper to be had. Only one room for everybody, except the gambling rooms. It is difficult for me to write. Vina intends to get a pass for Catherine and herself for the first Sunday in March. The bank of the river where I met Peter and Levin is 2 miles from the plantation. I have avoided saying I am from Philadelphia, also avoided talking about negroes. I never talked so much about milling before. I consider most of the trouble over till I arrive in a free state with my crew the first week in March. Then we'll have to be wiser than Christian serpents and more cautious than doves. I do not consider it safe to keep this letter in my possession, yet I dare not put it in the post office here. There is so little business in these post offices that notice might be taken. I am evidently watched. Everybody knows me to be a miller. I may write again when I get to Cincinnati, if I should have time. The ex-magistrate with whom I stayed in South Florence held 3 hours' talk with me, exclusive of our morning talk. Is a man of good general information. I was exceedingly inquisitive. I am from Cincinnati, formerly from the State of New York. I had no opportunity to get anything to eat from 7 o'clock Tuesday morning till 6 o'clock Wednesday evening, except the hoe cake, and no sleep. Florence is the head of navigation for small steamboats. 7 miles, all the way up to my place of departure, is swift water and rocky. 800 miles to Cincinnati. I found all things here as Peter told me, except the distance of the river. South Florence contains 20 white families, 3 warehouses of considerable business, a post office, but no school. McKiernan is here waiting for a steamboat to go to New Orleans, so we are in company. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 2. Seth Concklin, Part 2. Princeton, Gibson County, Indiana, February 18, 1851. To William Still. The plan is to go to Canada on the Wabash, opposite Detroit. There are 4 routes to Canada, one through Illinois, commencing above and below Alton, one through to North Indiana, and the Cincinnati route, being the longest route in the United States. I intended to have gone through Pennsylvania, but the risk going up the Ohio River has caused me to go to Canada. Steamboat traveling is universally condemned, though many go in boats, consequently many get lost. Going in a skiff is new, and is approved of in my case. After I arrive at the mouth of the Tennessee River, I go up the Ohio 75 miles to the mouth of the Wabash, then up the Wabash 44 miles to New Harmony, where I shall go ashore by night, and go 13 miles east to Charles Grier, a farmer, colored man, who will entertain us, and the next night convey us 16 miles to David Storman, near Princeton, who will take the command, and I be released. David Storman estimates the expenses from his house to Canada at $40, without which no sure protection will be given. They might be instructed concerning the course, and beg their way through without money. If you wish to do what should be done, you will send me $50 in a letter to Princeton, Gibson County, Indiana, so as to arrive there by the 8th of March. 8 days should be estimated for a letter to arrive from Philadelphia. The money to be State Bank of Ohio, or State Bank, or Northern Bank of Kentucky, or any other Eastern bank. Send no notes larger than $20. Levi Coffin had no money for me. I paid $20 for the skiff. No money to get back to Philadelphia. It was not understood that I would have to be at any expense seeking aid. 1/2 of my time has been used in trying to find persons to assist, when I may arrive on the Ohio River, in which I have failed, except Storman. Having no letter of introduction to Storman from any source on which I could fully rely, I traveled 200 miles around to find out his stability. I have found many abolitionists, nearly all of whom have made propositions which themselves would not comply with, and nobody else would. Already I have traveled over 3,000 miles, 2,400 by steamboat, 200 by railroad, 100 by stage, 400 on foot, 48 in a skiff. I have yet 500 miles to go to the plantation, to commence operations. I have been 2 weeks on the decks of steamboats, 3 nights out, 2 of which I got perfectly wet. If we had had paper money, as McKim desired, it would have been destroyed. I have not been entertained gratis at any place except Stormon's. I had $126 when I left Philadelphia, 100 from you, 26 mine. Telegraphed to station at Evansville, 33 miles from Stormon's, and at Vinclure's, 25 miles from Stormon's. The Wabash route is considered the safest route. No one has ever been lost from Stormon's to Canada. Some have been lost between Stormon's and the Ohio. The wolves have never suspected Stormon. Your asking aid in money for a case properly belonging east of Ohio is detested. If you have sent money to Cincinnati, you should recall it. I will have no opportunity to use it. Seth Concklin, Princeton, Gibson County, Indiana. P.S. 1st of April will be about the time Peter's family will arrive opposite Detroit. You should inform yourself how to find them there. I may have no opportunity. I will look promptly for your letter at Princeton till the 10th of March, and longer if there should have been any delays by the mails. In March, as contemplated, Concklin arrived in Indiana, at the place designated, with Peter's wife and 3 children, and sent a thrilling letter to the writer, portraying in the most vivid light his adventurous flight from the hour they left Alabama until their arrival in Indiana. In this report he stated, that instead of starting early in the morning, owing to some unforeseen delay on the part of the family, they did not reach the designated place till towards day, which greatly exposed them in passing a certain town which he had hoped to avoid. But as his brave heart was bent on prosecuting his journey without further delay, he concluded to start at all hazards, notwithstanding the dangers he apprehended from passing said town by daylight. For safety he endeavored to hide his freight by having them all lie flat down on the bottom of the skiff, covered with blankets, concealing them from the effulgent beams of the early morning sun, or rather from the Christian wolves who might perchance espy him from the shore in passing the town. The wind blew fearfully. Concklin was rowing heroically when loud voices from the shore hailed him, but he was utterly deaf to the sound. Immediately 2 or 3 guns were fired in the direction of the skiff, but he heeded not this significant call. Consequently here ended this difficulty. He supposed, as the wind was blowing so hard, those on shore who hailed him must have concluded that he did not hear them, and that he meant no disrespect in treating them with seeming indifference. Whilst many straits and great dangers had to be passed, this was the greatest before reaching their destination. But suffice it to say that the glad tidings which this letter contained filled the breast of Peter with unutterable delight, and his friends and relations with wonder beyond degree. Footnote: in some unaccountable manner this last letter Concklin ever penned, perhaps, has been unfortunately lost. No fond wife had ever waited with more longing desire for the return of her husband than Peter had for this blessed news. All doubts had disappeared, and a well-grounded hope was cherished that within a few short days Peter and his fond wife and children would be reunited in freedom on the Canada side, and that Concklin and the friends would be rejoicing with joy unspeakable over this great triumph. But alas, before the few days had expired, the subjoined brief paragraph of news was discovered in the morning ledger. Runaway negroes caught. At Vincennes, Indiana, on Saturday last, a white man and 4 negroes were arrested. The negroes belonged to B. McKiernan, of South Florence, Alabama, and the man who was running them off calls himself John H. Miller. The prisoners were taken charge of by the marshal of Evansville, April 9th. How suddenly these sad tidings turned into mourning and gloom the hope and joy of Peter and his relations no pen could possibly describe. At least the writer will not attempt it here, but will at once introduce a witness who met the noble Concklin and the panting fugitives in Indiana and proffered them sympathy and advice. And it may safely be said from a truer and more devoted friend of the slave they could not have received counsel. Evansville, Indiana, March 31st, 1851. William Still. Dear Sir, on last Tuesday I mailed a letter to you written by Seth Concklin. I presume you have received that letter. It gave an account of his rescue of the family of your brother. If that is the last news you have had from them, I have very painful intelligence for you. They passed on from near Princeton, where I saw them and had a lengthy interview with them, up north, I think 23 miles above Vincennes, Indiana, where they were seized by a party of men, and lodged in jail. Telegraphic dispatches were sent all through the South. I have since learned that the Marshal of Evansville received a dispatch from Tuscumbia to look out for them. By some means, he and the master, so says report, went to Vincennes and claimed the fugitives, chained Mr. Concklin, and hurried all off. Mr. Concklin wrote to Mr. David Storman, Princeton, as soon as he was cast into prison, to find bail. So soon as we got the letter and could get off, 2 of us were about setting off to render all possible aid, when we were told they all had passed, a few hours before, through Princeton, Mr. Concklin in chains. What kind of process was had, if any, I know not. I immediately came down to this place, and learned that they had been put on a boat at 3 P.M., did not arrive until 6. Now all hopes of their recovery are gone. No case ever so enlisted my sympathies. I had seen Mr. Concklin in Cincinnati. I had given him aid and counsel. I happened to see them after they landed in Indiana. I heard Peter and Levin tell their tale of suffering, shed tears of sorrow for all of them. But now, since they have fallen prey to the unmerciful bloodhounds of this State, and have been again dragged back to unrelenting bondage, I am entirely unmanned. And poor Concklin, I fear for him. When he is dragged back to Alabama, I fear they will go far beyond the utmost rigor of the law, and vent their savage cruelty upon him. It is with pain I have to communicate these things, but you may not hear them from him. I could not get to see him or them, as Vincennes is about 30 miles from Princeton, where I was when I heard of the capture. I take pleasure in stating that, according to the letter he, Concklin, wrote to Mr. D. Stewart, Mr. Concklin did not abandon them, but risked his own liberty to save them. He was not with them when they were taken, but went afterwards to take them out of jail upon a writ of habeas corpus, when they seized him too, and lodged him in prison. I write in much haste. If I can learn any more facts of importance, I may write you. If you desire to hear from me again, or if you should learn anything specific from Mr. Concklin, be pleased to write me at Cincinnati, where I expect to be in a short time. If curious to know your correspondent, I may say I was formerly editor of the New Concord Free Press, Ohio. I only add that every case of this kind only tends to make me abhor this country more and more. It is the devil's government, and God will destroy it. Yours for the slave, N.R. Johnston. P.S. I broke open this letter to write you some more. The foregoing pages were written at night. I expected to mail it the next morning before leaving Evansville, but the boat for which I was waiting came down about 3 in the morning, so I had to hurry on board, bringing the letter along. As it now is I am not sorry, for coming down, on my way to St. Louis, as far as Paducah, there I learned from a colored man at the wharf that same day, in the morning, the master and the family of fugitives arrived off the boat, and had then gone on their journey to Tuscumbia, but that the white man, Mr. Concklin, had got away from them, about 12 miles upriver. It seems he got off the boat some way near or at Smithland, Kentucky, a town at the mouth of the Cumberland River. I presume the report is true, and hope he will finally escape, though I was also told they were in pursuit of him. Would that the others had also escaped. Peter and Levin could have done so, I think, if they had had resolution. One of them rode a horse, he not tied either, behind the coach in which the others were. He followed apparently contented and happy. From report they told their master, and even their pursuers before the master came, that Concklin had decoyed them away. They came unwillingly. I write on a very unsteady boat. Yours, N.R. Johnston. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 3. Seth Concklin, Part 3. A report found its way into the papers to the effect that Miller, the white man arrested in connection with the capture of the family, was found drowned, with his hands and feet in chains and his skull fractured. It proved, as his friends feared, to be Seth Concklin, and in irons, upon the river bank, there is no doubt he was buried. In this dreadful hour one sad duty still remained to be performed. Up to this moment the two sisters were totally ignorant of their brother's whereabouts. Not the first whisper of his death had reached them, but they must now be made acquainted with all the facts of the case. Accordingly an interview was arranged for a meeting, and the duty of conveying this painful intelligence to one of the sisters, Mrs. Supplee, devolved upon Mr. McKim, and most tenderly and considerately did he perform his mournful task. Although a woman of nerve and a true friend to the slave, an earnest worker and a liberal giver in the Female Anti-Slavery Society, for a time she was overwhelmed by the intelligence of her brother's death. As soon as possible, however, through very great effort, she controlled her emotions, and calmly expressed herself as being fully resigned to the awful event. Not a word of complaint had she to make because she had not been apprised of his movements, but said repeatedly, that, had she known ever so much of his intentions, she would have been totally powerless in opposing him if she had felt so disposed, and, as an illustration of the true character of the man, from his boyhood up to the day he died for his fellow man, she related his eventful career, and recalled a number of instances of his heroic and daring deeds for others, sacrificing his time and often perilling his life in the cause of those who he considered were suffering gross wrongs and oppression. Hence, she concluded, that it was only natural for him in this case to have taken the steps he did. Now and then overflowing tears would obstruct this deeply thrilling and most remarkable story she was telling of her brother, but her memory seemed quickened by the sadness of the occasion, and she was enabled to recall vividly the chief events connected with his past history. Thus his agency in this movement, which cost him his life, could readily enough be accounted for, and the individuals who listened attentively to the story were prepared to fully appreciate his character, for, prior to offering his services in this mission, he had been a stranger to them. The following extract, taken from a letter of a subsequent date, in addition to the above letter, throws still further light upon the heart-rending affair, and shows Mr. Johnston's deep sympathy with the sufferers and the oppressed generally. Extract of a letter from Rev. N.R. Johnston. My heart bleeds when I think of those poor, hunted, and heartbroken fugitives, though a most interesting family, taken back to bondage tenfold worse than Egyptian. And then poor Concklin. How my heart expanded in love to see him, as he told me his adventures, his trials, his toils, his fears, and his hopes. After hearing all, and then seeing and communing with the family, now joyful in hopes of soon seeing their husband and father in the land of freedom, now in terror lest the human bloodhounds should be at their heels, I felt as though I could lay down my life in the cause of the oppressed. In that hour or two of intercourse with Peter's family, my heart warmed with love to them. I never saw more interesting young men. They would make Remons or Douglasses if they had the same opportunities. While I was with them, I was elated with joy at their escape, and yet, when I heard their tale of woe, especially that of the mother, I could not suppress tears of deepest emotion. My joy was short-lived. Soon I heard of their capture. The telegraph had been the means of their being claimed. I could have torn down all the telegraph wires in the land. It was a strange dispensation of Providence. On Saturday the sad news of their capture came to my ears. We had resolved to go to their aid on Monday, as the trial was set for Thursday. On Sabbath I spoke from Psalm 12:5. For the oppression of the poor, for the sighing of the needy, now will I arise, saith the Lord. I will set him in safety from him that puffeth at, from them that would enslave, him. When on Monday morning I learned that the fugitives had passed through the place on Sabbath, and Concklin in chains, probably at the very time I was speaking on the subject referred to, my heart sank within me, and even yet I cannot but exclaim, when I think of it, Oh, Father, how long ere thou wilt arise to avenge the wrongs of the poor slave? Indeed, my dear brother, his ways are very mysterious. We have the consolation, however, to know that all this is for the best. Our Redeemer does all things well. When he hung upon the cross, his poor, broken-hearted disciples could not understand the providence. It was dark time to them. and yet that was an event that was fraught with more joy to the world than any that has occurred or could occur. Let us stand at our post and wait God's time. Let us have on the whole armor of God, and fight for the right, knowing, that though we may fall in battle, the victory will be ours, sooner or later. May God lead you into all truth, and sustain you in your labors, and fulfill your prayers and hopes. Adieu. N. R. Johnston. Letters from Mr. Levi Coffin. The following letters on the subject were received from the untiring and devoted friend of the slave, Levi Coffin, who for many years had occupied in Cincinnati a similar position to that of Thomas Garrett in Delaware, a sentinel and watchman commissioned of God to succor the fleeing bondman. Cincinnati, 4th month, 10th, 1851. Friend William Still: We have sorrowful news from our friend Concklin, through the papers and otherwise. I received a letter a few days ago from a friend near Princeton, Indiana, stating that Concklin and the 4 slaves are in prison in Vincennes, and that their trial would come on in a few days. He states that they rode 7 days and nights in the skiff, and got safe to Harmony, Indiana, on the Wabash River, thence to Princeton, and were conveyed to Vincennes by friends, where they were taken. The papers state that they were all given up to the Marshal of Evansville, Indiana. We have telegraphed to different points to try to get some information concerning them, but failed. The last information is published in the Times of yesterday, though quite incorrect in the particulars of the case. Enclosed is the slip containing it. I fear all is over in regard to the freedom of the slaves. If the last account be true, we have some hope that Concklin will escape from those bloody tyrants. I cannot describe my feelings on hearing this sad intelligence. I feel ashamed to my own country. Oh, what shall I say? Surely a God of justice will avenge the wrongs of the oppressed. Thine for the poor slave, Levi Coffin. N.B. If thou hast any information, please write me forthwith. Cincinnati, 5th month, 11th, 1851. William Still: Dear friend, thy letter of 1st instant came duly to hand, but not being able to give any further information concerning our friend Concklin, I thought it best to wait a little before I wrote, still hoping to learn something more definite concerning him. We that became acquainted with Seth Concklin and his hazardous enterprises, here at Cincinnati, who were very few, have felt intense and inexpressible anxiety about them, and particularly about poor Seth, since we heard of his falling into the hands of the tyrants. I fear that he has fallen victim to their inhuman thirst for blood. I seriously doubt the rumor that he had made his escape. I fear that he was sacrificed. Language would fail to express my feelings, the intense and deep anxiety I felt about them for weeks before I heard of their capture in Indiana, and then it seemed too much to bear. Oh, my heart almost bleeds when I think of it. The hopes of the dear family all blasted by the wretched bloodhounds in human shape, and poor Seth, after all his toil, and dangerous, shrewd, and wise management, and almost unheard of adventures, the many narrow and almost miraculous escapes, then to be given up to the Indianians, to those fiendish tyrants, to be sacrificed. Oh, shame! Shame! My heart aches, my eyes fill with tears. I cannot write more. I cannot dwell longer on this painful subject now. If you get any intelligence, please inform me. Friend N. R. Johnston, who took so much interest in them and saw them just before they were taken, has just returned to the city. He is a minister of the Covenanter order. He is truly a lovely man, and his heart is full of the milk of humanity. One of our best anti-slavery spirits. I spent last evening with him. He related the whole story to me as he had it from friend Concklin, and the mother and children, and then the story of their capture. We wept together. He found thy letter when he got here. He said he would write the whole story to thee in a few days, as far as he could. He can tell it much better than I can. Concklin left his carpet sack and clothes here with me, except a shirt or two which he took with him. What shall I do with them? For if we do not hear from him soon, we must conclude that he is lost, and the report of his escape all a hoax. Thy friend, Levi Coffin. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 1 by William Still. Section 4. Seth Concklin. Part 4. Stunning and discouraging as this horrible ending was to all concerned, and serious as the matter looked in the eyes of Peter's friends with regard to Peter's family, he could not for a moment abandon the idea of rescuing them from the jaws of the destroyer. But most formidable difficulties stood in the way of obtaining correspondence with reliable persons in Alabama. Indeed, it seemed impossible to find a merchant, lawyer, doctor, planter, or minister who was not too completely interlinked with slavery to be relied upon to manage a negotiation of this nature. Whilst waiting and hoping for something favorable to turn up, the subjoined letter from the owner of Peter's family was received and is here inserted precisely as it was written, spelled and punctuated. McKiernan's letter. South Florence, Alabama, 6 August, 1851. Mr. William Still, No. 31, North 5th Street, Philadelphia. Sir, a few days since Mr. Louis Theronton, of Tuscumbia, Alabama, showed me a letter dated 6 June, '51, from Cincinnati, signed Samuel Lewis, in behalf of a negro man by the name of Peter Gist, who informed the writer of the letter that you were his brother and wished an answer to be directed to you, as he, Peter, would be in Philadelphia. The object of the letter was to purchase from me 3 negroes, that is Peter's wife, and 3 children, 2 sons and 1 girl. The name of said negroes are the woman Viney, the mother, eldest son Peter 21 or 2 years old, second son Levin 19 or 20 years, 1 girl about 13 or 14 years old. The husband and father of these people once belonged to a relation of mine by the name of Gist, now deceased, and some few years since he Peter was sold to a man by the name of Freedman, who removed to Cincinnati, Ohio, and took Peter with him. Of course, Peter became free by the voluntary act of the master sometime last March. A white man by the name of Miller appeared in the neighborhood and abducted the above negroes, was caught at Vincennes, Indy, with said negroes, and was there convicted of stealing and remanded back to Alabama to abide the penalty of the law, and on his return meet his just reward by getting drowned at the mouth of the Cumberland River on the Ohio, in attempting to make his escape. I recovered and brought back said 4 negroes, or as you would say, colored people, under the belief that Peter the husband was accessory to the offense, thereby putting me to much expense and trouble to the amount of $1,000, which if he gets them he or his friends must refund these 4 negroes are worth in the market about $4,000, for they are extraordinary fine and likely, and but for the fact of elopement I would not take $8,000 for them. But as the thing now stands, you can say to Peter and his new discovered relations in Philadelphia, I will take $5,000 for the 4 colored people, and if this will suit him and he can raise the money, I will deliver them to him or his agent at Paducah at the mouth of Tennessee River, said negroes, but the money must be deposited in the hands of some respectable person at Paducah before I remove the property. It would not be safe for Peter to come to this country. Write a line on receipt of this and let me know Peter's views on the above. I am yours, etc. B. McKiernan. N.B. Say to Peter to write and let me know his views immediately, as I am determined to act in a way if he don't take this offer he will never have another opportunity. B. McKiernan. William Still's answer. Philadelphia, August 16, 1851. To B. McKiernan, Esquire. Sir, I have received your letter from South Florence, Alabama, under the date of the 6th instant. To say that it took me by surprise, as well as afforded me pleasure, for which I feel very much indebted to you, is no more than true. In regard to your informants of myself, Mr. Thornton, of Alabama, and Mr. Samuel Lewis, of Cincinnati, to them both I am a stranger. However, I am the brother of Peter referred to, and with the fact of his having a wife and 3 children in your service I am also familiar. This brother, Peter, I have only had the pleasure of knowing for the brief space of 1 year and 13 days, although he is now past 40, and I 29 years of age. Time will not allow me at present, or I should give you a detailed account of how Peter became a slave, the 40 long years which intervened between the time he was kidnapped when a boy, being only 6 years of age, and his arrival in this city from Alabama 1 year and 14 days ago, when he was reunited to his mother, 5 brothers, and 3 sisters. None but a father's heart can fathom the anguish and sorrows felt by Peter during the many vicissitudes through which he has passed. He looked back to his boyhood and saw himself snatched from the tender embraces of his parents and home to be made a slave for life. During all his prime days he was in the faithful and constant service of those who had no just claim upon him. In the meanwhile he married a wife who bore him 11 children, the greater part of whom were emancipated from the troubles of life by death, and only 3 survived. To them and his wife he was devoted. Indeed, I have never seen attachment between parents and children, or husband and wife, more entire than was manifested in the case of Peter. Through these many years of servitude, Peter was sold and resold, from one state to another, from one owner to another, till he reached the 49th year of his age, when, in a good providence, through the kindness of a friend and the sweat of his brow, he regained the God-given blessings of liberty. He eagerly sought his parents and home with all possible speed and pains, when, to his heart's joy, he found his relatives. Your present humble correspondent is the youngest of Peter's brothers, and the first one of the family he saw after arriving in this part of the country. I think you could not fail to be interested in hearing how we became known to each other, and the proof of our being brothers, etc., all of which I should be most glad to relate, but time will not permit me to do so. The news of this wonderful occurrence, of Peter finding his kindred, was published quite extensively, shortly afterwards, in various newspapers in this quarter, which may account for the fact of Miller's knowledge of the whereabouts of the fugitives. Let me say, it is my firm conviction that no one had any hand in persuading Miller to go down from Cincinnati, or any other place, after the family. As glad as I should be, and as much as I would like to do for the liberation of Peter's family, now no longer young, and his 3 likely children, in whom he prides himself, how much if you are a father, you can imagine, yet I would not, and could not, think of persuading any friend to peril his life, as would be the case, in an errand of that kind. As regards the price fixed upon by you for the family, I must say I do not think it possible to raise half that amount, though Peter authorized me to say he would give you 2,500 for them. Probably he is not aware, as I am, how difficult it is to raise so large a sum of money from the public. The applications for such objects are so frequent among us in the North, and have always been so liberally met, that it is no wonder if many get tired of being called upon. To be sure some of us brothers own some property, but no great amount, certainly not enough to enable us to bear so great a burden. Mother owns a small farm in New Jersey, on which she has lived for nearly 40 years, from which she derives her support in old age. This small farm contains between 40 and 50 acres, and is the fruit of my father's toil. 2 of my brothers own small places also, but they have young families, and consequently consume nearly as much as they make, with the exception of adding some improvements to their places. For my own part I am employed as a clerk for a living, but my salary is quite too limited to enable me to contribute any great amount towards so large a sum as is demanded. Thus you see how we are situated financially. We have plenty of friends, but little money. Now, sir, allow me to make an appeal to your humanity. Although we are aware of your power to hold as property those poor slaves, mother, daughter, and 2 sons, that in no part of the United States could they escape and be secure from your claim, nevertheless, would your understanding, your heart, or your conscience reprove you, should you restore them, without price, that dear freedom which is theirs by right of nature, or would you not feel a satisfaction in so doing which all the wealth of the world could not equal? At all events, could you not so reduce the price as to place it in the power of Peter's relatives and friends to raise the means for their purchase? At first, I doubt not but that you will think my appeal very unreasonable. But, sir, serious reflection will decide, whether the money be demanded by you, after all, will be of as great a benefit to you, as the satisfaction you would find in bestowing so great a favor upon those whose entire happiness in this life depends mainly upon your decision in the matter. If the entire family cannot be purchased or freed, What can Vina and her daughter be purchased for? Hoping, sir, to hear from you at your earliest convenience, I subscribe myself, your obedient servant, William Still. To Mr. McKiernan, Esquire. No reply to this letter was ever received from McKiernan. The cause of his reticence can be as well conjectured by the reader as the writer. Time will not admit of further details kindred to this narrative. The life, struggles, and success of Peter and his family were ably brought before the public in The Kidnapped and the Ransomed, being the personal recollections of Peter Still and his wife Vina, after 40 years of slavery, by Mrs. Kate E.R. Pickard, with an introduction by Rev. Samuel J. May, and an appendix by William H. Furness, D.D., in 1856. But, of course, it was not prudent or safe, in the days of slavery, to publish such facts as are now brought to light. All such had to be kept concealed in the breast of the fugitives and their friends. The following brief sketch, touching the separation of Peter and his mother, will fitly illustrate this point, and at the same time explain certain mysteries which have been hitherto kept hidden. The separation. With regard to Peter's separation from his mother, when a little boy, in few words, the facts were these. His parents, Levin and Sidney, were both slaves on the eastern shore of Maryland. "I will die before I submit to the yoke," was the declaration of his father to his young master before either was 21 years of age. Consequently he was allowed to buy himself at a very low figure, and he paid the required sum and obtained his "free papers" when quite a young man, the young wife and mother remaining in slavery under Saunders Griffin, as also her children, the latter having increased to the number of 4, 2 little boys and 2 little girls. But to escape from chains, stripes, and bondage, she took her 4 little children and fled to a place near Greenwich, New Jersey. Not a great while, however, did she remain there in the state of freedom before the slave hunters pursued her, and one night they pounced upon the whole family, and without judge or jury hurried them all back to slavery. Whether this was kidnapping or not, is for the reader to decide for himself. Safe back in the hands of her owner, to prevent her from escaping a second time, every night for about 3 months she was cautiously kept locked up in the garret, until, as they supposed, she was fully cured of the desire to do so again. But she was incurable. She had been a witness to the fact that her own father's brains had been blown out by the discharge of a heavily loaded gun, deliberately aimed at his head by his drunken master. She only needed half a chance to make still greater struggles for even greater freedom. She had faith in God, and found much solace in singing some of the good old Methodist tunes, by day and night. Her owner, observing this apparently tranquil state of mind, indicating that she seemed better contented than ever, concluded that it was safe to let the garret door remain unlocked at night. Not many weeks were allowed to pass before she resolved to again make a bold strike for freedom. This time she had to leave the 2 little boys, Levin and Peter, behind. On the night she started she went to the bed where they were sleeping, kissed them, and, consigning them to the hands of God, bade her mother good bye, and with her 2 little girls wended her way again to Burlington County, New Jersey, but to a different neighborhood from that where she had been seized. She changed her name to Charity, and succeeded in again joining her husband, but, alas, with a heart-breaking thought that she had been compelled to leave her 2 little boys in slavery, and one of the little girls on the road for her father to go back after. Thus she began life in freedom anew. Levin and Peter, 8 and 6 years of age respectively, were now left at the mercy of the enraged owner, and were soon hurried off to a southern market and sold, while their mother, for whom they were daily weeping, was they knew not where. They were too young to know that they were slaves, or to understand the nature of the afflicting separation. 16 years before Peter's return, his older brother, Levin, died a slave in the state of Alabama, and was buried by the surviving brother, Peter. No idea other than that they had been kidnapped from their mother ever entered into their minds, nor had they any knowledge of the state from whence they supposedly had been taken, the last names of their mother or father, or where they were born. On the other hand, the mother was aware that the safety of herself and her rescued children depended on keeping the whole transaction a strict family secret. During the 40 years of separation, except for 2 or 3 Quaker friends, including the devoted friend of the slave, Benjamin Lundy, it is doubtful whether any other individuals were let into the secret of her slave life. and when the account given of Peter's return, etc., was published in 1850, it led some of the family to apprehend serious danger from the partial revelation of the early condition of the mother, especially as it was about the time that the Fugitive Slave Law was passed. Hence, the author of The Kidnapped and the Ransomed was compelled to admit these dangerous facts, and had to confine herself strictly to the personal recollections of Peter Still, with regard to his being kidnapped. Likewise, in the sketch of Seth Conklin's eventful life, written by Mr. W. H. Furness, for similar reasons he felt obliged to make but bare reference to his wonderful agency in relation to Peter's family, although he was fully aware of all the facts in the case. End of Section 4. Recording by Mary Ann Spiegel.
Section 5 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 5. Underground Railroad Letters, Part 1. Here are introduced a few out of a very large number of interesting letters, designed for other parts of the book as occasion may require. All letters will be given precisely as they were written by their respective authors, so that there may be no apparent room for charging the writer with partial colorings in any instance. Indeed, the originals, however ungrammatically written or erroneously spelt, in their native simplicity possess such beauty and force as corrections and additions could not possibly enhance. Letter from Thomas Garrett, U.G.R.R. Depot. Wilmington, 3rd month, 23rd, 1856. Dear friend William Still: Since I wrote thee this morning informing thee of the safe arrival of the 8 from Norfolk, Harry Craig has informed me that he has a man from Delaware that he proposes to take along, who arrived since noon. He will take the man, woman, and 2 children from here with him, and the 4 men will get in at Marcus Hook. Thee may take Harry Craig by the hand as a brother, true to the cause. He is one of our most efficient aids on the railroad, and worthy of full confidence. May they all be favored to get on safe. The woman and 3 children are no common stock. I assure thee, finer specimens of humanity are seldom met with. I hope herself and children may be enabled to find her husband, who has been absent some years, and the rest of their days be happy together. I am, as ever, thy friend, Thomas Garrett. Letter from Miss G.A. Lewis, U.G.R.R. Depot. Kimberton, October 28, 1855. Esteemed Friend: This evening a company of 11 friends reached here, having left their homes on the night of the 26th this month. They came into Wilmington about 10 o'clock on the morning of the 27th, and left there in the town their 2 carriages, drawn by 2 horses. They went to Thomas Garrett's by open daylight, and from thence were sent hastily onward for fear of pursuit. They reached Longwood Meeting House in the evening, at which place a fair circle had convened, and stayed a while in the meeting. Then, after remaining all night with one of the Kennett friends, they were brought to Downingtown early in the morning, and from thence, by daylight, to within a short distance of this place. They came from New Chestertown, within 5 miles of the place from which the 9 lately forwarded came, and left behind them a colored woman who knew of their intended flight and of their intention of passing through Wilmington and leaving their horses and carriages there. I have been thus particular in my statement, because the case seems to us one of unusual danger. We have separated the company for the present, sending a mother and 5 children, 2 of them quite small, in one direction, and a husband and wife and 3 lads in another, until I could write to you and get advice, if you have any to give, as to the best method of forwarding them, and assistance pecuniarily in getting them to Canada. The mother and children we have sent off of the usual route, and to a place where I do not think they can remain many days. We shall await hearing from you. H. Kimber will be in the city on 3rd day, the 30th, and anything left at 408 Green Street directed to his care will meet with prompt attention. Please give me again the direction of Hiram Wilson, and the friend in Elmira, Mr. Jones, I think. If you have heard from any of the 9 since their safe arrival, please let us know when you write. Very respectfully, G. A. Lewis. 2nd day morning, 29th. The person who took the husband and wife and 3 lads to E. F. Pennypecker and Pert has returned and reports that L. Pert sent 3 on to Norristown. We fear that there they will fall into the hands of an ignorant colored man, Daniel Ross, and that he may not understand the necessity of caution. Will you please write to some careful person there? The woman and children detained in this neighborhood are a very helpless set. Our plan was to assist them as much as possible, and when we get things into the proper train for sending them on, to get the assistance of the husband and wife, who have no children, but are uncle and aunt to the woman with 5, in taking with them one of the younger children, leaving fewer for the mother. Of the lads, or young men, there is also one whom we thought capable of accompanying one of the older girls, one to whom he is paying attention, they told us. Would it not be the best way to get those in Norristown under your own care? It seems to me their being sent on could then be better arranged. This, however, is only a suggestion. Hastily yours, G. A. Lewis. Letter from E. L. Stevens, Esquire. The reader will interpret for himself. Washington, D.C., July 11th, 1858. My dear Sir, Susan Bell left here yesterday with the child of her relative, and since leaving I have thought perhaps you had not the address of the gentleman in Syracuse, where the child is to be taken for medical treatment, etc. His name is Dr. H. B. Wilbur. A woman living with him is a most excellent nurse, and will take a deep interest in the child, which, no doubt, will under Providence be the means of its complete restoration to health. Be kind enough to inform me whether Susan is with you, and if she is, give her the proper direction. 10 packages were sent to your address last evening. One of them belongs to Susan, and she had better remain with you till she gets it, as it may not have come to hand. Susan thought she would go to Harrisburg when she left here, and stay over Sunday. If so, she would not get to Philadelphia until Monday or Tuesday. Please acknowledge the receipt of this, and inform me of her arrival. Also, when the packages come safe to hand, inform me especially if Susan's came safely. Truly yours, E. L. Stevens. Letter from S. H. Gay, Esquire, ex-editor of the Anti-Slavery Standard and New York Tribune. Friend Still: The 2 women, Laura and Lizzie, arrived this morning. I shall forward them to Syracuse this afternoon. The 2 men came safely yesterday, but went to Gibbs's. He has friends on board the boat who are on the lookout for fugitives, and send them, when found, to his house. Those whom you wish to be particularly under my charge must have careful directions to this office. There is now no other sure place but the office or Gibbs's, that I could advise you to send such persons. Those to me, therefore, must come in office hours. In a few days, however, Napoleon will have room downtown, and at odd times they can be sent there. I am not willing to put any more with the family where I have hitherto sometimes sent them. When it is possible, I wish you would advise me 2 days before a shipment of your intention, as Napoleon is not always on hand to look out for them at short notice. In special cases, you might advise me by telegraph thus: 1M, or 1F, this morning, W.S., by which I shall understand that 1 male or 1 female, as the case may be, has left Philadelphia by the 6 o'clock train, 1 or more also, as the case may be. August 17th, 1855. Truly yours, S. H. Gay. Letter from John H. Hill, a fugitive, appealing in behalf of a poor slave in Petersburg, Virginia. Hamilton, September 15th, 1856. Dear Friend Still: I write to inform you that Miss Mary Wever arrived safe in this city. You may imagine the happiness manifested on the part of the 2 lovers, Mr. H. and Miss W. I think they will be married as soon as they can get ready. I presume Mrs. Hill will commence to make up the articles to morrow. Kind sir, as all of us is concerned about the welfare of our enslaved brethren at the South, particularly our friends, we appeal to your sympathy to do whatever is in your power to save poor Willis Johnson from the hands of his cruel master. It is not for me to tell you of his case, because Miss Wever has related the matter fully to you. All I wish to say is this: I wish you to write to my uncle at Petersburg, by our friend the captain. Tell my uncle to go to Richmond and ask my mother whereabouts this man is. The best for him is to make his way to Petersburg, that is, if you can get the captain to bring him. He have not much money, but I hope the friends of humanity will not withhold their aid on the account of money. However, we will raise all the money that is wanting to pay for his safe delivery. You will please communicate this to the friends as soon as possible. Yours truly, John H. Hill. Letter from J. Bigelow, Esquire. Washington, D.C., June 22nd, 1854. Mr. William Still, Sir: I have just received a letter from my friend, William Wright, of York Sulphur Springs, Virginia, in which he says that by writing to you I may get some information about the transportation of some property from this neighborhood to your city or vicinity. A person who signs himself William Penn lately wrote to Mr. Wright, saying he would pay $300 to have this service performed. It is for the conveyance of only one small package, but it has been discovered since that the removal cannot be so safely effected without taking 2 larger packages with it. I understand that the 3 are to be brought to this city and stored in safety as soon as the forwarding merchant in Philadelphia shall say he is ready to send on. The storage, etc., here will cost a trifle, but the $300 will be promptly paid for the whole service. I think Mr. Wright's daughter, Hannah, has also seen you. I am also known to Professor C.D. Cleveland, of your city. If you answer this promptly, you will soon hear from William Penn himself. Very truly yours, J. Bigelow. Letter from Ham and Eggs, Slave, UGRR Agent. Petersburg, Virginia, October 17th, 1860. Mr. W. Still: Dear Sir: I am happy to think that the time has come when we no doubt can open our correspondence with one another again. Also, I am in hopes that these few lines may find you and your family well and in the enjoyment of good health, as it leaves me and family the same. I want you to know that I feel as much determined to work in this glorious cause as ever I did in all my life, and I have some very good hams on hand that I would like very much for you to have. I have nothing of interest to write about just now, only that the politics of the day is in a high rage, and I don't know of the result, therefore I want you to be one of those wide awakes as is mentioned from your section of country nowadays, etc. Also, if you wish to write to me, Mr. J. Brown will inform you how to direct a letter to me. No more at present until I hear from you, but I want you to be wide awake. Yours in haste, Ham and Eggs. Letter from Rev. H. Wilson, UGRR Agent. St. Catherine, C.W., July 2nd, 1855. My dear friend, William Still: Mr. Elias Jasper and Miss Lucy Bell having arrived here safely on Saturday last, and found their companions in tribulation, who had arrived before them, I am induced to write and let you know the fact. They are a cheerful, happy company, and very grateful for their freedom. I have done the best I could for their comfort, but they are about to proceed across the lake to Toronto, thinking they can do better there than here, which is not unlikely. They all remember you as their friend and benefactor, and return to you their sincere thanks. My means of support are so scanty that I am obliged to write without paying postage, or not write at all. I hope you are not moneyless as I am. In attending to the wants of numerous strangers, I am much of the time perplexed from lack of means, but send on as many as you can, and I will divide with them to the last crumb. Yours truly, Hiram Wilson. End of Section 5. Recording by Trisha G. Section 6 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 6. Underground Railroad Letters, Part 2. Letter from Sheridan Ford in distress. Boston, Massachusetts, February 15, 1855. Number 2, Change Avenue. My dear friend, allow me to take the liberty of addressing you, and at the same time appearing troublesome's you all friend, but subject is so very important that I cannot but ask not in my name, but in the name of the Lord and humanity, to do something for my poor wife and children, who lays in Norfolk jail, and have been there for 3 months. I would open myself in that frank and honest manner, which should convince you of my sincerity of purpose. Don't shut your ears to the cries of the widow and the orphant, and I can but ask in the name of humanity and God, for he knows the heart of all men. Please ask the friend's humanity to do something for her and her 2 little ones. I can't do anything, place as I am, for I have to lay low. Please lay this before the churches of Philadelphia's, beg them in name of the Lord to do something for him. I love my freedom, and if it would do her and her 2 children any good, I mean to change with her, but can't be done, for she is jail, and you must know she suffer, for the jail in the South are not like yours, for anything is good enough for negroes, the slave hunters says, and may God interpose in behalf of the demonstrative race of Africa, whom I claim descendant. I am sorry to say that friendship is only a name here, but I trust it is not so in Philida. I would not have taken this liberty had I not considered you a friend, for you treaty as such. Please do all you can, and please ask the anti-slavery friends to do all they can, and God will reward them for it, I am sure, for the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, as this note leaves me not very well, but hope when it comes to hand it may find you and family enjoying all the pleasure of life. Please answer this, and pardon me, if the necessary sum can be required, I will find out from my brother-in-law. I am with respectful consideration, Sheridan W. Ford. Yesterday is the fust time I have heard from home since I left, and I have not got anything yet. I have a tear yet for my fellow man, and it is in my eyes now, for God knows it is the truth. I sue for your pity and all, and may God open their hearts to pity a poor woman and 2 children. The sum is, I believe, $1,400. Please write today for me, and see if they can't do something for humanity. Letter from E.F. Pennypacker, UGRR Depot. Schuylkill, 11th month, 7th day, 1857. William Still, Respected Friend. There are 3 colored friends at my house now, who will reach the city by the Philadelphia and Reading train this evening. Please meet them. Thine, etc., E.F. Pennypacker. We have within the past 2 months passed 43 through our hands, transported most of them to Norristown in our own conveyance. E.F.P. Letter from Joseph C. Bustill, UGRR Depot. Harrisburg, March 24, '56. Friend Still, I suppose ere this you have seen those 5 large and 3 small packages I sent by way of Reading, consisting of 3 men and women and children. They arrived here this morning at 8:30 o'clock, and left 20 minutes past 3. You will please send me any information likely to prove interesting in relation to them. Lately we have formed a society here called the Fugitive Aid Society. This is our first case, and I hope it will prove entirely successful. When you write, please inform me what signs or symbols you make use of in your dispatches, and any other information in relation to operations of the Underground Railroad. Our reason for sending by the Reading road was to gain time. It is expected the owners will be in town this afternoon, and by this road we gained 5 hours' time, which is a matter of much importance, and we may have occasion to use it sometimes in future. In great haste, yours with great respect, Joseph C. Bustill. Letter from a slave secreted in Richmond. Richmond, Virginia, October 18th, 1860. To Mr. William Still. Dear Sir: Please do me the favor as to write to my uncle a few lines in regard to the bundle that is for John H. Hill, who lives in Hamilton, C.W. Sir, if this should reach you, be assured that it comes from the same poor individual that you have heard of before, the person who was so unlucky, and deceived also. If you write, address your letter John M. Hill, care of Box No. 250. I am speaking of a person who lives in P.V.A. I hope, sir, you will understand this is from a poor individual. Letter from G.S. Nelson, U.G.R.R. Depot. Mr. Still: My dear Sir, I suppose you are somewhat uneasy because the goods did not come safe to hand on Monday evening, as you expected, consigned from Harrisburg to you. The train only was from Harrisburg to Reading, and as it happened, the goods had to stay all night with us, and as some excitement exists here about goods of the kind, we thought it expedient and wise to detain them until we could hear from you. There are 2 small boxes and 2 large ones. We have them all secure. What had better be done? Let us know. Also, as we can learn, there are 3 more boxes still in Harrisburg. Answer your communication at Harrisburg. Also, fail not to answer this by the return of mail, as things are rather critical, and you will oblige us. G.S. Nelson. Reading, May 27, '57. We knew not that these goods were to come, consequently we were all taken by surprise. When you answer, use the word goods. The reason of the excitement is, some 3 weeks ago a big box was consigned to us by J. Bustill, of Harrisburg. We received it, and forwarded it on to J. Jones, Elmira, and the next day they were on the fresh hunt of said box. It got safe to Elmira, as I have had a letter from Jones, and all is safe. Yours, G.S.N. Letter from John Thompson. Mr. Still: You will oblige me much if you will direct this letter to Virginia for me, to my mother, and if it well suit you, beg her in my letter to direct hers to you, and you can send it to me if it suit your convenience. I am one of your chattel. John Thompson. Syracuse, Jenny 6th. Direction: Matilda Tate, care of Dudley M. Paddy Warrenton, Fauquier County, Virginia. Letter from John Thompson, a fugitive, to his mother. My dear mother, I have embrace an opportunity of writing you these few lines, hoping that they may find you as they leave me quite well. I will now inform you how I am getting. I am now a free man, living by the sweat of my own brow, not serving another man, and giving him all I earn, but what I make is mine, and if one plays do not suit me, I am at liberty to leave and go somewhere else, and can assure you, I think highly of freedom, and would not exchange it for nothing that is offered me for it. I am waiting in a hotel. I suppose you remember when I was in jail I told you the time would be better, and you see that the time has come. When I leave you my heart was so full, and yours, but I knew there was a better day ahead, and I have lived to see it. I heard when I was in the Underground R road that the hounds was on my track, but it was no go. I knew I was too far out of their reach, where they would never smell my track. When I leave you I was carried to Richmond, and sold, and from there I was taken to North Carolina and sold, and I ran away and went back to Virginia, between Richmond and home, and there I was caught and put in jail, and there I remain until the owner come for me. Then I was taken and carried back to Richmond. Then I was sold to the man who I now leave. He is nothing but a butt of a feller. Remember me to your husband and all inquirin' friends, and say to Miss Rosa that I am as free as she is, and more happier, I know. I am getting $12 per month for what little work I am doing. I hope to hear from you again. I your son and ever by John Thompson. Letter from William Penn, of the Bar. Washington, D.C., December 9th, 1856. Dear Sir, I was unavoidably prevented yesterday from replying to yours of 6th instant, and although I have made inquiries, I am unable to-day to answer your questions satisfactorily. Although I know some of the residents of Loudon County, and have often visited there, still I have not practiced much in the courts of that county. There are several of my acquaintances here who have lived in that county, and possibly, through my assistance, your commissions might be executed. If a better way shall not suggest itself to you, and you see fit to give me the facts in the case, I can better judge of my ability to help you, but I know not the man resident there whom I would trust with an important suit. I think it is now some 4 or 5 weeks since that some packages left this vicinity, said to be from 15 to 20 in number, and as I suppose went through your hands. It was at a time of uncommon vigilance here, and to me it was a matter of extreme wonder how and through whom such a work was accomplished. Can you tell me? It is needful that I should know, not for curiosity merely, but for the good of others. An enclosed slip contains the marks of one of the packages, which you will read and then immediately burn. If you can give me any light that will benefit others, I am sure you will do so. A traveler here, very reliable, and who knows his business, has determined not to leave home again until spring, at least not without extraordinary temptations. I think, however, he or others might be tempted to travel in Virginia. Yours, William P. Letter from Miss Theodosia Gilbert. Skaneateles, Glen Haven, Schuylkill, 1851. William Still. Dear friend and brother, 1,000 thanks for your good, generous letter. It was so kind of you to have in mind my intense interest and anxiety in the success and fate of poor Concklin. That he desired and intended to hazard an attempt of the kind, I well understood. But what particular one, or that he had actually embarked in this enterprise, I had not been able to learn. His memory will ever be among the sacredly cherished with me. He certainly displayed more real disinterestedness, more earnest, unassuming devotedness, than those who claim to be the sincerest friends of the slave can often boast. What more Saviour-like than the willing sacrifice he has rendered? Never shall I forget that night of our extremest peril, as we supposed, when he came and so heartily proffered his services at the hazard of his liberty, of life even, in behalf of William L. Chaplin. Such generosity! At such a moment! The emotions it awakened no words can bespeak. They are to be sought but in the inner chambers of one's own soul. He as earnestly devised the means, as calmly counted the cost, and as unshrinkingly turned him to the task, as if it were his own freedom he would have won. Through his homely features and humble garb the intrepidity of soul came out in all its luster. Heroism, in its native majesty, commanded one's admiration and love. Most truly can I enter into your sorrows, and painfully appreciate the pang of disappointment which must have followed this sad intelligence. But so inadequate are words to the consoling of such griefs, it were almost cruel to attempt to syllable one's sympathies. I cannot bear to believe that Concklin has been actually murdered, and yet I hardly dare hope it is otherwise. And the poor slaves, for whom he periled so much, into what depths of hopelessness and woe are they again plunged, but the deeper and blacker for the loss of their dearly sought and new-found freedom. How long must wrongs like these go unredressed? How long, O Lord, how long? Very truly yours, Theodosia Gilbert. End of Section 6.
Section 7 of The Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 7. William Peel, alias William Box Peel Jones. Arrived per Ericsson line of steamers, wrapped in straw and boxed up. April, 1859. William is 25 years of age, unmistakably colored, good looking, rather under the medium size, and of pleasing manners. William had himself boxed up by a near relative and forwarded by the Ericsson line of steamers. He gave the slip to Robert H. Carr, his owner, a grocer and commission merchant, after this wise and for the following reasons. For some time previous, his master had been selling off his slaves every now and then, the same as other groceries, and this admonished William that he was liable to be in the market any day. Consequently, he preferred the box to the auction block. He did not complain of having been treated very badly by Carr, but felt that no man was safe while owned by another. In fact, he "hated the very name of the slaveholder." The limit of the box not admitting of straightening himself out, he was taken with the cramp on the road, suffered indescribable misery, and had his faith taxed to the utmost; indeed, was brought to the very verge of screaming aloud ere relief came. However, he controlled himself, though only for a short season, for before a great while an excessive faintness came over him. Here nature became quite exhausted. He thought he must die, but his time had not yet come. After a severe struggle he revived, but only to encounter a third ordeal no less painful than the one through which he had just passed. Next a very cold chill came over him, which seemed almost to freeze the very blood in his veins and gave him intense agony, from which he only found relief on awaking, having actually fallen asleep in that condition. Finally, however, he arrived at Philadelphia on a steamer, Sabbath morning. A devoted friend of his, expecting him, engaged a carriage and repaired to the wharf for the box. The bill of lading and the receipt he had with him, and likewise knew where the box was located on the boat. Although he well knew freight was not usually delivered on Sunday, yet his deep solicitude for the safety of his friend determined him to do all that lay in his power to rescue him from his perilous situation. Handing his bill of lading to the proper officer of the boat, he asked if he could get the freight that it called for. The officer looked at the bill and said, "No, we do not deliver freight on Sunday." But, noticing the anxiety of the man, he asked him if he would know if he were to see it. Slowly, fearing that too much interest manifested might excite suspicion, he replied, "I think I should." Deliberately looking around amongst all the freight, he discovered the box, and said, "I think that is it there." Said officer stepped to it, looked at the directions on it, then at the bill of lading, and said, "That is right, take it along." Here the interest in these two bosoms was thrilling in the highest degree, but the size of the box was too large for the carriage, and the driver refused to take it. Nearly an hour and a half was spent in looking for a furniture car. Finally one was procured, and again the box was laid hold of by the occupant's particular friend, when, to his dread alarm, the poor fellow gave a sudden cough. At this startling circumstance he dropped the box, equally as quick, although dreadfully frightened, and, as if helped by some invisible agency, he commenced singing, "Hush, my babe, lie still and slumber," with the most apparent indifference, at the same time slowly making his way from the box. Soon his fears subsided, and it was presumed that no one was any the wiser on account of the accident or coughing. Thus, after summoning courage, he laid hold of the box a third time, and the Rubicon was passed. The car driver, totally ignorant of the contents of the box, drove to the number to which he was directed to take it, left it, and went about his business. Now is a moment of intense interest, now of inexpressible delight. The box is opened, the straw removed, and the poor fellow is loosed, and is rejoicing. I will venture to say, as mortal never did rejoice, who had not been in similar peril. This particular friend was scarcely less overjoyed, however, and their joys did not abate for several hours, nor was it confined to themselves, for two invited members of the Vigilance Committee also partook of a full share. The boxman was named William Jones. He was boxed up in Baltimore by the friend who received him at the wharf, who did not come in the boat with him, but came in the cars and met him at the wharf. The trial in the box lasted just 17 hours before victory was achieved. Jones was well cared for by the Vigilance Committee and sent on his way rejoicing, feeling that resolution, Underground Railroad, and liberty were invaluable. On his way to Canada he stopped at Albany, and the subjoined letter gives his view of things from that point. Mr. Still: I take this opportunity of writing a few lines to you, hoping that they may find you in good health and family. I am well at present, and doing well at present. I am now in a store and getting $16 a month at the present. I feel very much obliged to you and your family for your kindness to me while I was with you. I've got along without any trouble at all. I am now in Albany City. Give my love to Mrs. and Mr. Miller, and tell them I am very much obliged to them for their kindness. Give my love to my brother, Nor Jones. Tell him I should like to hear from him very much, and he must write. Tell him to give my love to all my particular friends, and tell them I should like to see them very much. Tell them that he must come to see me, for I want to see him for something very particular. Please answer this letter as soon as possible, and excuse me for not writing sooner, as I don't write myself. No more at the present. William Jones. Direct to 100 125 Lydas Street. His good friend returned to Baltimore the same day the boxman started for the North, and immediately dispatched through the post the following brief letters, worded in Underground Railroad parables: Baltimore, April 16th, 1859. W. Still: Dear Brother, I have taken the opportunity of writing you these few lines to inform you that I am well, and hoping these few lines may find you enjoying the same good blessing. Please to write me word at what time was it when Israel went to Jericho. I am very anxious to hear, for there is a mighty host will pass over you, and I, my brother, will sing Hallelujah. I shall notify you when the great catastrophe shall take place. No more at the present, but remain your brother, N. L. J. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 8. Wesley Harris, alias Robert Jackson, and the Matterson brothers. Footnote: Wesley Harris was shot by slave hunters. End footnote. In setting out for freedom, Wesley was the leader of this party. After 2 nights of fatiguing travel, at a distance of about 60 miles from home, the young aspirants for liberty were betrayed, and in an attempt made to capture them, a most bloody conflict ensued. Both fugitives and pursuers were the recipients of severe wounds from gunshots and other weapons used in the contest. Wesley bravely used his firearms until almost fatally wounded by one of the pursuers, who, with a heavily loaded gun, discharged the contents with deadly aim in his left arm, which raked the flesh from the bone for a space of about 6 inches in length. One of Wesley's companions also fought heroically, and only yielded when badly wounded and quite overpowered. The 2 younger, brothers of C. Matterson, it seemed, made no resistance. In order to recall the adventures of this struggle and the success of Wesley Harris, it is only necessary to copy the report as then penned from the lips of this young hero while on the Underground Railroad, even then in a very critical state. Most fearful indeed was his condition when he was brought to the Vigilance Committee in this city. Underground Railroad Record. November 2nd, 1853. Arrived: Robert Jackson, short man, alias Wesley Harris. Age 22 years, dark color, medium height, and of slender stature. Robert was born in Martinsburg, Virginia, and was owned by Philip Pendleton. From a boy he had always been hired out. At the first of this year he commenced services with Mrs. Carroll, proprietress of the United States Hotel at Harper's Ferry. Of Mrs. Carroll he speaks in very grateful terms, saying that she was kind to him and all the servants, and promised them their freedom at her death. She excused herself for not giving them their freedom on the ground that her husband died insolvent, leaving her the responsibility of settling his debts. But while Mrs. Carroll was very kind to her servants, her manager was equally as cruel. About a month before Wesley left, the overseer, for some trifling cause, attempted to flog him, but was resisted, and himself flogged. This resistance of the slave was regarded by the overseer as an unpardonable offense. Consequently, he communicated the intelligence to his owner, which had the desired effect on his mind, as appeared from his answer to the overseer, which was nothing less than instructions that if he should again attempt to correct Wesley, and he should repel the wholesome treatment, the overseer was to put him in prison and sell him, whether he offended again or not, the following Christmas, as he was to be sold without fail. Wesley's mistress was kind enough to apprise him of the intention of his owner and the overseer, and told him that if he could help himself he had better do so. So from that time Wesley began to contemplate how he should escape the doom which had been planned for him. "A friend," says he, "by the name of C. Matterson, told me that he was going off. Then I told him of my master writing to Mrs. Carroll concerning selling, etc., and that I was going off too. We then concluded to go together. There were two others, brothers of Matterson, who were told of our plan to escape, and readily joined with us in the undertaking. So one Saturday night at 12 o'clock we set out for the North. After traveling upwards of 2 days and over 60 miles, we found ourselves unexpectedly in Tarrytown, Maryland. There we were informed by a friendly colored man of the danger we were in, and of the bad character of the place towards colored people, especially those who were escaping to freedom, and he advised us to hide as quickly as we could. We at once went to the woods and hid. Soon after we had secreted ourselves, a man came near by and commenced splitting wood, or rails, which alarmed us. We then moved to another hiding place in a thicket near a farmer's barn, where we were soon startled again by a dog approaching and barking at us. The attention of the owner of the dog was drawn to his barking and to where we were. The owner of the dog was a farmer. He asked us where we were going. We replied, Gettysburg, to visit some relatives, etc. He told us that we were running off. He then offered friendly advice, talked like a Quaker, and urged us to go with him to his barn for protection. After much persuasion, we consented to go with him. Soon after putting us in his barn, himself and daughter prepared us a nice breakfast, which cheered our spirits as we were hungry. For this kindness we paid him $1. He next told us to hide on the mow till evening, when he would safely direct us on our road to Gettysburg. All, very much fatigued from traveling, fell asleep, excepting myself. I could not sleep. I felt as if all was not right. About noon men were heard talking around the barn. I woke my companions up and told them that the man had betrayed us. At first they did not believe me, and a moment afterwards the barn door was opened, and in came the men, 8 in number. One of the men asked the owner of the barn if he had any long straw. Yes, was the answer. So up on the mow came 3 of the men, when, to their great surprise, as they pretended, we were discovered. The question was then asked by the owner of the barn, by one of the men, if he harbored runaway negroes in his barn. He answered, no, and pretended to be entirely ignorant of their being in his barn. One of the men replied that 4 negroes were on the mow, and he knew of it. The men then asked us where we were going. We told them to Gettysburg, that we had aunts and a mother living there. Also we spoke of a Mr. Huffman, a gentleman we happened to have some knowledge of, having seen him in Virginia. We were asked for our passes. We told them that we hadn't any, that we had not been required to carry them from where we came from. They then said that we would have to go before a magistrate, and if he allowed us to go on, well and good. The men, all being armed and furnished with ropes, we were ordered to be tied. I told them if they took me, they would have to take me dead or crippled. At the same instant one of my friends cried out, "Where is the man that betrayed us?" Spying him at the same moment, he shot him, badly wounding him. Then the conflict fairly began. The constable seized me by the collar, or rather behind the shoulder. I at once shot him with my pistol, but in consequence of his throwing up his arm, which hit mine as I fired, the effects of the load of my pistol was much turned aside. His face, however, was badly burned, besides his shoulder being wounded. I again fired on the pursuers, but do not know whether I hit anybody or not. I then drew a sword I had brought with me, and was about cutting my way to the door, when I was shot by one of the men, receiving the entire contents of one load of a double-barreled gun in my left arm. That being the arm with which I was defending myself, the load brought me to the ground, and I was unable to make further struggle for myself. I was then badly beaten with guns, etc. In the meantime my friend, Craven, who was defending himself, was shot badly in the face, and most violently beaten until he was conquered and tied. The two young brothers of Craven stood still, without making the least resistance. After we were fairly captured, we were taken to Tarrytown, which was in sight of where we were betrayed. By this time I had lost so much blood from my wounds that they concluded my situation was too dangerous to admit of being taken further, so I was made a prisoner at a tavern kept by a man named Fisher. There my wounds were dressed, and 32 shot were taken from my arm. For 3 days I was crazy, and they thought I would die. During the first 2 weeks, while I was a prisoner at the tavern, I raised a great deal of blood and was considered in a very dangerous condition, so much so that persons desiring to see me were not permitted. Afterwards I began to get better, and was then kept privately, was strictly watched day and night. Occasionally, however, the cook, a colored woman, Mrs. Smith, would manage to get to see me. Also James Matthews succeeded in getting to see me. Consequently, as my wounds healed and my senses came to me, I began to plan how to make another effort to escape. I asked one of the friends, alluded to above, to get me a rope. He got it. I kept it about me 4 days in my pocket. In the meantime I procured 3 nails. On Friday night, October 14th, I fastened my nails in under the window sill, tied my rope to the nails, threw my shoes out the window, put the rope in my mouth, and took hold of it with my well hand. Clambered into the window, very weak, but I managed to let myself down to the ground. I was so weak that I could scarcely walk, but I managed to hobble off to a place 3/4 of a mile from the tavern, where a friend had fixed upon me to go. I succeeded in making my escape. There I was found by my friend, who had kept me secure till Saturday eve, when a swift horse was furnished by James Rogers, and a colored man found to conduct me to Gettysburg. Instead of going directly to Gettysburg, we took a different road, in order to shun our pursuers, as the news of my escape had created general excitement. My 3 other companions, who were captured, were sent to Westminster jail, where they were kept 3 weeks, and afterwards sent to Baltimore, and sold for $1,200 apiece. I was informed while at the tavern in Tarrytown. The Vigilance Committee procured good medical attention and afforded the fugitive time for recuperation, furnished him with clothing and a free ticket, and sent him on his way greatly improved in health, and strong in the faith that he who would be free himself must strike the blow. His safe arrival in Canada, with his thanks, were duly announced. And some time after becoming naturalized, in one of his letters he wrote that he was a brakesman on the Great Western Railroad, in Canada, promoted from the U.G.R.R., the result of being under the protection of the British Lion. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 9. Death of Romulus Hall. New name, George Weems. In March 1857, Abram Harris fled from John Henry Southern, who lived near Benedict, Charles County, Maryland, where he was engaged in the farming business and was the owner of about 70 head of slaves. He kept an overseer and usually had flogging administered daily on males and females, old and young. Abram became very sick of this treatment, resolved, about the 1st of March, to seek out the Underground Railroad, but for his strong attachment to his wife, who was owned by Samuel Adams and was pretty well treated, he never would have consented to suffer as he did. Here no hope of comfort for the future seemed to remain, so Abram consulted with a fellow servant by the name of Romulus Hall, alias George Weems, and being very warm friends, concluded to start together. Both had wives to tear themselves from, and each was equally ignorant of the distance they had to travel, and the dangers and sufferings to be endured. But they trusted in God, and kept the North Star in view. For 9 days and nights, without a guide, they traveled at a very exhausting rate, especially as they had to go fasting for 3 days, and to endure very cold weather. Abram's companion, being about 50 years of age, felt obliged to succumb both from hunger and cold, and had to be left on the way. Abram was a man of medium size, tall, dark chestnut color, and could read and write a little and was quite intelligent. Was a member of the Mount Zion Church, and occasionally officiated as an exhorter, and really appeared to be a man of genuine faith in the Almighty, and equally as much in freedom. In substance, Abram gave the following information concerning his knowledge of affairs on the farm under his master. Master and mistress very frequently visited the Protestant church, but were not members. Mistress was very bad. About 3 weeks before I left, the overseer, in a violent fit of bad temper, shot and badly wounded a young slave man, by the name of Henry Waters, but no sooner than he got well enough he escaped, and had not been heard of up to the time Abram left. About 3 years before this happened, an overseer of my master was found shot dead on the road. At once some of the slaves were suspected, and were all taken to the courthouse at Serentown, St. Mary's county, but all came off clear. After this occurrence a new overseer by the name of John Deckett was employed. Although his predecessor had been dead 3 years, Deckett nevertheless concluded that it was not too late to flog the secret out of some of the slaves. Accordingly he selected a young man for his victim, and flogged him so cruelly that he could scarcely walk or stand, and to keep him from being actually killed, the boy told an untruth, and confessed that he and his uncle Henry had killed Webster, the overseer, whereupon the poor fellow was sent to jail to be tried for his life. But Abram did not wait to hear the verdict. He reached the committee safely in this city, in advance of his companion, and was furnished with a free ticket and other needed assistance. He was sent on his way rejoicing. After reaching his destination, he wrote back to know how his friend and companion, George, was getting along. But in less than 3 weeks after he had passed, the following brief story reveals the sad fate of poor Romulus Hall, who had journeyed with him till exhausted from hunger and badly frostbitten. A few days after his younger companion had passed on north, Romulus was brought by a pitying stranger to the Vigilance Committee in a most shocking condition. The frost had made sad havoc with his feet and legs, so much so that all sense of feeling had departed therefrom. How he ever reached this city is a marvel. On his arrival medical attention and other necessary comforts were provided by the committee, who hoped with himself that he would be restored with the loss of his toes alone. For 1 week he seemed to be improving. At the expiration of this time, however, his symptoms changed, indicating not only the end of slavery, but also the end of all his earthly troubles. Lockjaw and mortification set in the most malignant form, and for nearly 36 hours the unfortunate victim suffered in extreme agony, though not a murmur escaped him for having brought upon himself in seeking his liberty this painful infliction and death. It was wonderful to see how resignedly he endured his fate. Being anxious to get his testimony relative to his escape, etc., the chairman of the committee took his pencil and expressed to him his wishes in the matter. Amongst other questions he was asked, "Do you regret having attempted to escape from slavery?" After a severe spasm he said, as his friend was about to turn to leave the room, hopeless of being gratified in his purpose, "Don't go. I have not answered your question. I am glad I escaped from slavery." He then gave his name, and tried to tell the name of his master, but was so weak he could not be understood. At his bedside day and night slavery looked more heinous than it had ever done before. Only think how this poor man in an enlightened Christian land, for the bare hope of freedom, in a strange land among strangers, was obliged not only to bear the sacrifice of his wife and kindred, but also of his own life. Nothing ever appeared more sad than seeing him in a dying posture, and instead of reaching his much coveted destination in Canada, going to that bourne whence no traveler returns. Of course it was expedient, even after his death, that only a few friends should follow him to his grave. Nevertheless, he was decently buried in the beautiful Lebanon cemetery. In his purse was found 1 single 5-cent piece, his whole pecuniary dependence. This was the first instance of death on the Underground Railroad in this region. The committee was indebted to the medical services of the well-known friends of the fugitive, Doctors J. L. Griscom and H. T. Childs, whose faithful services were freely given, and likewise to Mrs. H. S. Duterte and Mrs. Williams, who generously performed the offices of charity and friendship at his burial. From his companion, who passed on Canada-ward without delay, he received a letter, from which as an item of interest we make the following extract. I am enjoying good health, and hope when this reaches you, you may be enjoying the same blessings. Give my love to Mr. and family, and tell them I am in a land of liberty. I am a man among men. The above was addressed to the deceased. The subjoined letter from Rev. L. D. Mansfield expressed on behalf of Romulus's companion his sad feelings on hearing of his friend's death. And here it may not be inappropriate to add that clearly enough it is to be seen that Rev. Mansfield was one of the rare orders of ministers who believed it right to do unto others as one would be done by, in practice, not in theory merely, and who felt that they could no more be excused for falling down, in obedience to the fugitive slave law under President Fillmore, than could Daniel for worshiping the golden image under Nebuchadnezzar. Auburn, New York, May 4th, 1857. Dear B. R. Still: Henry Lehman wishes me to write to you in reply to your kind letter, conveying the intelligence of the death of your fugitive guest, George Weems. He was deeply affected at the intelligence, for he was most devotedly attached to him, and had been for many years. Mr. Lehman now expects his sister to come on, and wishes you to aid her in any way in your power, as he knows you will. He wishes you to send the coat and cap of Weems by his sister when she comes, and when you write out the history of Weems' escape, and it is published, that you would send him a copy of the papers. He has not been very successful in getting work yet. Mr. and Mrs. Harris left for Canada last week. The friends made them a purse of $15 or $20, and we hope they will do well. Mr. Lehman sends his respects to you and Mrs. Still. Give my kind regards to her, and accept also yourself. Yours very truly, L. D. Mansfield. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 10. James Mercer, William H. Gilliam, and John Clayton stowed away in a hot berth. This arrival came by steamer, but they neither came in stateroom nor as cabin, steerage, or deck passengers. A certain space, not far from the boiler, where the heat and coal dust were almost intolerable, the colored steward on the boat, in answer to an appeal from these unhappy bondmen, could point to no other place for concealment but this. Nor was he at all certain that they could endure the intense heat of that place. It admitted of no other posture than lying flat down, wholly shut out from the light, and nearly in the same predicament in regard to the air. Here, however, was a chance of throwing off the yoke, even if it cost them their lives. They considered, and resolved to try it at all hazards. Henry Box Brown's sufferings were nothing compared to what these men submitted to during the entire journey. They reached the house of one of the committee about 3:00 a.m. All the way from the wharf the cold rain poured down in torrents, and they got completely drenched, but their hearts were swelling with joy and gladness unutterable. From the thick coating of coal dust, and the effect of the rain added thereto, all traces of natural appearance were entirely obliterated, and they looked frightful in the extreme, but they had placed their lives in mortal peril for freedom. Every step of their critical journey was reviewed and commented on with matchless natural eloquence. How, when almost on the eve of suffocating in their warm berths, in order to catch a breath of air, they were compelled to crawl, one at a time, to a small aperture, but scarcely would one poor fellow pass 3 minutes being thus refreshed ere the others would insist that he should go back to his hole. Air was precious, but for the time being they valued their liberty at still greater price. After they had talked to their hearts' content, and after they had been thoroughly cleansed and changed in apparel, their physical appearance could be easily discerned, which made it less a wonder whence such outbursts of eloquence had emanated. They bore every mark of determined manhood. The date of this arrival was February 26, 1854. and the following description was then recorded: Arrived by steamer Pennsylvania, James Mercer, William H. Gilliam, and John Clayton, from Richmond. James was owned by the widow, Mrs. T. E. White. He is 32 years of age, of dark complexion, well made, good looking, reads and writes, is very fluent in speech, and remarkably intelligent. From a boy he had been hired out. The last place he had the honor to fill, before escaping, was with Messrs. Williams and Brother, wholesale commission merchants. For his services in this store the widow had been drawing $125 per annum, clear of all expenses. He did not complain of bad treatment from his mistress, indeed he spoke rather favorably of her, but he could not close his eyes to the fact that at one time Mrs. White had been in possession of 30 head of slaves, although at the time he was counting the cost of escaping. 2 only remained, himself and William, save a little boy, and on himself a mortgage for $750 was then resting. He could therefore, with his remarkably quick intellect, calculate about how long it would be before he reached the auction block. He had a wife, but no child. She was owned by Mr. Henry W. Quarles, so out of that Sodom he felt he would have to escape, even at the cost of leaving his wife behind. Of course he felt hopeful that the way would open by which she could escape at a future time, and so it did, as will appear by and by. His aged mother he had to leave also. William Henry Gilliam likewise belonged to the widow White. He had been hired to Messrs. White and Brother to drive their bread wagon. William was a baker by trade. For his service his mistress had received $135 per year. He thought his mistress quite as good, if not a little better, than most slaveholders, but he had never felt persuaded to believe that she was good enough for him to remain a slave for her support. Indeed, he had made several unsuccessful attempts before this time to escape from slavery and its horrors. He was fully posted from A to Z, but in his own person he had been smart enough to escape most of the more brutal outrages. He knew how to read and write, and in readiness of speech and general natural ability was far above the average of slaves. He was 25 years of age, well made, of light complexion, and might be put down as a valuable piece of property. This loss fell with crushing weight upon the kind-hearted mistress, as will be seen in a letter subjoined which she wrote to the unfaithful William some time after he had fled. Letter from Mrs. L. E. White. Richmond, 16th, 1854. Dear Henry, your mother and myself received your letter. She is much distressed at your conduct. She is remaining just as you left her, she says, and she will never be reconciled to your conduct. I think, Henry, you have acted most dishonorably. Had you have made a confidant of me, I would have been better off, and you as you are. I am badly situated, living with Mrs. Palmer, and having to put up with everything. Your mother is also dissatisfied. I am miserably poor. Do not get a cent of your hire or James's, beside losing you both, but if you can reconcile, so do. By renting a cheap house I might have lived, now it seems salvation is before me. Martha and the doctor are living in Portsmouth. It is not in her power to do much for me. I know you will repent it. I heard 6 weeks before you went that you were trying to persuade him off, but we all liked you, and I was unwilling to believe it. However, I leave it in God's hands. He will know what to do. Your mother says that I must tell you servant Jones is dead, and old Mrs. Galt. Kit is well, but we are very uneasy, losing your and James's hire. I fear, poor little fellow, that he will be obliged to go, as I am compelled to live, and it will be your fault. I am quite unwell, but of course you don't care. Yours, L. E. White. If you choose to come back and could, I would do a very good part by you. Toller and Cook has none. This touching epistle was given by the disobedient William to a member of the Vigilant Committee, when on a visit to Canada in 1855, and it was thought to be of too much value to be lost. It was put away with other valuable U.G.R.R. documents for future reference. Touching the rascality of William and James, and the unfortunate predicament in which it placed the kind-hearted widow, Mrs. Louisa White, the following editorial, clipped from the Wide Awake Richmond Dispatch, was also highly appreciated, and preserved as conclusive testimony to the successful working of the U.G.R.R. in the Old Dominion. It reads thus: "Rascality somewhere. We called attention yesterday to the advertisement of 2 negroes belonging to Mrs. Louisa White by Toler and Cook, and in the call we expressed the opinion that they were still lurking about the city, preparatory to going off. Mr. Toler, we find, is of a different opinion. He believes that they have already cleared themselves, have escaped to a free state, and we think it extremely probable that he is in the right. They were both of them uncommonly intelligent negroes. One of them, the one hired to Mr. White, was a tip-top baker. He had been all about the country, and had been in the habit of supplying the U.S. Pennsylvania with bread, Mr. W. having the contract. In his visits for this purpose, of course, he formed acquaintances with all sorts of seafaring characters, and there is every reason to believe that he has been assisted to get off in that way, along with the other boy hired by the Messrs. Williams. That the two acted in concert can admit of no doubt. The question is now to find out how they got off. They must undoubtedly have had white men in the secret. Have we then a nest of abolition scoundrels among us? There ought to be a law to put a police officer on board every vessel as soon as she lands at the wharf. There is one, we believe, for inspecting vessels before they leave. If there is not, there ought to be one. These negroes belong to a widow lady and constitute all the property she has on earth. They have both been raised with the greatest indulgence. Had it been otherwise, they would never have had the opportunity to escape as they have done. Their flight has left her penniless. Either of them would readily have sold for $1,200, and Mr. Toler advised their owner to sell them at the commencement of the year, probably anticipating the very thing that has happened. She refused to do so because she felt too much attachment to them. They have made a fine return, truly. No comment is necessary on the above editorial, except simply to express the hope that the editor and his friends, who seem to be utterly befogged as to how these uncommonly intelligent negroes made their escape, will find the problem satisfactorily solved in this book. However, in order to do even-handed justice to all concerned, it seems but proper that Williams and James should be heard from, and hence a letter from each is here appended for what they are worth. True, they were intended only for private use, but since the true light, freedom, has come, all things may be made manifest. Letter from William Henry Gilliam. St. Catherine's, C.W., May 15th, 1854. My dear friend, I received yours, dated the 10th, and the papers on the 13th. I also saw the piece that was in Miss Shadd's paper about me. I think Toler is right about my being in a free state. I am, and think a great deal of it. Also, I have no compassion on the penniless widow lady. I have served her 25 years 2 months. I think that is long enough for me to live a slave. Dear sir, I am very sorry to hear of the accident that happened to our friend Mr. Meekins. I have read the letter to all that lives in St. Catherine's that came from old Virginia, and then I sent it to Toronto, to Mercer and Clayton to see, and to Forman to read for themselves. Sir, you must write to me soon and let me know how Meekins gets on with his trial, and you must pray for him. I have told all here to do the same for him. May God bless and protect him from prison. I have heard a great deal of old Richmond and Norfolk. Dear sir, if you see Mr. or Mrs. Gilbert, give my love to them, and tell them to write to me. Also give my respect to your family, and a part for yourself. Love from the friends to you, Solomon Brown. H. Atkins. Wes Johnson, Mrs. Brooks, Mr. Dykes, Mr. Smith is better at present. And do not forget to write the news of Meekins' trial. I cannot say any more at this time, but remain yours and a true friend until death. W. H. Gilliam, The Widow's Mite. Our friend Meekins, in whose behalf William asked the united prayers of his friends, was one of the scoundrels who assisted him and his 2 companions to escape on the steamer. Being suspected of rascality in this direction, he was arrested and put in jail, but as no evidence could be found against him, he was soon released. James Mercer's letter. Toronto, March 17th, 1854. My dear friend Still, I take this method of informing you that I am well, and when this comes to hand it may find you and your family enjoying good health. Sir, my particular for writing is that I wish to hear from you, and to hear all the news from down South. I wish to know if all things are working right for the rest of my brethren whom in bondage. I will also say that I am very much pleased with Toronto, so also the friends that came over with me. It is true that we have not been employed as yet, but we are in hopes of being so in a few days. We happen here in good time just about the time people in this country are going to work. I am in good health and good spirits, and feels rejoiced in the Lord for my liberty. I received couple of paper from you to day. I wish you see James Morris who or Abram George the first and second on the ship Pennsylvania. Give my respects to them, and ask James if he will call at Henry W. Quall's on May Street, opposite the Jews' synagogue, and call for Marina Mercer. Give my love to her, and ask of her all the times about Richmond. Tell her to send me all the news. Tell Mr. Morris that there will be no danger in going to that place. You will also tell M. to make himself known to her, as she may know who sent him. And I wish to get a letter from you. James M. Mercer. John H. Hill's letter. My friend, I would like to hear from you. I have been looking for a letter from you for several days, and the last was very distressing to me. Please to write right away. Yours most respectfully, John H. Hill. Instead of weeping over the sad situation of his penniless mistress, and showing any signs of contrition for having wronged the man who held the mortgage of $750 on him, James actually feels rejoiced in the Lord for his liberty, and is very much pleased with Toronto, but is not satisfied yet. He is ever concocting a plan by which his wife might be run off from Richmond, which would be the cause of her owner, Henry W. Qualls, Esq., losing at least $1,000. St. Catherine, Canada, June 8th, 1854. Mr. Still, dear friend, I received a letter from the poor old widow, Mrs. L. E. White, and she says I may come back if I choose, and she will do a good part by me. Yes, yes, I am choosing the western side of the South for my home. She is smart, but cannot bung my eye, so she shall have to die in the poorhouse at last, so she says, and Mercer and myself will be the cause of it. That is all right. I am getting even with her now, for I was in the poorhouse for 25 years and have just got out. And she said she knew I was coming away 6 weeks before I started, so you may know my chance was slim. But Mr. John Wright said I came off like a gentleman, and he did not blame me for coming, for I was a great boy. Yes, I hear him enough. He is all gas. I am in Canada, and they cannot help themselves. About that subject I will not say anything more. You must write to me as soon as you can, and let me hear the news and how the family is, and yourself. Let me know how the Times is with the U.G.R.R. Company. Is it doing good business? Mr. Dykes sends his respects to you. Give mine to your family. Your true friend, W. H. Gilliam. John Clayton, the companion in tribulation of William and James, must not be lost sight of any longer. He was owned by the widow Clayton, and was white enough to have been nearly related to her, being a mulatto. He was about 35 years of age, a man of fine appearance, and quite intelligent. Several years previous he had made an attempt to escape, but failed. Prior to escaping in this instance, he had been laboring in a tobacco factory at $150 a year. It is needless to say that he did not approve of the peculiar institution. He left a wife and one child behind to mourn after him. Of his views of Canada and freedom, the following frank and sensible letter, penned shortly after his arrival, speaks for itself. Toronto, March 6, 1854. Dear Mr. Still, I take this method of informing you that I am well both in health and mind. You may rest assured that I fells myself a free man, and do not fell as I did when I was in Virginia. Thanks be to God, I have no master into Canada, but I am my own man. I arrived safe into Canada on Friday last. I must request of you to write a few lines to my wife, and just state to her that her friend arrived safe into this glorious land of liberty, and I am well, and she will make very short her time in Virginia. Tell her that I likes here very well, and hopes to like it better when I gets to work. I don't mean for you to write the same words that are written above, but I wish you to give her a clear understanding where I am, and shall remain here until she comes or I hears from her. Nothing more at present, but remain yours most respectfully, John Clayton. You will please to direct this to Petersburg, Luena Johns, or Clayton John is best. End of Section 10. Section 11 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 11. Clarissa Davis. Arrived dressed in male attire. Clarissa fled from Portsmouth, Virginia, in May, 1854, with two of her brothers. 2 months and a half before she succeeded in getting off, Clarissa had made a desperate effort, but failed. The brothers succeeded, but she was left. She had not given up all hope of escape, however, and therefore sought a safe hiding-place until an opportunity might offer by which she could follow her brothers on the U.G.R.R. Clarissa was owned by Mrs. Brown and Mrs. Berkeley, of Portsmouth, under whom she had always served. Of them she spoke favourably, saying that she had not been used as hard as many others were. At this period Clarissa was about 22 years of age, of a bright brown complexion, with handsome features, exceedingly respectful and modest, and possessed all the characteristics of a well-bred young lady. For one so little acquainted with books as she was, the correctness of her speech was perfectly astonishing. For Clarissa and her two brothers a reward of $1,000 was kept standing in the papers for a length of time, as these articles were considered very rare and valuable, the best that could be produced in Virginia. In the meantime the brothers had passed safely on to New Bedford, but Clarissa remained secluded, waiting for the storm to subside. Keeping up courage day by day for 75 days, with the fear of being detected and severely punished, and then sold, after all her hopes and struggles, required the faith of a martyr. Time after time, when she hoped to succeed in making her escape, ill luck seemed to disappoint her, and nothing but intense suffering appeared to be in store. Like many others, under the crushing weight of oppression, she thought she should have to die ere she tasted liberty. In this state of mind, one day, word was conveyed to her that the steamship City of Richmond had arrived from Philadelphia, and that the steward on board, with whom she was acquainted, had consented to secrete her this trip, if she could manage to reach the ship safely, which was to start the next day. This news to Clarissa was both cheering and painful. She had been praying all the time while waiting, but now she felt that if it would only rain right hard the next morning about 3 o'clock, to drive the police officers off the street, then she could safely make her way to the boat. Therefore she prayed anxiously all that day that it would rain. But no sign of rain appeared till towards midnight. The prospect looked horribly discouraging, but she prayed on, and at the appointed hour, 3 o'clock before day, the rain descended in torrents. Dressed in male attire, Clarissa left the miserable coop where she had been almost without light or air for 2½ months, and, unmolested, reached the boat safely, and was secreted in a box by William Bagnall, a clever young man who sincerely sympathized with the slave, having a wife in slavery himself, and by him she was safely delivered into the hands of the Vigilance Committee. Clarissa Davis here, by advice of the committee, dropped her old name, and was straightway christened Mary D. Armstead. Desiring to join her brothers and sister in New Bedford, she was duly furnished with her U.G.R.R. passport and directed thitherward. Her father, who was left behind when she got off, soon after made his way on north and joined his children. He was too old and infirm probably to be worth anything, and had been allowed to go free, or to purchase himself for a mere nominal sum. Slaveholders would, on some such occasions, show wonderful liberality in letting their old slaves go free, when they could work no more. After reaching New Bedford, Clarissa manifested her gratitude in writing to her friends in Philadelphia repeatedly, and evinced a very lively interest in the U.G.R.R. The appended letter indicates her sincere feelings of gratitude and deep interest in the cause. New Bedford, August 26, 1855. Mr. Still: I avail myself to write you these few lines, hoping they may find you and your family well, as they leaves me very well and all the family well, except my father. He seems to be improving with his shoulder. He has been able to work a little. I received the papers. I was highly delighted to receive them. I was very glad to hear from you in the Wheeler case. I was very glad to hear that the persons were safe. I was very sorry to hear that Mr. Williamson was put in prison, but I know if the praying part of the people will pray for him, and if he will put his trust in the Lord, he will bring him out more than conquer. Please remember my dear old father and sisters and brothers to your family. Kiss the children for me. I hear the yellow fever is very bad down south now. If the Underground Railroad could have free course, the emigrant would cross the river of Goulden rapidly. I hope it may continue to run, and I hope the wheels of the car may be greased with more substantial grease, so they may run over swiftly. I would have wrote before, but circumstances would not permit me. Miss Sanders and all the friends desired to be remembered to you and your family. I shall be pleased to hear from the Underground Railroad often. Yours respectfully, Mary D. Armstead. End of Section 11. Section 12 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 12. Anthony Blow, Perry Johnson. Anthony Blow, alias Henry Levison, secreted 10 months before starting, 8 days stowed away on a steamer bound for Philadelphia. Arrived from Norfolk about the 1st of November, 1854. 10 months before starting, Anthony had been closely concealed. He belonged to the estate of Mrs. Peters, a widow, who had been dead about 1 year before his concealment. On the settlement of his old mistress's estate, which was to take place 1 year after her death, Anthony was to be transferred to Mrs. Lewis, a daughter of Mrs. Peters, the wife of James Lewis, Esquire. Anthony felt well satisfied that he was not the slave to please the tyrannical whims of his anticipated master, young Lewis, and of course he hated the idea of having to come under his yoke. And what made it still more unpleasant for Anthony was that Mr. Lewis would frequently remind him that it was his intention to sell him as soon as he got possession, the first day of January. "I can get $1,500 for you easily, and I will do it." This contemptuous threat had caused Anthony's blood to boil time and again, but Anthony had to take the matter as calmly as possible, which, however, he was not always able to do. At any rate, Anthony concluded that his young master had counted the chickens before they were hatched. Indeed, here Anthony began to be a deep thinker. He thought, for instance, that he had already been shot 3 times, at the instance of slaveholders. The first time he was shot was for refusing a flogging when only 18 years of age. The second time he was shot in the head with squirrel shot by the sheriff, who was attempting to arrest him for having resisted 3 young white ruffians, who wished to have the pleasure of beating him, but got beaten themselves. And in addition to being shot this time, Anthony was still further broke in by a terrible flogging from the sheriff. The third time Anthony was shot he was about 21 years of age. In this instance he was punished for his old offense. He would not be whipped. This time his injury from being shot was light, compared with the 2 preceding attacks. Also in connection with these murderous conflicts, he could not forget that he had been sold on the auction block. But he had still deeper thinking to do yet. He determined that his young master should never get $1,500 for him on the 1st of January, unless he got them while he, Anthony, was running. For Anthony had fully made up his mind that when the last day of December ended, his bondage should end also, even if he should have to accept death as a substitute. He then began to think of the Underground Railroad and of Canada, but who the agents were, or how to find the depot, was a serious puzzle to him. But his time was getting so short he was convinced that whatever he did would have to be done quickly. In this frame of mind he found a man who professed to know something about the Underground Railroad, and for $30 promised to aid him in the matter. The $30 were raised by the hardest effort, and passed over to the pretended friend, with the expectation that it would avail greatly in the emergency. But Anthony found himself sold for $30, as nothing was done for him. However, the first day of January arrived, but Anthony was not to be found to answer to his name at roll call. He had took out very early in the morning. Daily he prayed in his place of concealment how to find the UGRR. 10 months passed away, during which time he suffered almost death, but persuaded himself to believe that even that was better than slavery. With Anthony, as it has been with thousands of others similarly situated, just as everything was looking the most hopeless, word came to him in his place of concealment that a friend named Minkins, employed on the steamship City of Richmond, would undertake to conceal him on the boat if he could be crowded in a certain place, which was about the only spot that would be perfectly safe. This was glorious news to Anthony, but it was well for him that he was ignorant of the situation that awaited him on the boat, or his heart might have failed him. He was willing, however, to risk his life for freedom, and therefore went joyfully. The hiding place was small and he was large. A sitting attitude was the only way he could possibly occupy it. He was contented. This place was near the range directly over the boiler, and of course was very warm. Nevertheless, Anthony felt that he would not murmur, as he knew what suffering was pretty well, and especially as he took it for granted that he would be free in about a day and a half, the usual time it took the steamer to make her trip. At the appointed hour the steamer left Norfolk for Philadelphia, with Anthony sitting flat down in his UGRR berth, thoughtful and hopeful. But before the steamer had made half her distance the storm was tossing the ship hither and thither fearfully. Head winds blew terribly, and for a number of days the elements seemed perfectly mad. In addition to the extraordinary state of the weather, when the storm subsided the fog took its place and held the mastery of the ship with equal despotism until the end of over 7 days, when finally the storm, wind, and fog all disappeared, and on the 8th day of her boisterous passage the steamship City of Richmond landed at the wharf of Philadelphia, with this giant and hero on board, who had suffered for 10 months in his concealment on land and for 8 days on the ship. Anthony was of very powerful physical proportions, being 6 feet 3 inches in height, quite black, very intelligent, and of a temperament that would not submit to slavery. For some years his master, Colonel Cunningham, had hired him out in Washington, where he was accused of being in the schooner Pearl with Captain Drayton's memorable 70 fugitives on board, bound for Canada. At this time he was stoker in a machine shop, and was at work on an anchor weighing 10,000 pounds. In the excitement over the attempt to escape in the Pearl, many were arrested, and the officers with irons visited Anthony at the machine shop to arrest him. But he declined to let them put the handcuffs on him, but consented to go with them if permitted to do so without being ironed. The officers yielded, and Anthony went willingly to the jail. Passing unnoticed other interesting conflicts in his hard life, suffice it to say, he left his wife Anne and 3 children, Benjamin, John, and Alfred, all owned by Colonel Cunningham. In this brave-hearted man the committee felt a deep interest, and accorded him their usual hospitalities. Perry Johnson, of Elkton, Maryland, I knocked out, etc. Perry's exit was in November 1853. He was owned by Charles Johnson, who lived at Elkton. The infliction of a severe flogging from the hand of his master awakened Perry to consider the importance of the UGRR. Perry had the misfortune to let a load of fodder upset, about which his master became exasperated, and in his agitated state of mind he succeeded in affixing a number of very ugly stationary marks on Perry's back. However, this was no new thing. Indeed, he had suffered at the hands of his mistress even far more keenly than from these ugly marks. He had but one eye, the other he had been deprived of by a terrible stroke with a cowhide in the hand of his mistress. This lady he pronounced to be a perfect savage, and added that she was in the habit of cowhiding any of her slaves whenever she felt like it, which was quite often. Perry was about 28 years of age and a man of promise. The committee attended to his wants and forwarded him to the North. End of section 12.
Section 13 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 13. Isaac Forman, William Davis, and Willis Redick, Joseph Henry Camp. Isaac Forman, William Davis, and Willis Redick, hearts full of joy for freedom, very anxious for wives in slavery. These passengers all arrived together, concealed per steamship City of Richmond, December, 1853. Isaac Forman, the youngest of the party, 23 years of age, and a dark mulatto, would be considered by a Southerner capable of judging as very likely. He fled from a widow by the name of Mrs. Sanders, who had been in the habit of hiring him out for $120 a year. She belonged in Norfolk, Virginia, so did Isaac. For 4 years Isaac had served in the capacity of steward on the steamship Augusta. He stated that he had a wife living in Richmond, and that she was confined the morning he took the UGRR. Of course he could not see her. The privilege of living in Richmond with his wife had been denied him. Thus, fearing to render her unhappy, he was obliged to conceal from her his intention to escape. Once or twice in the year was all the privilege allowed him to visit her. This only added insult to injury in Isaac's opinion, wherefore he concluded that he would make one less to have to suffer thus, and common sense said he was wise in the matter. No particular charges are found recorded on the U.G.R.R. books against the mistress. He went to Canada. In the subjoined letters about his wife is clearly revealed the sincere gratitude he felt towards those who aided him. At the same time it may be seen how the thought of his wife being in bondage grieved his heart. It would have required men with stone hearts to have turned deaf ears to such appeals. Extract from letter soon after reaching Canada, hopeful and happy. Extract of letter from Isaac Forman. Toronto, February 20th, 1854. Mr. William Still, Sir: Your kind letter arrived safe at hand on the 18th, and I was very happy to receive it. I now feel that I should return you some thanks for your kindness. Dear Sir, I do pray from the bottom of my heart that the high heavens may bless you for your kindness. Give my love to Mr. Bagnall and Mr. Minkins. Ask them if they have heard anything from my brother. Tell Mr. Bagnall to give my love to my sister-in-law and mother and all the family. I am now living at Russell's Hotel. It is the first situation I have had since I have been here, and I like it very well. Sir, you would oblige me by letting me know if Mr. Minkins has seen my wife. You will please let me know as soon as possible. I wonder if Mr. Minkins has thought of any way that he can get my wife away. I should like to know in a few days. Your well-wisher, Isaac Forman. Another letter from Isaac. He is very gloomy, and his heart is almost breaking about his wife. Second letter. Toronto, May 7th, 1854. Mr. W. Still, Dear Sir: I take this opportunity of writing you these few lines, and hope when they reach you they will find you well. I would have written you before, but I was waiting to hear from my friend Mr. Brown. I judge his business has been of importance as the occasion why he has not written before. Dear Sir, nothing would have prevented me from writing in a case of this kind except death. My soul is vexed, my troubles are inexpressible. I often feel as if I were willing to die. I must see my wife, in short, if not I will die. What would I not give no tongue can utter. Just to gaze on her sweet lips one moment I would be willing to die the next. I am determined to see her some time or other. The thought of being a slave again is miserable. I hope heaven will smile upon me again, before I am one again. I will leave Canada again shortly. But I don't name the place that I go. It may be in the bottom of the ocean. If I had known as much before I left as I do now, I would never have left until I could have found means to have brought her with me. You have never suffered from being absent from a wife as I have. I consider that to be nearly superior to death, and hope you will do all you can for me, and inquire from your friends if nothing can be done for me. Please write to me immediately on receipt of this, and say something that will cheer up my drooping spirits. You will oblige me by seeing Mr. Brown, and ask him if he would oblige me by going to Richmond and see my wife, and see what arrangements he could make with her, and I would be willing to pay all his expenses there and back. Please to see both Mr. Bagnell and Mr. Minkins, and ask them if they have seen my wife. I am determined to see her if I die the next moment. I can say I was once happy, but never will be again until I see her, because what is freedom to me when I know that my wife is in slavery? Those persons that you shipped a few weeks ago remained at St. Catharine instead of coming over to Toronto. I sent you 2 letters last week, and hope you will please attend to them. The post office is shut, so I enclose the money to pay the post, and please write me in haste. I remain evermore your obedient servant, I. Forman. Willis Redick. He was owned by S.J. Wilson, a merchant, living in Portsmouth, Virginia. Willis was of a very dark hue, thick set, 32 years of age, and possessed of a fair share of mind. The owner had been accustomed to hire Willis out for $100 a year. Willis thought his lot pretty hard, and his master rather increased this notion by his severity, and especially by threatening to sell him. He had enjoyed, as far as it was expected for a slave to do, 5 months of married life, but he loved slavery no less on this account. In fact, he had just begun to consider what it was to have a wife and children that he could not own or protect, and who were claimed as another's property. Consequently, he became quite restive under these reflections, and his master's ill usage, and concluded to look out without consulting either the master or the young wife. This step looked exceedingly hard, but what else could the poor fellow do? Slavery existed expressly for the purpose of crushing souls and breaking tender hearts. William Davis. William might be described as a good-looking mulatto, 31 years of age, and capable of thinking for himself. He made no grave complaints of ill usage under his master Joseph Reynolds, who lived at Newton, Portsmouth, Virginia. However, his owner had occasionally threatened to sell him. As this was too much for William's sensitive feelings, he took umbrage at it, and made a hasty and hazardous move, which resulted in finding himself on the U.G.R.R. The most serious regret William had to report to the Committee was that he was compelled to leave his wife Catharine and his little daughter Louisa, 2 years and 1 month, and an infant son 7 months old. He evidently loved them very tenderly, but saw no way by which he could aid them as long as he was daily liable to be put on the auction block and sold far south. This argument was regarded by the Committee as logical and unanswerable. Consequently they readily endorsed his course, while they deeply sympathized with his poor wife and little ones. Before escaping he dared not even apprise his wife and child, whom he had to leave behind in the prison house. Joseph Henry Camp. The auction block is defeated, and a slave trader loses $1,400. In November, 1853, in the 20th year of his age, Camp was held to service or labor in the city of Richmond, Virginia, by Dr. K. Clark. Being uncommonly smart and quite good looking at the same time, he was a saleable piece of merchandise. Without consulting his view of the matter, or making the least intimation of any change, the master one day struck up a bargain with the trader for Joseph, and received $1,400 cash in consideration thereof. Mr. Robert Parrott, of Parson and King's express office, happened to have a knowledge of what had transpired, and thinking pretty well of Joseph, confidentially put him in full possession of all the facts in the case. For reflection he hardly had 5 minutes, but he at once resolved to strike that day for freedom, not to go home that evening to be delivered into the hands of his new master. In putting into execution his bold resolve, he secreted himself, and so remained for 3 weeks. In the meantime, his mother, who was a slave, resolved to escape also, but after 1 week's gloomy foreboding, she became faint hearted and gave the struggle over. But Joseph did not know what surrender meant. His sole thought was to procure a ticket on the U.G.R.R. for Canada, which by persistent effort he succeeded in doing. He hid himself in a steamer, and by this way reached Philadelphia, where he received every accommodation at the usual depot, was provided with a free ticket, and sent off rejoicing for Canada. The unfortunate mother was detected and sold South. End of section 13. Recording by Maria Casper.
Section 14 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sheridan. The Underground Railroad, Part 1 by William Still. Section 14, Sheridan Ford, Joseph Kneeland. Sheridan Ford, secreted in the woods, escapes in a steamer. About the 29th of January, 1855, Sheridan arrived from the Old Dominion in a life of bondage, and was welcomed cordially by the Vigilance Committee. Miss Elizabeth Brown of Portsmouth, Virginia, claimed Sheridan as her property. He spoke rather kindly of her, and felt that he had not been used very hard, as a general thing, although, he wisely added, the best usage was bad enough. Sheridan had nearly reached his 28th year, was tall and well made, and possessed of a considerable share of intelligence. Not a great while before making up his mind to escape, for some trifling offense, he had been stretched up with a rope by his hands and whipped unmercifully. In addition to this, he had got wind of the fact that he was to be auctioneered off. Soon these things brought serious reflections to Sheridan's mind, and among other questions, he began to ponder how he could get a ticket on the U.G.R.R. and get out of this place of torment, to where he might have the benefit of his own labor. In this state of mind, about the 14th day of November, he took his first and daring step. He went not, however, to learn lawyers or able ministers of the gospel in his distress and trouble, but wended his way directly to the woods, where he felt that he would be safer with the wild animals and reptiles in solitude than with the barbarous civilization that existed in Portsmouth. The first day in the woods he passed in prayer incessantly, all alone. In this particular place of seclusion he remained 4 days and nights. 2 days suffered severely from hunger, cold, and thirst. However, one who was a friend to him, and knew of his whereabouts, managed to get some food to him and consoling words. But at the end of the 4 days, this friend got into some difficulty, and thus Sheridan was left to wade through deep waters and headwinds, in an almost hopeless state. There he could not consent to stay and starve to death. Accordingly, he left and found another place of seclusion, with a friend in the town, for a pecuniary consideration. A secret passage was procured for him on one of the steamers running between Philadelphia and Richmond, Virginia. When he left his poor wife Julia, she was then lying in prison to be sold, on the simple charge of having been suspected of conniving at her husband's escape. As a woman, she had known something of the barbarism of slavery, from everyday experience, which the large scars about her head indicated, according to Sheridan's testimony. She was the mother of 2 children, but had never been allowed to have the care of either of them. The husband, utterly powerless to offer her the least sympathy in word or deed, left this dark habitation of cruelty, as above referred to, with no hope of ever seeing wife or child again in this world. The committee afforded him the usual aid and comfort, and passed him on to the next station, with his face set towards Boston. He had heard the slaveholders curse Boston so much that he concluded it must be a pretty safe place for the fugitive. Joseph Kneeland, alias Joseph Holson. Joseph Kneeland arrived November 25, 1853. He was a prepossessing man of 26, dark complexion, and intelligent. At the time of Joseph's escape, he was owned by Jacob Kneeland, who had fallen heir to him as part of his father's estate. Joseph spoke of his old master as having treated him pretty well, But he had an idea that his young master had a very malignant spirit, for even before the death of his old master, the heir wanted him, Joe, sold, and after the old man died, matters appeared to be coming to a crisis very fast. Even as early as November, the young despot had distinctly given Joe to understand that he was not to be hired out another year, intimating that he was to go somewhere, but as to particulars it was time enough for Joe to know them. Of course Joe looked at his master right good, and saw right through him, and at the same time saw the UGRR darkly. Daily slavery grew awfully mean, but on the other hand, Canada was looked upon as a very desirable country to emigrate to, and he concluded to make his way there as speedily as the UGRR could safely convey him. Accordingly, he soon carried his design into practice, and on his arrival, the committee regarded him as a very good subject for Her British Majesty's possessions in Canada. End of section 14. Recording by Sheridan.
Section 15 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 15. Ex-President Tyler's household loses an aristocratic article. Edward Morgan, Henry Johnson, James and Stephen Butler. Ex-President Tyler's household loses an aristocratic article. James Hambleton Christian is a remarkable specimen of the well-fed, etc. In talking with him relative to his life as a slave, he said very promptly, "I have always been treated well. If I only have half as good times in the North as I have had in the South, I shall be perfectly satisfied. Any time I desired spending money, $5 or $10 were no object." At times James had borrowed of his master $100, $200, and $300 to loan out to some of his friends. With regard to apparel and jewelry, he had worn the best as an everyday adornment. With regard to food also, he had fared as well as heart could wish, with abundance of leisure time at his command. His deportment was certainly very refined and gentlemanly. About 50% of Anglo-Saxon blood was visible in his features and his hair, which gave him no inconsiderable claim to sympathy and care. He had been to William and Mary's College in his younger days to wait on young Master James B.C., where, through the kindness of some of the students, he had picked up a trifling amount of book learning. To be brief, this man was born the slave of old Major Christian, on the Glen Plantation, Charles City County, Virginia. The Christians were wealthy and owned many slaves, and belonged in reality to the FFVs. On the death of the old major, James fell into the hands of his son, Judge Christian, who was the executor to his father's estate. Subsequently he fell into the hands of one of the judge's sisters, Mrs. John Tyler, wife of ex-President Tyler, and then he became a member of the President's domestic household, was at the White House under the President from 1841 to 1845. Though but very young at that time, James was only fit for training in the arts, science, and mystery of waiting, in which profession much pains were taken to qualify him completely for his calling. After a lapse of time his mistress died. According to her request, after this event, James and his old mother were handed over to her nephew, William H. Christian, Esquire, a merchant of Richmond. From this gentleman James had the folly to flee. Passing hurriedly over interesting details received from him respecting his remarkable history, 2 or 3 more incidents too good to omit must suffice. "How did you like Mr. Tyler?" said an inquisitive member of the Vigilance Committee. "I didn't like Mr. Tyler much," was the reply. "Why?" again inquired the member of the Committee. "Because Mr. Tyler was a poor man. I never did like poor people. I didn't like his marrying into our family, who were considered very far Tyler's superiors. On the plantation," he said, "Tyler was a very cross man, and treated the servants very cruelly, but the house servants were treated much better, owing to their having belonged to his wife, who protected them from persecution, as they had been favorite servants in her father's family. James estimated that Tyler got about $35,000 and 29 slaves, young and old, by his wife. What prompted James to leave such pleasant quarters? It was this: he had become enamored of a young and respectable free girl in Richmond, with whom he could not be united in marriage solely because he was a slave and did not own himself. The frequent sad separations of such married couples, where one or the other was a slave, could not be overlooked. Consequently, the poor fellow concluded that he would stand a better chance of gaining his object in Canada than by remaining in Virginia. So he began to feel that he might himself be sold some day, and thus the resolution came home to him very forcibly to make tracks for Canada. In speaking of the good treatment he had always met with, a member of the Committee remarked, "You must be akin to some one of your master's family." To which he replied, "I am Christian's son." Unquestionably this passenger was one of that happy class so commonly referred to by apologists for the patriarchal institution. The Committee, feeling a deep interest in his story, and desiring great success to him in his underground efforts to get rid of slavery, and at the same time possess himself of his affianced, made him heartily welcome, feeling assured that the struggles and hardships he had submitted to in escaping, as well as the luxuries he was leaving behind, were nothing to be compared with the blessings of liberty and a free wife in Canada. Edward Morgan, Henry Johnson, James and Stephen Butler. $2,000 reward. The above reward will be paid for the apprehension of 2 blacks who escaped on Sunday last. It is supposed they have made their way to Pennsylvania. $500 will be paid for the apprehension of either, so that we can get them again. The oldest is named Edward Morgan, about 5 feet 6 or 7 inches, heavily made, is a dark black, has rather a down look when spoken to, and is about 21 years of age. Henry Johnson is a colored negro, about 5 feet 7 or 8 inches, heavily made, aged 19 years, has a pleasant countenance, and has a mark on his neck below the ear. Stephen Butler is a dark complexioned negro, about 5 feet 7 inches, has a pleasant countenance, with a scar above his eye, plays on the violin, about 22 years old. Jim Butler is a dark complexioned negro, 5 feet 8 or 9 inches, is rather sullen when spoken to, face rough, aged about 21 years. The clothing not recollected. They had black frock coats and slouch hats with them. Any information of them, address Elizabeth Brown, Sandy Hook Post Office, or of Thomas Johnson, Abingdon Post Office, Hartford County, Maryland. Elizabeth Brown, Thomas Johnson. From the Underground Railroad records. The following memorandum is made, which, if not too late, may afford some light to Elizabeth Brown and Thomas Johnson, if they have not already gone the way of the lost cause. June 4th, 1857. Edward is a hardy and firm looking young man of 24 years of age, chestnut color, medium size, and likely, would doubtless bring $1,400 in the market. He had been held as the property of the widow Betsy Brown, who resided near Mill Green Post Office in Hartford County, Maryland. She was a very bad woman, would go to church every Sunday, come home, and go to fighting amongst the colored people, was never satisfied, she treated my mother very hard, said Ed, would beat her with a walking stick, etc. She was an old woman and belonged to the Catholic Church. Over her slaves she kept an overseer, who was a very wicked man, very bad on colored people. His name was Bill Eddy. Elizabeth Brown owned 12 head. Henry is of a brown skin, a good looking young man, only 19 years of age, whose prepossessing appearance would insure a high price for him in the market, perhaps $1,700. With Edward he testifies to the meanness of Mrs. Betsy Brown, as well as to his own longing desire for freedom. Being a fellow servant with Edward, Henry was a party to the plan to escape. In Slavery he left his mother and 3 sisters, owned by the old woman from whom he escaped. James is about 21 years of age, full black and medium size. As he had been worked hard on poor fare, he concluded to leave in company with his brother and 2 cousins, leaving his parents in Slavery, owned by the widow Pile, who was also the owner of himself. She was upwards of 80, very passionate and ill natured, although a member of the Presbyterian Church. James may be worth $1,400. Stephen is a brother of James's, and is about the same size, though a year older. His experience differed in no material respect from his brother's, was owned by the same woman, whom he hated for her bad treatment of him. Would bring $1,400 perhaps. In substance, and to a considerable extent in the exact words, these facts are given as they came from the lips of the passengers, who, though having been kept in ignorance and bondage, seemed to have their eyes fully open to the wrongs that had been heaped upon them, and were singularly determined to reach free soil at all hazards. The Committee willingly attended to their financial and other wants, and cheered them on with encouraging advice. They were indebted to the Baltimore Sun for the advertisement information, and here it may be further added that the Sun was quite famous for this kind of Underground Rail Road literature, and on that account alone the Committee subscribed for it daily, and never failed to scan closely certain columns illustrated with a black man running away with a bundle on his back. Many of these popular illustrations and advertisements were preserved, many others were sent away to friends at a distance, who took a special interest in the Underground Rail Road matters. Friends and stockholders in England used to take a great interest in seeing how the fine arts in these particulars were encouraged in the South, the land of chivalry. End of Section 15. Recording by Maria Casper.
Section 16 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Underground Railroad, Part 1 by William Still. Section 16. Henry Predo, Daniel Hughes, Thomas Elliott. Henry Predo broke jail, jumped out of the window, and made his escape. Henry fled from Buckstown, Dorchester County, Maryland, March, 1857. Physically he is a giant, about 27 years of age, stout and well made, quite black, and no fool, as will appear presently. Only a short time before he escaped, his master threatened to sell him South. To avoid that fate, therefore, he concluded to try his luck on the Underground Railroad, and, in company with 7 others, 2 of them females, he started for Canada. For 2 or 3 days and nights they managed to outgeneral all their adversaries, and succeeded bravely in making the best of their way to a free state. In the meantime, however, a reward of $3,000 was offered for their arrest. This temptation was too great to be resisted, even by the man who had been entrusted with the care of them, and who had faithfully promised to pilot them to a safe place. One night, through the treachery of their pretended conductor, they were all taken into Dover jail, where the sheriff and several others, who had been notified beforehand by the betrayer, were in readiness to receive them. Upstairs they were taken, the betrayer remarking as they were going up that they were cold, but would soon have a good warming. On a light being lit they discovered the iron bars, and the fact that they had been betrayed. Their liberty-loving spirits and purposes, however, did not quail. Though resisted brutally by the sheriff with revolver in hand, they made their way down one flight of stairs, and in the moment of excitement, as good luck would have it, plunged into the sheriff's private apartment, where his wife and children were sleeping. The wife cried murder lustily. A shovelful of fire, to the great danger of burning the premises, was scattered over the room. Out of the window jumped 2 of the female fugitives. Our hero Henry, seizing a heavy andiron, smashed out the window entire, through which the others leaped a distance of 12 feet. The railing or wall around the jail, though at first it looked forbidding, was soon surmounted by a desperate effort. At this stage of the proceedings Henry found himself without the walls, and also lost sight of his comrades at the same time. The last enemy he spied was the sheriff in his stockings without his shoes. He snapped his pistol at him, but it did not go off. 6 of the others, however, marvelously got off safely together. Where the 8th went, or how he got off, was not known. Daniel Hughes. Daniel fled from Buckstown, Dorchester County also. His owner's name was Richard Meredith, a farmer. Daniel is one of the 8 alluded to above. In features he is well made, dark chestnut color, and intelligent, possessing an ardent thirst for liberty. The cause of his escape was, worked hard in all sorts of weather, in rain and snow, so he thought he would go where colored men are free. His master was considered the hardest man around. His mistress was 83 years of age, drank hard, was very stormy, and a member of the Methodist Church, Aries Meeting House. He left brothers and sisters, and uncles and aunts behind. In the combat at the prison he played his part manfully. Thomas Elliott. Thomas is also one of the brave 8 who broke out of Dover jail. He was about 23 years of age, well made, wide awake, and of a superb black complexion. He too had been owned by Richard Meredith. Against the betrayer, who was a black man, he had vengeance in store if the opportunity should ever offer. Thomas left only one brother living. His father and mother were dead. The excitement over the escape spread very rapidly next morning, and desperate efforts were made to recapture the fugitives. But a few friends there were who had sympathy, and immediately rendered them the needed assistance. The appended note from the faithful Garrett to Samuel Rhodes may throw light upon the occurrence to some extent. Wilmington, 3rd day the month, 13th, 1857. Dear Cousin Samuel Rhodes, I have a letter this day from an agent of the Underground Railroad, near Dover, in this State, saying I must be on the lookout for 6 brothers and 2 sisters. They were decoyed and betrayed, he says, by a colored man named Thomas Otwell, who pretended to be their friend, and sent a white scamp ahead to wait for them at Dover till they arrived. They were arrested and put in jail there, with Tom's assistants and some officers. On 3rd day morning about 4 o'clock, they broke jail. 6 of them are secreted in the neighborhood, and the writer has not known what became of the other 2. The 6 were to start last night for this place. I hear that their owners have persons stationed at several places on the road watching. I fear they will be taken. If they could lay quiet for 10 days or 2 weeks, they might then get up safe. I shall have 2 men sent this evening some 4 or 5 miles below to keep them away from this town, and send them, if found, to Chester County. Thee may show this to Still and McKim, and oblige thy cousin, Thomas Garrett. Further light about this exciting contest may be gathered from a colored conductor on the road in Delaware, who wrote as follows to a member of the Vigilance Committee at Philadelphia: Camden, Delaware, March the 23rd, 1857. Dear Sir, I take my pen in hand to write to you, to inform you what we have had to go through for the last 2 weeks. There were 6 men and 2 women was betrayed on the 10th of this month. They had them in prison, but they got out was conveyed by a black man. He told them he would bring them to my house, and he was told he had been there before. He is come with Harriet, a woman that stops at my house when she passes to and through you. You don't know me, I suppose. The Reverend Thomas H. Kennard does, or Peter Lois. He rode Camden Circuit. This man led them in Dover prison, and left them with the wit man, but that tore out the winders and jump out, so come back to Camden. We put them through. We have to carry them 19 miles and come back the same night, which makes 38 miles. It is too much for our little horses. We must do the best we can. There's is much business done on this road. We hate to go through Dover and Smyrny, the 2 worst places this side of Maryland Lynn. If you have heard or seen them, please let me know. I will come to Phila before long, and then I will call and see you. There is much to do here. Please to write. I remain your friend, William Brinkley. Remember me to Thomas Kennard. The balance of these brave fugitives, although not named in this connection, succeeded in getting off safely. But how the betrayer, sheriff and hunters got out of their dilemma, the committee was never fully posted. The committee found great pleasure in assisting these passengers, for they had the true grit. Such were always doubly welcome. End of section 16. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 17 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anjana. The Underground Railroad, Part 1 by William Still. Section 17. Mary Epps, alias Emma Brown, Joseph and Robert Robinson. A slave mother loses her speech at the sale of her child. Bob escapes from his master, a trader, with $1,500 in North Carolina money. Mary fled from Petersburg, and the Robinsons from Richmond. A fugitive slave law-breaking captain by the name of B, who owned a schooner and would bring any kind of freight that would pay the most, was the conductor in this instance. Quite a number of passengers at different times availed themselves of his accommodations, and thus succeeded in reaching Canada. His risk was very great. On this account he claimed, as did certain others, that it was no more than fair to charge for his services. Indeed, he did not profess to bring persons for nothing except in rare instances. In this matter the committee did not feel disposed to interfere directly in any way, further than to suggest that whatever understanding was agreed upon by the parties themselves should be faithfully adhered to. Many slaves in cities could raise, by hook or by crook, $50 or $100 to pay for a passage, providing they could find one who was willing to risk aiding them. Thus, while the Vigilance Committee of Philadelphia especially neither charged nor accepted anything for their services, it was not to be expected that any of the Southern agents could afford to do likewise. The husband of Mary had for a long time wanted his own freedom, but did not feel that he could go without his wife. In fact, he resolved to get her off first, then to try and escape himself, if possible. The first essential step toward success, he considered, was to save his money and make it an object to the captain to help him. So when he had managed to lay by $100, he willingly offered this sum to Captain B, if he would engage to deliver his wife into the hands of the Vigilance Committee of Philadelphia. The captain agreed to the terms, and fulfilled his engagement to the letter. About the 1st of March, 1855, Mary was presented to the Vigilance Committee. She was of agreeable manners, about 45 years of age, dark complexion, round built, and intelligent. She had been the mother of 15 children, 4 of whom had been sold away from her. One was still held in slavery in Petersburg, the others were all dead. At the sale of one of her children, she was so affected with grief that she was thrown into violent convulsions, which caused the loss of her speech for 1 entire month. But this little episode was not a matter to excite sympathy in the breasts of the highly refined and tender-hearted Christian mothers of Petersburg. In the mercy of Providence, however, her reason and strength returned. She had formerly belonged to the late Littleton Reeves, whom she represented as having been kind to her, much more so than her mistress, Mrs. Reeves. Said Mary, "She, being of a jealous disposition, caused me to be hired out with a hard family, where I was much abused, frequently flogged, and stinted for food, etc." But the sweets of freedom and the care of the Vigilance Committee now delighted her mind, and the hope that her husband would soon follow her to Canada inspired her with expectations that she would one day sit under her own vine and fig tree, where none dared to molest or make her afraid. The committee rendered her the usual assistance, and in due time forwarded her on to Queen Victoria's free land in Canada. On her arrival she wrote back as follows: Toronto, March 14th, 1855. Dear Mr. Still, I take this opportunity of addressing you with these few lines to inform you that I arrived here today, and hope that this may find yourself and Mrs. Still well, as this leaves me at the present. I will also say to you that I had no difficulty in getting along. The 2 young men that was with me left me at Suspension Bridge. They went another way. I cannot say much about the place, as I have been here but a short time, but so far as I have seen I like very well. You will give my respect to your lady and Mr. and Mrs. Brown. If you have not written to Petersburg, you will please to write as soon as can. I have nothing more to write at present, but yours respectfully, Emma Brown, old name Mary Epps. Now, Joseph and Robert, Mary's associate passengers from Richmond, must here be noticed. Joseph was of a dark orange color, medium size, very active and intelligent, and doubtless well understood the art of behaving himself. He was well acquainted with the auction block, having been sold 3 times, and had had the misfortune to fall into the hands of a cruel master each time. Under these circumstances he had had but few privileges. Sundays and weekdays alike he was kept pretty severely bent down to duty. He had been beaten and knocked around shamefully. He had a wife, and spoke of her in most endearing language, although on leaving he did not feel at liberty to apprise her of his movements, fearing that it would not be safe so to do. His 4 little children, to whom he appeared warmly attached, he left, as he did his wife, in slavery. He declared that he stuck to them as long as he could. George E. Sadler, the keeper of an oyster house, held the deed for Joe, and a most heartless wretch he was in Joe's estimation. The truth was, Joe could not stand the burdens and abuses which Sadler was inclined to heap upon him, so he concluded to join his brother and go off on the UGRR. Robert, his younger brother, was owned by Robert Slater, Esquire, a regular negro trader. 8 years this slave's duties had been at the slave prison, and among other daily offices he had to attend to, was to lock up the prison, prepare the slaves for sale, etc. Robert was a very intelligent young man, and from long and daily experience with the customs and usages of the slave prison, he was as familiar with the business as a Pennsylvania farmer with his barnyard stock. His account of things was too harrowing for detail here, except in the briefest manner, and that only with reference to a few particulars. In order to prepare slaves for the market, it was usual to have them greased and rubbed to make them look bright and shining. And he went on further to state that females as well as males were not uncommonly stripped naked, lashed flat to a bench, and then held by 2 men, sometimes 4, while the brutal trader would strap them with a broad leather strap, the strap being preferred to the cowhide, as it would not break the skin and damage the sale. 100 lashes would only be a common flogging. The separation of families was thought nothing of. Often I have been flogged for refusing to flog others. While not yet 23 years of age, Robert expressed himself as having become so daily sick of the brutality and suffering he could not help witnessing, that he felt he could not possibly stand it any longer, let the cost be what it might. In this state of mind he met with Captain B. Only one obstacle stood in his way, material aid. It occurred to Robert that he had frequent access to the money drawer, and often it contained the proceeds of fresh sales of flesh and blood, and he reasoned that if some of that would help him and his brother to freedom, there could be no harm in helping himself the first opportunity. The captain was all ready, and provided he could get 3 passengers at $100 each, he would set sail without much other freight. Of course he was too shrewd to get out papers for Philadelphia. That would betray him at once. Washington or Baltimore, or even Wilmington, Delaware, were names which stood fair in the eyes of Virginia. Consequently, being able to pack the fugitives away in a very private hole of his boat, and being only bound for a southern port, the captain was willing to risk his share of the danger. "Very well," said Robert. "To-day I will please my master so well that I will catch him at an unguarded moment, and will ask him for a pass to go to a ball tonight. Slaveholders love to see their slaves fiddling and dancing of night, and as I shall be leaving in a hurry, I will take a grab from the day's sale, and when Slater hears of me again, I will be in Canada." So after having attended to all his disagreeable duties, he made his grab and got a handful. He did not know, however, how it would hold out. That evening, instead of participating with the gay dancers, he was just 1 degree lower down than the regular bottom of Captain B's deck, with several $100 in his pocket, after paying the worthy captain 100 each for himself and his brother, besides making the captain an additional present of nearly 100. Wind and tide were now what they prayed for to speed on the UGRR schooner until they might reach the depot at Philadelphia. The Richmond Dispatch, an enterprising paper in the interest of slaveholders, which came daily to the committee, was received in advance of the passengers, when lo and behold, in turning to the interesting column containing the elegant illustrations of runaway negroes, it was seen that the unfortunate Slater had lost $1,500 in North Carolina money, and also his dark orange colored, intelligent and good looking turnkey Bob. Served him right. It is no stealing for one piece of property to go off with another piece, reasoned a member of the committee. In a couple of days after the dispatch brought the news, the 3 UGRR passengers were safely landed at the usual place, and so accurate were the descriptions in the paper that, on first seeing them, the committee recognized them instantly and, without any previous ceremonies, read to them the advertisement relative to the $1,500 in NC money, and etc., and put the question to them direct. "Are you the ones?" "We are," they owned up without hesitation. The committee did not see a dollar of their money, but understood they had about $900 after paying the captain. While Bob considered he made a very good grab, he did not admit that the amount advertised was correct. After a reasonable time for recruiting, having been so long in the hold of the vessel, they took their departure for Canada. From Joseph, the elder brother, is appended a short letter, announcing their arrival and condition under the British Lion. St. Catherine, April 16, 1855. Mr. William Still, dear Sir: Your letter of date April 7th I have just got. It had been opened before it came to me. I have not received any other letter from you, and can get no account of them in the post office in this place. I am well, and have got a good situation in this city, and intend staying here. I should be very glad to hear from you as soon as convenient, and also from all my friends near you. My brother is also at work with me, and doing well. There is nothing here that would interest you in the way of news. There is a Masonic lodge of our people, and 2 churches and societies here, and some other institutions for our benefit. Be kind enough to send a few lines to the lady spoken of, for that mocking bird, and much oblige me. Write me soon, and believe me, your obedient servant, love and respects to lady and daughter. Joseph Robinson. As well as writing to a member of the committee, Joe and Bob had the assurance to write back to the trader and oyster house keeper. In their letter they stated that they had arrived safely in Canada, and were having good times. In the eating line had an abundance of the best, also had very choice wines and brandies, which they supposed that they, trader and oyster house keeper, would give a great deal to have a smack at. And then they gave them a very cordial invitation to make them a visit, and suggested that the quickest way they could come would be by telegraph, which they admitted was slightly dangerous, and without first greasing themselves, and then hanging on very fast, the journey might not prove altogether advantageous to them. This was wormwood and gall to the trader and oyster house man. A most remarkable coincidence was that, about the time the letter was received in Richmond, the captain who brought away the 3 passengers made it his business for some reason or other to call at the oyster house kept by the owner of Joe, and while there, this letter was read and commented on in torrents of Billingsgate phrases, and the trader told the captain that he would give him $2,000 if he would get them. Finally he told him he would give every cent they would bring, which would be much over $2,000, as they were so very likely. How far the captain talked approvingly he did not exactly tell the committee, but they guessed he talked strong democratic doctrine to them under the frightful circumstances. but he was good at concealing his feelings and obviously managed to avoid suspicion. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anjana. The Underground Railroad, Part 1 by William Still. Section 18. George Solomon, Daniel Neall, Benjamin R. Fletcher, and Maria Dorsey. The above representatives of the unrequited laborers of the South fled directly from Washington, D.C. Nothing remarkable was discovered in their stories of slave life. Their narratives will therefore be brief. George Solomon was owned by Daniel Miner of Moss Grove, Virginia. George was about 33 years of age, mulatto, intelligent, and of prepossessing appearance. His old master valued George's services very highly, and had often declared to others, as well as to George himself, that without him he should hardly know how to manage. And frequently George was told by the old master that at his death he was not to be a slave any longer, as he would have provision made in his will for his freedom. For a long time this old story was clung to pretty faithfully by George, but his old master hung on too long, consequently George's patience became exhausted. And as he had heard a good deal about Canada, UGRR, and the Abolitionists, he concluded that it would do no harm to hint to a reliable friend or two the names of these hard places and bad people, to see what impression would be made on their minds. In short, to see if they were ready to second a motion to get rid of bondage. In thus opening his mind to his friends, he soon found a willing accord in each of their hearts, and they put their heads together to count up the cost, and to fix a time for leaving Egypt and the hosts of Pharaoh to do their own hewing of wood and drawing of water. Accordingly George, Daniel, Benjamin, and Maria, all of one heart and mind, one Saturday night resolved that the next Sunday should find them on the UGRR with their faces towards Canada. Daniel was young, only 23, good looking and half white, with a fair share of intelligence. As regards his slave life, he acknowledged that he had not had it very rough as a general thing. Nevertheless, he was fully persuaded that he has as good a right to his freedom as his master had to his, and that it was his duty to contend for it. Benjamin was 27 years of age, small of stature, dark complexion, of a pleasant countenance, and quite smart. He testified that ill treatment from his master, Henry Martin, who would give him no chance at all, was the cause of his leaving. He left a brother and sister belonging to Martin, besides he left 2 other sisters in bondage, Louisa and Letty, but his mother and father were both dead. Therefore, the land of slave whips and auction blocks had no charms for him. He loved his sisters, but he knew if he could not protect himself, much less could he protect them. So he concluded to bid them adieu forever in this world. Turning from the 3 male companions for the purpose of finding a brief space for Maria, it will be well to state here that females in attempting to escape from a life of bondage undertook 3 times the risk of failure that males were liable to, not to mention the additional trials and struggles they had to contend with. In justice, therefore, to the heroic female who is willing to endure the most extreme suffering and hardship for freedom, double honors were due. Maria, the heroine of the party, was about 40 years of age, chestnut color, medium size, and possessed of a good share of common sense. She was owned by George Parker. As was a common thing with slave holders, Maria had found her owners hard to please, and quite often, without the slightest reason, they would threaten to sell or make a change. These threats only made matters worse, or rather it only served to nerve Maria for the conflict. The party walked almost the entire distance from Washington to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. In the meantime George Parker, the so-called owner of Daniel and Maria, hurriedly rushed their good names into the Baltimore Sun after the following manner: $400 reward. Ran away from my house on Saturday night, August 30. My negro man Daniel, 25 years of age, bright yellow mulatto, thick set and stout made. Also my negro woman Maria, 40 years of age, bright mulatto. The above reward will be paid if delivered in Washington City. George Parker. While this advertisement was in the Baltimore papers, doubtless these noble passengers were enjoying the hospitalities of the Vigilance Committee, and finally a warm reception in Canada, by which they were greatly pleased. Of Benjamin and Daniel, the subjoined letter from Rev. H. Wilson is of importance in the way of throwing light upon their whereabouts in Canada. St. Catherine, C.W., September 15th, 1856. Mr. William Still, Dear Sir: Two young men arrived here on Friday evening last from Washington, viz., Benjamin R. Fletcher and Daniel Neall. Mr. Neall, or Neall, desires to have his box of clothing forwarded on to him. It is at Washington in the care of John Dade, a colored man, who lives at Dr. W. H. Gilman's, who keeps an apothecary store on the corner of 4½ and Pennsylvania Avenue. Mr. Dade is a slave, but a free dealer. You will please write to John Dade, in the care of Dr. W. H. Gilman, on behalf of Daniel Neall, but make use of the name of George Harrison instead of Neall, and Dade will understand it. Please have John Dade direct the box by express to you in Philadelphia. He has the means of paying the charges on it in advance, as far as Philadelphia, and as soon as it comes you will please forward it to my care at St. Catherine. Say to John Dade that George Harrison sends his love to his sister and Uncle Allen Sims, and all inquiring friends. Mr. Fletcher and Mr. Neall both send their respects to you, and I may add mine. Yours truly, Hiram Wilson. P.S. Mr. Benjamin R. Fletcher wishes to have Mr. Dade call on his brother James, and communicate to him his affectionate regards, and make known to him that he is safe and cheerful and happy. He desires his friends to know, through Dade, that he found Mrs. Stark here, his brother Alfred's wife's sister; that she is well, and living in St. Catherine, C.W., near Niagara Falls. H. W. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anjana. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 19. Henry Box Brown. Arrived by Adams Express. Although the name of Henry Box Brown has been echoed over the land for a number of years, and the simple facts connected with his marvelous escape from slavery in a box published widely through the medium of anti-slavery papers, nevertheless it is not unreasonable to suppose that very little is generally known in relation to this case. Briefly, the facts are these, which doubtless have never before been fully published. Brown was a man of invention as well as a hero. In point of interest, however, his case is no more remarkable than many others. Indeed, neither before nor after escaping did he suffer one half what many others have experienced. He was decidedly an unhappy piece of property in the city of Richmond, Virginia. In the condition of a slave he felt that it would be impossible for him to remain. Full well did he know, however, that it was no holiday task to escape the vigilance of Virginia slave hunters, or the wrath of an enraged master for committing the unpardonable sin of attempting to escape to a land of liberty. So Brown counted well the cost before venturing upon this hazardous undertaking. Ordinary modes of travel, he concluded, might prove disastrous to his hopes. He, therefore, hit upon a new invention altogether, which was to have himself boxed up and forwarded to Philadelphia direct by express. The size of the box, and how it was to be made to fit him most comfortably, was of his own ordering. 2 feet 8 inches deep, 2 feet wide, and 3 feet long were the exact dimensions of the box, lined with baize. His resources with regard to food and water consisted of the following: 1 bladder of water and a few small biscuits. His mechanical implement to meet the death struggle for fresh air, all told, was 1 large gimlet. Satisfied that it would be far better to peril his life for freedom in this way than to remain under the galling yoke of slavery, he entered his box, which was safely nailed up and hooped with 5 hickory hoops, and was then addressed by his next friend, James A. Smith, a shoe dealer, to William H. Johnson, Arch Street, Philadelphia, marked, "This side up with care." In this condition he was sent to Adams' Express office in a dray, and thence by overland express to Philadelphia. It was 26 hours from the time he left Richmond until his arrival in the city of brotherly love. The notice, "This side up," etc., did not avail with the different expressmen, who hesitated not to handle the box in the usual rough manner common to this class of men. For a while they actually had the box upside down, and had him on his head for miles. A few days before he was expected, certain intimation was conveyed to a member of the Vigilance Committee that a box might be expected by the 3 o'clock morning train from the South, which might contain a man. One of the most serious walks he ever took, and they had not been few, to meet and accompany the passengers, he took at 2:30 o'clock that morning to the depot. Not once, but for more than a score of times, he fancied the slave would be dead. He anxiously looked while the freight was being unloaded from the cars, to see if he could recognize a box that might contain a man. One alone had that appearance, and he confessed it really seemed as if there was the scent of death about it. But on inquiry, he soon learned that it was not the one he was looking after, and he was free to say he experienced a marked sense of relief. That same afternoon, however, he received from Richmond a telegram, which read thus: "Your case of goods is shipped, and will arrive to morrow morning." At this exciting juncture of affairs, Mr. McKim, who had been engineering this important undertaking, deemed it expedient to change the programme slightly in one particular, at least to ensure greater safety. Instead of having a member of the committee go again to the depot for the box, which might excite suspicion, it was decided that it would be safest to have the express bring it direct to the anti-slavery office. But all apprehension of danger did not now disappear, for there was no room to suppose that Adams' Express office had any sympathy with the abolitionist or the fugitive, consequently for Mr. McKim to appear personally at the express office to give direction with reference to the coming of a box from Richmond, which would be directed to Arch Street, and yet not intended for that street, but for the anti-slavery office at 107 North Fifth Street, it needed, of course, no great discernment to foresee that a step of this kind was wholly impracticable, and that a more indirect and covert method would have to be adopted. In this dreadful crisis Mr. McKim, with his usual good judgment and remarkably quick, strategical mind, especially in matters pertaining to the U.G.R.R., hit upon the following plan, namely, to go to his friend E.M. Davis, who was then extensively engaged in mercantile business, and relate the circumstances. [Footnote: E.M. Davis was a member of the executive committee of the Pennsylvania Anti-Slavery Society and a long-tried abolitionist, son-in-law of James and Lucretia Mott. End footnote. Having daily intercourse with said Adams Express office, and being well acquainted with the firm and some of the drivers, Mr. Davis could, as Mr. McKim thought, talk about boxes, freight, etc., from any part of the country without risk. Mr. Davis heard Mr. McKim's plan and instantly approved of it, and was heartily at his service. Dan, an Irishman, one of Adams' express drivers, is just the fellow to go to the depot after the box, said Davis. He drinks a little too much whiskey sometimes, but he will do anything I ask him to do, promptly and obligingly. I'll trust Dan, for I believe he is the very man. The difficulty which Mr. McKim had been so anxious to overcome was thus pretty well settled. It was agreed that Dan should go after the box next morning before daylight, and bring it to the anti-slavery office direct, and to make it all the more agreeable for Dan to get up out of his warm bed and go on his errand before day, it was decided that he should have a $5 gold piece for himself. Thus, these preliminaries having been satisfactorily arranged, it only remained for Mr. Davis to see Dan and give him instruction accordingly, etc. Next morning, according to arrangement, the box was at the anti-slavery office in due time. The witnesses present to behold the resurrection were J. M. McKim, Professor C. D. Cleveland, Lewis Thompson, and the writer. Mr. McKim was deeply interested, but having been long identified with the anti-slavery cause as one of its oldest and ablest advocates in the darkest days of slavery and mobs, and always found by the side of the fugitive to counsel and succor, he was on this occasion perfectly composed. Professor Cleveland, however, was greatly moved. His zeal and earnestness in the cause of freedom, especially in rendering aid to passengers, knew no limit. Ordinarily he could not too often visit these travelers, shake them too warmly by the hand, or impart to them too freely of his substance to aid them on their journey. But now his emotion was overpowering. Mr. Thompson, of the firm of Merrihew and Thompson, about the only printers in the city who for many years dared to print such incendiary documents as anti-slavery papers and pamphlets, one of the truest friends of the slave, was composed and prepared to witness the scene. All was quiet. The door had been safely locked. The proceedings commenced. Mr. McKim rapped quietly on the lid of the box and called out, "All right." Instantly came the answer from within, "All right, sir." The witnesses will never forget that moment. Saw and hatchet quickly had the 5 hickory hoops cut and lid off, and the marvelous resurrection of Brown ensued. Rising up in his box, he reached out his hand, saying, "How do you do, gentlemen?" The little assemblage hardly knew what to think or do at the moment. He was about as wet as if he had come up out of the Delaware. Very soon he remarked that, before leaving Richmond, he had selected for his arrival hymn, if he lived, the psalm beginning with these words, "I waited patiently for the Lord, and he heard my prayer." And most touchingly did he sing the psalm, much to his own relief, as well as to the delight of his small audience. He was then christened Henry Box Brown, and soon afterwards was sent to the hospital residence of James Mott and E. M. Davis on 9th Street, where, it is needless to say, he met a most cordial reception from Mrs. Lucretia Mott and her household. Clothing and creature comforts were furnished in abundance, and delight and joy filled all hearts in that stronghold of philanthropy. As he had been so long doubled up in the box he needed to promenade considerably in the fresh air, so James Mott put one of his broad brim hats on his head, and tendered him the hospitalities of his yard as well as his house, and while Brown promenaded the yard flushed with victory, great was the joy of his friends. After his visit at Mr. Mott's, he spent 2 days with the writer, and then took his departure for Boston, evidently feeling quite conscious of the wonderful feat he had performed, and at the same time it may be safely said that those who witnessed this strange resurrection were not only elated at his success, but were made to sympathize more deeply than ever before with the slave. Also the noble-hearted Smith who boxed him up was made to rejoice over Brown's victory, and was thereby encouraged to render similar service to 2 other young bondmen who appealed to him for deliverance. But, unfortunately, in this attempt the undertaking proved a failure. 2 boxes containing the young men alluded to above, after having been duly expressed in some distance on the road, were, through the agency of the telegraph, betrayed, and the heroic young fugitives were captured in their boxes and dragged back to hopeless bondage. Consequently, through this deplorable failure, Samuel A. Smith was arrested, imprisoned, and was called upon to suffer severely, as may be seen from the subjoined correspondence, taken from the New York Tribune soon after his release from the penitentiary. The Deliverer of Box Brown. Meeting of the Colored Citizens of Philadelphia. Correspondence of the New York Tribune. Philadelphia, Saturday, July 5th, 1856. Samuel A. Smith, who boxed up Henry Box Brown in Richmond, Virginia, and forwarded him by overland express to Philadelphia, and who was arrested and convicted 8 years ago for boxing up 2 other slaves, also directed to Philadelphia, having served out his imprisonment in the penitentiary, was released on the 18th ultimo, and arrived in the city on the 21st. Though he lost all his property, though he was refused witnesses on his trial, no officer could be found who would serve a summons on a witness. Though for 5 long months in hot weather he was kept heavily chained in a cell 4 by 8 feet in dimensions, though he received 5 dreadful stabs aimed at his heart by a bribed assassin, nevertheless he still rejoices in the motives which prompted him to undo the heavy burdens and let the oppressed go free. Having resided nearly all his life in the South, where he had traveled and seen much of the peculiar institution, and had witnessed the most horrid enormities inflicted upon the slave, whose cries were ever ringing in his ears, and for whom he had the warmest sympathy, Mr. Smith could not refrain from believing that the black man, as well as the white, had God-given rights. Consequently, he was not accustomed to shed tears when a poor creature escaped from his kind master, nor was he willing to turn a deaf ear to his appeals and groans when he knew he was thirsting for freedom. From 1828 up to the day he was incarcerated, many had sought his aid and counsel, nor had they sought in vain. In various places he operated with success. In Richmond, however, it seemed expedient to invent a new plan for certain emergencies. Hence the box and express plan was devised, at the instance of a few heroic slaves who had manifested their willingness to die in a box, on the road to liberty, rather than continue longer under the yoke. But these heroes fell into the power of their enemies. Mr. Smith had not been long in the penitentiary before he had fully gained the esteem and confidence of the superintendent and other officers. Finding him to be humane and generous-hearted, showing kindness toward all, especially in buying bread, etc., for the starving prisoners, and by a timely note of warning which had saved the life of one of the keepers, for whose destruction a bold plot had been arranged, the officers felt disposed to show him such favors as the law would allow. But their good intentions were soon frustrated. The Inquisition, commonly called the Legislature, being in session in Richmond, hearing that the superintendent had been speaking well of Smith, and circulating a petition for his pardon, indignantly demanded to know if the rumor was well founded. 2 weeks were spent by the Inquisition, and many witnesses were placed upon oath to solemnly testify in the matter. One of the keepers swore that his life had been saved by Smith. Colonel Morgan, the superintendent, frequently testified in writing and verbally to Smith's good deportment, acknowledging that he had circulated petitions, etc., and took the position that he sincerely believed that it would be to the interest of the institution to pardon him, calling the attention of the Inquisition at the same time to the fact that not unfrequently pardons had been granted to criminals under the sentence of death for the most cold-blooded murder, to say nothing of other gross crimes. The effort for pardon was soon abandoned for the following reason given by the governor: "I can't and I won't pardon him." In view of the unparalleled injustice which Mr. S. had suffered, as well as on account of the aid he had rendered to the slaves, on his arrival in this city the colored citizens of Philadelphia felt that he was entitled to sympathy and aid, and straightway invited him to remain a few days until arrangements could be made for a mass meeting to receive him. Accordingly, on last Monday evening, a mass meeting convened in the Israel Church, and the Reverend William T. Cato was called to the chair, and William Still was appointed secretary. The chairman briefly stated the object of the meeting. Having lived in the South, he claimed to know something of the workings of the oppressive system of slavery generally, and declared that, notwithstanding the many exposures of the evil which came under his own observation, the most vivid descriptions fell far short of the realities his own eyes had witnessed. He then introduced Mr. Smith, who arose and in a plain manner briefly told his story, assuring the audience that he had always hated slavery, and had taken great pleasure in helping many out of it, and though he had suffered much physically and pecuniarily for the cause's sake, yet he murmured not, but rejoiced in what he had done. After taking his seat, addresses were made by the Rev. S. Smith, Messrs. Kinnard, Brunner, Bradway, and others. The following preamble and resolutions were adopted: Whereas, we, the colored citizens of Philadelphia, have among us Samuel A. Smith, who was incarcerated over 7 years in the Richmond Penitentiary, for doing an act that was honorable to his feelings and his sense of justice and humanity, therefore, resolved, that we welcome him to this city as a martyr to the cause of freedom. Resolved, that we heartily tender him our gratitude for the good he has done to our suffering race. Resolved, that we sympathize with him in his losses and sufferings in the cause of the poor, downtrodden slave. W.S. During his stay in Philadelphia, on this occasion he stopped for about a fortnight with the writer, and it was most gratifying to learn from him that he was no new worker on the UGRR, but that he had long hated slavery thoroughly, and although surrounded with perils on every side, he had not failed to help a poor slave whenever the opportunity was presented. Pecuniary aid, to some extent, was rendered him in this city, for which he was grateful, and after being united in marriage by William H. Furness, D.D., to a lady who had remained faithful to him through all his sore trials and sufferings, he took his departure for Western New York, with a good conscience and an unshaken faith in the belief that in aiding his fellow man to freedom he had but simply obeyed the word of him who taught man to do unto others as he would be done by. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 20. Trial of the emancipators of Colonel J. H. Wheeler's slaves, Jane Johnson and her 2 little boys. Part 1. Among other duties devolving from the Vigilance Committee, when hearing of slaves brought into the State by their owners, was immediately to inform such persons that they were not fugitives, but were brought into the State by their masters; they were entitled to their freedom without another moment's service, and that they could have the assistance of the committee and the advice of counsel without charge, by simply availing themselves of these proffered favors. Many slaveholders fully understood the law in this particular, and were also equally posted with regard to the vigilance of abolitionists. Consequently they avoided bringing slaves beyond Mason and Dixon's line in traveling north. But some slaveholders were not thus mindful of the laws, or were too arrogant to take heed, as may be seen in the case of Colonel John H. Wheeler, of North Carolina, the United States minister to Nicaragua. In passing through Philadelphia from Washington, one very warm July day in 1855, accompanied by 3 of his slaves, his high official equilibrium, as well as his assumed rights under the Constitution, received a terrible shock at the hands of the committee. Therefore, for the readers of these pages, and in order to completely illustrate the various phases of the work of the committee in the days of Slavery, this case, selected from many others, is a fitting one. However, for more than a brief recital of some of the more prominent incidents, it will not be possible to find room in this volume. And indeed the necessity of so doing is precluded by the fact that Mr. Williamson, in justice to himself and the cause of freedom, with great pains and singular ability, gathered the most important facts bearing on his memorable trial and imprisonment, and published them in a neat volume for historical reference. In order to bring fully before the reader the beginning of this interesting and exciting case, it seems only necessary to publish the subjoined letter, written by one of the actors in the drama, and addressed to the New York Tribune, and an additional paragraph, which may be requisite to throw light on a special point which Judge Kane decided was concealed in the obstinate breast of Passmore Williamson, as said Williamson persistently refused before the said Judge's court to own that he had a knowledge of the mystery in question. After which, a brief glance at some of the more important points of the case must suffice. Letter copied from the New York Tribune. Correspondence of the New York Tribune. Philadelphia, Monday, July 30th, 1855. As the public have not been made acquainted with the facts and particulars respecting the agency of Mr. Passmore Williamson and others, in relation to the slave case now agitating the city, and especially as the poor slave mother and her 2 sons have been so grossly misrepresented, I deem it my duty to lay the facts before you, for publication or otherwise, as you may think proper. On Wednesday afternoon week, at 4½ o'clock, the following note was placed in my hands by a colored boy whom I had never before seen, to my recollection: "Mr. Still, Sir, will you come down to Bloodgood's Hotel as soon as possible, as there are 3 fugitive slaves here, and they want liberty. Their master is here with them, on his way to New York." The note was without date, and the signature so indistinctly written as not to be understood by me, having evidently been penned in a moment of haste. Without delay I ran with the note to Mr. P. Williamson's office, 7th and Arch, found him at his desk, and gave it to him, and after reading it he remarked that he could not go down, as he had to go to Harrisburg that night on business, but he advised me to go, and to get the names of the slaveholder and the slaves, in order to telegraph to New York to have them arrested there, as no time remained to procure a writ of habeas corpus here. I could not have been 2 minutes in Mr. W.'s office before starting in haste for the wharf. To my surprise, however, when I reached the wharf, where I found Mr. W., his mind having undergone a sudden change, he was soon on the spot. I saw 3 or 4 colored persons in the hall at Bloodgood's, none of whom I recognized except the boy who brought me the note. Before having time to make inquiry, some one said they had gone on board the boat. "Get their description," said Mr. W. I instantly inquired of one of the colored persons for the desired description, and was told that she was a tall, dark woman with 2 little boys. Mr. W. and myself ran on board of the boat, looked among the passengers on the first deck, but saw them not. "They are up on the 2nd deck," an unknown voice uttered. In a second we were in their presence. We approached the anxious-looking slave-mother with her 2 boys on her left hand. Close on her right sat an ill-favored white man, having a cane in his hand, which I took to be a sword-cane. As to its being a sword-cane, however, I might have been mistaken. The first words to the mother were, "Are you traveling?" "Yes," was the prompt answer. "With whom?" She nodded her head toward the ill-favored man, signifying with him. Fidgeting on his seat, he said something, exactly what I do not now recollect. In reply I remarked, "Do they belong to you, sir?" "Yes, they are in my charge," was his answer. Turning from him to the mother and her sons, in substance, and word for word, as near as I can remember, the following remarks were earnestly though calmly addressed by the individuals who rejoiced to meet them on free soil, and who felt unmistakably assured that they were justified by the laws of Pennsylvania, as well as the law of God, in informing them of their rights. "You are entitled to your freedom according to the laws of Pennsylvania, having been brought into the State by your owner. If you prefer freedom to slavery, as we suppose everybody does, you have the chance to accept it now. Act calmly, don't be frightened by your master, you are as much entitled to your freedom as we are, or as he is. Be determined, and you need have no fears that you will be protected by the law. Judges have time and again decided cases in this city and State, similar to yours, in favor of freedom. Of course, if you want to remain a slave with your master, we cannot force you to leave. We only want to make you sensible of your rights. Remember, if you lose this chance, you may never get such another," etc. This advice to the woman was made in the hearing of a number of persons present, white and colored; and one elderly white gentleman of genteel address, who seemed to take much interest in what was going on, remarked that they would have the same chance for their freedom in New Jersey and New York as they had then, seeming to sympathize with the woman, etc. During the few moments in which the above remarks were made, the slaveholder frequently interrupted, said she understood all about the laws making her free, and her right to leave if she wanted to, but contended that she did not want to leave, that she was on a visit to New York to see her friends; afterward wished to return to her 3 children whom she had left in Virginia, from whom it would be hard to separate her. Furthermore, he diligently tried to constrain her to say that she did not want to be interfered with, that she wanted to go with him, that she was on a visit to New York, had children in the South, etc. But the woman's desire to be free was altogether too strong to allow her to make a single acknowledgment favorable to his wishes in the matter. On the contrary, she repeatedly said distinctly and firmly, "I am not free, but I want my freedom, always wanted to be free, but he holds me." While the slaveholder claimed that she belonged to him, he said that she was free. Again he said that he was going to give her her freedom, etc. When his eyes would be off of hers, such eagerness as her looks expressed, indicative of her entreaty that we would not forsake her and her little ones in their weakness, it had never been my lot to witness before under any circumstances. The last bell tolled. The last moment for further delay passed. The arm of the woman being slightly touched, accompanied with the word "Come," she instantly arose. "Go along," said some, who sympathized, to the boys, at the same time taking hold of their arms. By this time the parties were fairly moving toward the stairway leading to the deck below. Instantly on their starting, the slaveholder rushed at the woman and her children to prevent their leaving, and, if I am not mistaken, he simultaneously took hold of the woman and Mr. Williamson, which resistance on his part caused Mr. W. to take hold of him and set him aside quickly. The passengers were looking on all around, but none interfered in behalf of the slaveholder except one man, whom I took to be another slaveholder. He said harshly, "Let them alone. They are his property." The youngest boy, about 7 years of age, too young to know what these things meant, cried, "Massa John, Massa John." The elder boy, 11 years of age, took the matter more dispassionately, and the mother quite calmly. The mother and her sympathizers all moved down the stairs together, in the presence of quite a number of spectators on the first deck and on the wharf, all of whom, as far as I was able to discern, seemed to look upon the whole affair with the greatest indifference. The woman and children were assisted, but not forced, to leave. Nor were there any violence or threatenings as I saw or heard. The only words that I heard from any one of an objectionable character were, "Knock him down! Knock him down!" But who uttered it, or who was meant, I knew not, nor have I since been informed. However, if it was uttered by a coloured man, I regret it, as there was not the slightest cause for such language, especially as the sympathies of the spectators and citizens seemed to justify the course pursued. While passing off of the wharf and down Delaware Avenue to Dock Street, and up Dock to Front, where a carriage was procured, the slaveholder and one police officer were of the party, if no more. The youngest boy, on being put in the carriage, was told that he was a fool for crying so after Master John, who would sell him if he ever caught him. Not another whine was heard on the subject. The carriage drove down town slowly, the horses being fatigued and the weather intensely hot. The inmates were put out on 10th Street, not at any house, after which they soon found hospitable friends and quietude. The excitement of the moment having passed by, the mother seemed very cheerful, and rejoiced greatly that herself and boys had been, as she thought, so providentially delivered from the house of bondage. For the first time in her life she could look upon herself and children and feel free. Having felt the iron in her heart for the best half of her days, having been sold with her children on the auction block, having had one of her children sold far away from her without hope of her seeing him again, she very naturally and wisely concluded to go to Canada, fearing if she remained in the city, as some assured her she could do with entire safety, that she might again find herself in the clutches of the tyrant from whom she had fled. A few items of what she related concerning the character of her master may be interesting to the reader. Within the last 2 years he had sold all his slaves, between 30 and 40 in number, having purchased the present ones in that space of time. She said that before leaving Washington, coming on the cars, and at his father-in-law's in the city, a number of persons had told him that in bringing his slaves into Pennsylvania they would be free. When told at his father-in-law's, as she overheard it, that he could not have done a worse thing, etc., he replied that Jane would not leave him. As much, however, as he affected to have some implicit confidence in Jane, he scarcely allowed her to be out of his presence a moment while in this city. To use Jane's own language, he was on her heels every minute, fearing that some one might get to her ears the sweet music of freedom. By the way, Jane had it deep in her heart before leaving the South, and was bent on succeeding in New York, if disappointed in Philadelphia. At Bloodgood's, after having been belated and left by the 2 o'clock train while waiting for the 5 o'clock line, his appetite tempted her master to take a hasty dinner. So after placing Jane where he thought she would be pretty secure from evil communications from the colored waiters, and after giving her a double counseling, he made his way to the table, remained but a little while, however, before leaving to look after Jane, finding her composed, looking over a banister near where he left her, he returned to the table again and finished his meal. But alas for the slaveholder! Jane had her top eye open, and in that brief space had appealed to the sympathies of a person whom she ventured to trust, saying, "I and my children are slaves, and we want liberty." I am not certain, but suppose that person, in the goodness of his heart, was the cause of the note being sent to the anti-slavery office, and hence the result. As to her going on to New York to see her friends, and wishing to return to her 3 children in the South, and his going to free her, etc., Jane declared repeatedly and very positively that there was not a particle of truth in what her master said on these points. The truth is that she had not the slightest hope of freedom through any act of his. She had only left one boy in the South, who had been sold far away, where she scarcely ever heard from him, indeed never expected to see him any more. In appearance Jane is tall and well formed, high and large forehead, of genteel manners, chestnut color, and seems to possess naturally uncommon good sense, though of course she has never been allowed to read. Thus I have given as truthful a report as I am capable of doing, of Jane and the circumstances connected with her deliverance. W. Still. P.S. Of the 5 colored porters who promptly appeared, with warm hearts throbbing, in sympathy with the mother and her children, too much cannot be said in commendation. In the present case they acted nobly, whatever may be said of their general character, of which I know nothing. How human beings, who have ever tasted oppression, could have acted differently under the circumstances, I cannot conceive. End of Section 20. Section 21 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 21. Trial of the Emancipators of Colonel J.H. Wheeler's slaves, Jane Johnson and her 2 little boys, Part 2. The mystery alluded to, which the above letter did not contain, and which the court failed to make Mr. Williamson reveal, might have been truthfully explained in these words. The carriage was procured at the wharf, while Colonel Wheeler and Mr. Williamson were debating the question relative to the action of the committee, and at that instant Jane and her 2 boys were invited into it and accompanied by the writer, who procured it, were driven down town, and on 10th Street, below Lombard, the inmates were invited out of it, and the said conductor paid the driver and discharged him. For prudential reasons he took them to a temporary resting place, where they could tarry until after dark. Then they were invited to his own residence, where they were made welcome, and in due time forwarded east. Now what disposition was made of them after they had left the wharf, while Williamson and Wheeler were discussing matters, as was clearly sworn to by Passmore in his answer to the writ of habeas corpus, he, Williamson, did not know. That evening, before seeing the member of the committee with whom he acted in concert on the boat, and who had entire charge of Jane and her boys, he left for Harrisburg to fulfill business engagements. The next morning his father, Thomas Williamson, brought the writ of habeas corpus, which had been served at Passmore's office after he left, to the anti-slavery office. In his calm manner he handed it to the writer, at the same time remarking that Passmore had gone to Harrisburg, and added that he had better attend to it (the writ). Edward Hopper, Esquire, was applied to with the writ, and in the absence of Mr. Williamson, appeared before the court and stated that the writ had not been served, as Mr. W. was out of town, etc. After this statement the judge postponed further action until the next day. In the meanwhile Mr. Williamson returned and found the writ awaiting him, and an agitated state of feeling throughout the city besides. Now it is very certain that he did not seek to know from those in the secret where Jane Johnson and her boys were taken after they left the wharf, or as to what disposition had been made of them, in any way, except to ask simply, "Are they safe?" and when told yes, he smiled. Consequently he might have been examined for a week by the most skillful lawyer at the Philadelphia bar, but he could not have answered other than he did in making his return to the writ before Judge Kane, namely, that the persons named in the writ, nor either of them, are now, nor was at the time of issuing of the writ, or the original writ, or at any other time, in the custody, power, or possession of the respondent, nor by him confined or restrained, wherefore he cannot have the bodies, etc. Thus, while Mr. W. was subjected to the severest trial of his devotion to freedom, his noble bearing throughout won for him the admiration and sympathy of the friends of humanity and liberty throughout the entire land, and in proof of his fidelity he most cheerfully submitted to imprisonment rather than desert his principles. But the truth was not wanted in this instance by the enemies of freedom. Obedience to slavery was demanded to satisfy the South. The opportunity seemed favorable for teaching abolitionists and negroes that they had no right to interfere with a chivalrous Southern gentleman, while passing through Philadelphia with his slaves. Thus to make an effective blow, All the pro-slavery elements of Philadelphia were brought into action, and matters looked for a time as though slavery in this instance would have everything its own way. Passmore was locked up in prison on the flimsy pretext of contempt of court, and true bills were found against him and half a dozen colored men, charging them with riot, forcible abduction, and assault and battery, and there was no lack of hard swearing on the part of Colonel Wheeler and his pro-slavery sympathizers in substantiation of these grave charges. But the pro-slaveryites had counted without their host. Passmore would not yield an inch, but stood as firmly by his principles in prison as he did on the boat. Indeed, it was soon evident that his resolute course was bringing floods of sympathy from the ablest and best minds throughout the North. On the other hand, the occasion was rapidly awakening thousands daily who had hitherto manifested little or no interest at all on the subject to the wrongs of the slave. It was soon discovered by the chivalry that keeping Mr. Williamson in prison would indirectly greatly aid the cause of freedom, that every day he remained would make numerous converts to the cause of liberty, that Mr. Williamson was doing tenfold more in prison for the cause of universal liberty than he could possibly do while pursuing his ordinary vocation. With regard to the colored men under bonds, Colonel Wheeler and his satellites felt very confident that there was no room for them to escape. They must have had reason so to think, judging from the hard swearing they did before the committing magistrate. Consequently, in the order of events, while Passmore was still in prison, receiving visits from hosts of friends, and letters of sympathy from all parts of the North, William Still, William Curtis, James P. Braddock, John Ballard, James Martin, and Isaiah Moore were brought into court for trial. The first name on the list of the proceedings of the court was called up first. Against this individual it was pretty well understood by the friends of the slave that no lack of pains and false swearing could be resorted to on the part of Wheeler and his witnesses to gain a verdict. Mr. McKim and other noted abolitionists managing the defense were equally alive to the importance of overwhelming the enemy in this particular issue. The Hon. Charles Gibbons was engaged to defend William Still, and William S. Pierce, Esq., and William B. Birney, Esq., the other 5 colored defendants. In order to make the victory complete, the anti slavery friends deemed it of the highest importance to have Jane Johnson in court, to face her master, and under oath to sweep away his refuge of lies, with regard to her being abducted, and her unwillingness to leave her master, etc. So Mr. McKim and the friends very privately arranged to have Jane Johnson on hand at the opening of the defense. Mrs. Lucretia Mott, Mrs. McKim, Miss Sarah Pugh, and Mrs. Plumley volunteered to accompany this poor slave mother to the courthouse and to occupy seats by her side, while she should face her master, and boldly, on oath, contradict all his hard swearing. A better subject for the occasion than Jane could not have been desired. She entered the courtroom veiled, and of course was not known by the crowd, as pains had been taken to keep the public in ignorance of the fact that she was to be brought on to bear witness. So that, at the conclusion of the second witness on the part of the defense, Jane Johnson was called for in a shrill voice. Deliberately Jane arose and answered, in a ladylike manner, to her name, and was then the observed of all observers. Never before had such a scene been witnessed in Philadelphia. It was indescribable. Substantially, her testimony on this occasion was in keeping with the subjoined affidavit, which was as follows: State of New York, City and County of New York. Jane Johnson, being sworn, makes oath and says: My name is Jane Johnson. I was the slave of Mr. Wheeler of Washington. He bought me and my 2 children about 2 years ago, of Mr. Cornelius Crew of Richmond, Virginia. My youngest child is between 6 and 7 years old, the other between 10 and 11. I have one other child only, and he is in Richmond. I have not seen him for about 2 years, never expect to see him again. Mr. Wheeler brought me and my 2 children to Philadelphia on the way to Nicaragua to wait on his wife. I didn't want to go without my 2 children, and he consented to take them. We came to Philadelphia by the cars, stopped at Mr. Sully's. Mr. Wheeler's father-in-law, a few moments, then went to the steamboat for New York at 2 o'clock, but were too late. We went to the Bloodgood's Hotel. Mr. Wheeler went to dinner. Mr. Wheeler had told me in Washington to have nothing to say to colored persons, and if any of them spoke to me, to say I was a free woman traveling with a minister. We stayed at Bloodgood's till 5 o'clock. Mr. Wheeler kept his eye on me all the time except when he was at dinner. He left his dinner to come and see if I was safe, and then went back again. While he was at dinner I saw a colored woman and told her I was a slave woman, that my master had told me not to speak to colored people, and that if any of them spoke to me, to say that I was free, but I am not free, but I want to be free. She said, "Poor thing, I pity you." After that I saw a colored man and said the same thing to him. He said he would telegraph to New York, and 2 men would meet me at 9 o'clock and take me with them. After that we went on board the boat. Mr. Wheeler sat beside me on the deck. I saw a colored gentleman come on board. He beckoned to me. I nodded my head and could not go. Mr. Wheeler was beside me and I was afraid. A white gentleman then came and said to Mr. Wheeler, "I want to speak to your servant and tell her of her rights." Mr. Wheeler rose and said, "If you have anything to say, say it to me. She knows her rights." The white gentleman asked me if I wanted to be free. I said, "I do, but I belong to this gentleman and I can't have it." He replied, "Yes, you can. Come with us. You are as free as your master. If you want your freedom, come now. If you go back to Washington, you may never get it." I rose to go. Mr. Wheeler spoke and said, "I will give you your freedom." But he had never promised it before, and I knew he would never give it to me. The white gentleman held out his hand, and I went toward him. I was ready for the word before it was given me. I took my children by the hands, who both cried, for they were frightened, but both stopped when they got on shore. A colored man carried the little one. I led the other by the hand. We walked down the street till we got to a hack. Nobody forced me away, nobody pulled me, and nobody led me. I went away of my own free will. I always wished to be free, and meant to be free, when I came North. I hardly expected it in Philadelphia, but I thought I should get free in New York. I have been comfortable and happy since I left Mr. Wheeler, and so are the children. I don't want to go back. I could have gone in Philadelphia if I had wanted to. I could go now, but I had rather die than go back. I wish to make this statement before a magistrate, because I understand that Mr. Williamson is in prison on my account, and I hope the truth may be of benefit to him. Jane, her X-mark, Johnson. It might have been supposed that her honest and straightforward testimony would have been sufficient to cause even the most relentless slaveholder to abandon at once a pursuit so monstrous and utterly hopeless as Wheeler's was. But although he was sadly confused and put to shame, he hung on to the lost cause tenaciously, and his counsel, David Webster, Esquire, and the United States District Attorney Van Dyke, completely imbued with the pro-slavery spirit, were equally as unyielding, and thus, with a zeal befitting the most worthy object imaginable, they labored with untiring effort to convict the colored men. By this policy, however, the counsel for the defense was doubly aroused. Mr. Gibbons, in the most eloquent and indignant strains, perfectly annihilated the distinguished Colonel John H. Wheeler, United States Minister Plenipotentiary, near the island of Nicaragua, taking special pains to ring the changes repeatedly on his long appellations. Mr. Gibbons appeared to be precisely in the right mood to make himself surpassingly forcible and eloquent, on whatever point of law he chose to touch bearing on the case, or in whatever direction he chose to glance at the injustice and cruelty of the South. Most vividly did he draw the contrast between the States of Georgia and Pennsylvania with regard to the atrocious laws of Georgia. Scarcely less vivid is the impression after a lapse of 16 years than when this eloquent speech was made. With the District Attorney, William B. Mann, Esquire, and His Honor Judge Kelly, the defendants had no cause to complain. Throughout the entire proceedings they had reason to feel that neither of these officials sympathized in the least with Wheeler or slavery. Indeed, the judge's charge and also in the District Attorney's closing speech the ring of freedom could be distinctly heard, much more so than was agreeable to Wheeler and his pro slavery sympathizers. The case of William Still ended in his acquittal. The other 5 colored men were taken up in order, and it is scarcely necessary to say that Messrs. Pierce and Birney did full justice to all concerned. Mr. Pierce especially was one of the oldest, ablest, and most faithful lawyers to the slave of the Philadelphia bar. He never was known, it may safely be said, to hesitate in the darkest days of slavery to give his time and talents to the fugitive, even in the most hopeless cases, and when, from the unpopularity of such a course, serious sacrifices would be likely to result. Consequently, he was but at home in this case, and most nobly did he defend his clients, with the same earnestness that a man would defend his fireside against the approach of burglars. At the conclusion of the trial, the jury returned a verdict of not guilty as to all the persons in the first count, charging them with riot. On the second count, charging them with assault and battery on Colonel Wheeler, Ballard and Curtis were found guilty, the rest not guilty. The guilty were given about a week in jail. Thus ended this act in the Wheeler drama. The following extract is taken from the correspondent of the New York Tribune touching Jane Johnson's presence in the court, and will be interesting on that account. But it was a bold and perilous move on the part of her friends, and the deepest apprehensions were felt for a while for the result. The United States Marshal was there with his warrant and his extra force to execute it. The officers of the court and other State officers were there to protect the witness and vindicate the laws of the State. Van Dyke, the United States District Attorney, swore he would take her. The State officers swore he should not, and for a while it seemed that nothing could avert a bloody scene. It was expected that the conflict would take place at the door, when she would leave the room, so that when she and her friends went out, and for some time after, the most intense suspense pervaded the court room. She was, however, allowed to enter the carriage that awaited her without disturbance. She was accompanied by Mr. McKim, Secretary of the Pennsylvania Anti Slavery Society, Lucretia Mott, and George Corson, one of our most manly and intrepid police officers. The carriage was followed by another filled with officers as a guard, and thus escorted she was taken back in safety to the house from which she had been brought. Her title to freedom under the laws of the State will hardly again be brought into question. Mr. Williamson was committed to prison by Judge Kane for contempt of court on the 27th day of July, 1855, and was released on the 3rd day of November the same year, having gained, in the estimation of the friends of freedom everywhere, a triumph and a fame which but few men in the great moral battle for freedom could claim. End of Section 21.
Section 22 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 22. The Arrivals of a Single Month, Part 1. 60 passengers came in 1 month, 28 in one arrival, great panic and indignation meeting, interesting correspondence from masters and fugitives. The great number of cases to be here noticed forbids more than a brief reference to each passenger. As they arrived in parties, their narratives will be given in due order as found on the Book of Records. William Griffin, Henry Moore, James Camper, Noah Ennells, and Levin Parker. This party came from Cambridge, Maryland. William is 34 years of age, of medium size and substantial appearance. He fled from James Waters, Esquire, a lawyer living in Cambridge. He was wealthy, close, and stingy, and owned 9 head of slaves and a farm, on which William served. He was used very hard, which was the cause of his escape, though the idea that he was entitled to his freedom had been entertained for the previous 12 years. On preparing to take the Underground, he armed himself with a big butcher knife, and resolved, if attacked, to make his enemies stand back. His master was a member of the Methodist Church. Henry is tall, copper colored, and about 30 years of age. He complained not so much of bad usage as of the utter distaste he had to working all the time for the white people for nothing. He was also decidedly of the opinion that every man should have his liberty. 4 years ago his wife was sold away to Georgia by her young master, since which time not a word had he heard of her. She left 3 children, and he in escaping also had to leave them in the same hands that sold their mother. He was owned by Levin Dale, a farmer near Cambridge. Henry was armed with a 6-barreled revolver, a large knife, and a determined mind. James is 24 years of age, quite black, small size, keen look, and full of hope for the best part of Canada. He fled from Henry Hooper, a dashing young man and a member of the Episcopal Church. Left because he did not enjoy privileges as he wished to do. He was armed with 2 pistols and a dirk to defend himself. Noah is only 19, quite dark, well proportioned, and possessed of a fair average of common sense. He was owned by Blackhead Bill LeCount, who followed drinking, chewing tobacco, catching runaways, and hanging around the courthouse. However, he owned 6 head of slaves, and had a rough wife who belonged to the Methodist Church. Left because he expected every day to be sold, his master being largely in debt. Brought with him a butcher knife. Levin is 22, rather short built, medium size, and well colored. He fled from Lawrence G. Colson, a very bad man, fond of drinking, great to fight and swear, and hard to please. His mistress was real rough, very bad, worse than he was as far as she could be. Having been stinted with food and clothing, and worked hard, was the apology offered by Levin for running off. Stebney Swan, John Stinger, Robert Emerson, Anthony Pugh, and Isabella. This company came from Portsmouth, Virginia. Stebney is 34 years of age, medium size, mulatto, and quite wide awake. He was owned by an oysterman by the name of Jos Carter, who lived near Portsmouth. Naturally enough, his master drank hard, gambled extensively, and in every other respect was a very ordinary man. Nevertheless, he owned 25 head, and had a wife and 6 children. Stebney testified that he had not been used hard, though he had been on the auction block 3 times. Left because he was tired of being a servant. Armed with a broadaxe and hatchet, he started, joined by the above named companions, and came in a skiff by sea. Robert Lee was the brave captain engaged to pilot this slavery sick party from the prison house of bondage, and although every rod of rowing was attended with inconceivable peril, the desired haven was safely reached, and the overjoyed voyagers conducted to the Vigilance Committee. John is about 40 years of age, and so near white that a microscope would be required to discern his colored origin. His father was white, and his mother nearly so. He also had been owned by the oysterman alluded to above, had been captain of one of his oyster boats until recently, and but for his attempt some months back to make his escape, he might have been this day in the care of his kind-hearted master. But because of this wayward step on the part of John, his master felt called upon to humble him. Accordingly, the captaincy was taken from him, and he was compelled to struggle on in a less honorable position. Occasionally John's mind would be refreshed by his master relating the hard times in the North, the great starvation among the blacks, etc. He would also tell John how much better off he was as a slave with a kind master to provide for all his wants, etc. Notwithstanding all this counsel, John did not rest contented until he was on the Underground Rail Road. Robert was only 19, with an intelligent face and prepossessing manners, reads, writes, and ciphers, and is about half Anglo-Saxon. He fled from William H. Wilson, Esquire, cashier of the Virginia Bank. Until within the 4 years previous to Robert's escape, the cashier was spoken of as a very good man, but in consequence of speculations in a large hotel in Portsmouth, and the then financial embarrassments, He had become seriously involved and decidedly challenged in his manners. Robert noticed this and concluded he had better get out of danger as soon as possible. Anthony and Isabella were an engaged couple, and desired to cast their lot where husband and wife could not be separated on the auction block. The following are of the Cambridge party above alluded to, all left together, but for prudential reasons separated before reaching Philadelphia. The company that left Cambridge on the 24th of October may be thus recognized: Aaron Cornish and wife, with their 6 children, Solomon, George Anthony, Joseph, Edward James, Perry Lake, and a nameless babe, all very likely. Kit Anthony and wife Leah, and 3 children, Adam, Mary, and Murray. Joseph Hill and wife Alice, and their son Henry, also Joseph's sister. Add to the above Marshall Button and George Light, both single young men, and we have 28 in one arrival, as hearty looking, brave, and interesting specimens of slavery as could well be produced from Maryland. Before setting out they counted well the cost, being aware that 15 had left their neighborhood only a few days ahead of them, and that every slaveholder and slave catcher throughout the community were on the alert, and raging furiously against the inroads of the Underground Rail Road. They provided themselves with the following weapons of defense: 3 revolvers, 3 double-barreled pistols, 3 single-barreled pistols, 3 sword canes, 4 butcher knives, 1 bowie knife, and 1 paw. [Footnote: A paw is a weapon with iron prongs 4 inches long, to be grasped with the hand and used in close encounter. End footnote.] Thus fully resolved upon freedom or death, with scarcely provisions enough for a single day, while the rain and storm was piteously descending, fathers and mothers with children in their arms (Aaron Cornish had 2), the entire party started. Of course their provisions gave out before they were fairly on the way, but not so with the storm. It continued to pour upon them for nearly 3 days. With nothing to appease the gnawings of hunger but parched corn and a few dry crackers, wet and cold, with several of the children sick, some of their feet bare and worn, and one of the mothers with an infant in her arms, incapable of partaking of the diet, it is impossible to imagine the ordeal they were passing. It was enough to cause the bravest hearts to falter. But not for a moment did they allow themselves to look back. It was exceedingly agreeable to hear even the little children testify that in the most trying hour on the road not for a moment did they want to go back. The following advertisement, taken from the Cambridge Democrat of November 4th, shows how the Rev. Levi Traverse felt about Aaron: $300 reward. Ran away from the subscriber from the neighborhood of Town Point on Saturday night, the 24th inst. My negro man, Aaron Cornish, about 35 years old. He is about 5 feet 10 inches high, black, good looking, rather pleasant countenance, and carries himself with a confident manner. He went off with his wife Daphne, a negro woman belonging to Reuben E. Phillips. I will give the above reward if taken out of the county, and $200 if taken in the county, in either case to be lodged in Cambridge jail. October 25th, 1857. Levi D. Traverse. To fully understand the Rev. Mr. Traverse's authority for taking the liberty he did with Aaron's good name, it may not be amiss to give briefly a paragraph of private information from Aaron relative to his master. The Rev. Mr. Traverse belonged to the Methodist Church, and was described by Aaron as a bad young man, rattle-brained, with the appearance of not having good sense, not enough to manage the great amount of property (he had been left wealthy) in his possession. Aaron's servitude commenced under this spiritual protector in May, prior to the escape, immediately after the death of his old master. His deceased master, William D. Traverse, by the way, was the father-in-law, and at the same time own uncle, of Aaron's reverend owner. Though the young master, for marrying his own cousin and uncle's daughter, had been for years the subject of the old gentleman's wrath, and was not allowed to come near his house, or to entertain any reasonable hope of getting any of his father-in-law's estate, nevertheless, scarcely had the old man breathed his last, ere the young preacher seized upon the inheritance, slaves and all. At least he claimed 2/3, allowing for the widow 1/3. Unhesitatingly he had taken possession of all the slaves, some 30 head, and was making them feel his power to the fullest extent. To Aaron this increased opposition was exceedingly crushing, as he had been hoping at the death of his old master to be free. Indeed, it was understood that the old man had his will made and freedom provided for the slaves. But strangely enough, at his death no will could be found. Aaron was firmly of the conviction that the Reverend Mr. Traverse knew what became of it. Between the widow and the son-in-law, in consequence of his aggressive steps, existed much hostility, which strongly indicated the approach of a lawsuit. Therefore, except by escaping, Aaron could not see the faintest hope of freedom. Under his old master, the favor of hiring his time had been granted him. He had also been allowed by his wife's mistress, Miss Jane Carter of Baltimore, to have his wife and children home with him, that is, until his children would grow to the age of 8 and 10 years, then they would be taken away and hired out at $12 or $15 a year at first. Her oldest boy, 16, hired the year he left for $40. They had had 10 children, 2 had died, 2 they were compelled to leave in chains, the rest they brought away. Not $1 expense had they been to their mistress. The industrious Aaron not only had to pay his own hire, but was obliged to do enough overwork to support his large family. Though he said he had no special complaint to make against his old master, through whom he, with the rest of the slaves, hoped to obtain freedom, Aaron nevertheless spoke of him as a man of violent temper, severe on his slaves, drinking hard, etc., though he was a man of wealth and stood high in the community. One of Aaron's brothers and others had been sold South by him. It was on account of his inveterate hatred of his son-in-law, who he declared should never have his property, having no other heir but his niece, except his widow, that the slaves relied on his promise to free them. Thus, in view of the facts referred to, Aaron was led to commit the unpardonable sin of running away with his wife Daphne, who, by the way, looked like a woman fully capable of taking care of herself and children, instead of having them stolen away from her as though they were pigs. Joseph Viney and family. Joseph was held to service or labor by Charles Bryant of Alexandria, Virginia. Joseph had very nearly finished paying for himself. His wife and children were held by Samuel Pattison, Esquire, a member of the Methodist Church, a great big man with red eyes, bald head, drank pretty freely, and in the language of Joseph, wouldn't bear nothing. 2 of Joseph's brothers-in-law had been sold by his master. Against Mrs. Pattison his complaint was that she was mean, sneaking, and did not want to give half enough to eat. End of section 22. Recording by Maria Casper. Section 23 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 23, The Arrivals of a Single Month, Part 2. For the enlightenment of all Christendom, and coming posterity especially, the following advertisement and letter are recorded, with the hope that they will have an important historical value. The writer was at great pains to obtain these interesting documents, directly after the arrival of the memorable 28, and shortly afterwards furnished to the New York Tribune, in a prudential manner, a brief sketch of these very passengers, including the advertisements, but not the letter. It was safely laid away for history. $2,000 reward. Ran away from the subscriber on Saturday night, the 24th inst. 14 head of negroes, to wit, 4 men, 2 women, 1 boy, and 7 children. Kit is about 35 years of age, 5 feet 6 or 7 inches high, dark chestnut color, and has a scar on one of his thumbs. Joe is about 30 years old, very black, his teeth are very white, and is about 5 feet 8 inches high. Henry is about 22 years old, 5 feet 10 inches high, of dark chestnut color and large front teeth. Joe is about 20 years old, about 5 feet 6 inches high, heavy built and black. Tom is about 16 years old, about 5 feet high, light chestnut color. Susan is about 35 years old, dark chestnut color and rather stout built, speaks rather slow, and has with her 4 children, varying from 1 to 7 years of age. Leah is about 28 years old, about 5 feet high, dark chestnut color, with 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl, from 1 to 8 years old. I will give $1,000 if taken in the county, $1,500 if taken out of the county and in the state, and $2,000 if taken out of the state. In either case to be lodged in Cambridge, Maryland jail, so that I can get them again. Or I will give a fair proportion of the above reward if any part be secured. Samuel Pattison, October 26, 1857, near Cambridge, Maryland. P.S. Since writing the above, I have discovered that my negro woman Sarah Jane, 25 years old, stout built and chestnut color, has also run off. S.P. Samuel Pattison's letter. Cambridge, November 16th, 1857. L.W. Thompson. Sir: This morning I received your letter wishing an accurate description of my negroes which ran away on the 24th of last month, and the amount of reward offered, etc., etc. The description is as follows: Kit is about 35 years old, 5 feet 6 or 7 inches high, dark chestnut color, and has a scar on one of his thumbs. He has a very quick step and walks very straight, and can read and write. Joe about 30 years old, very black, and about 5 feet 8 inches high, has a very pleasing appearance. He has a free wife, who left with him. She is a light mulatto. She has a child not over 1 year old. Henry is about 22 years old, 5 feet 10 inches high, of dark chestnut color, and large front teeth. He stoops a little in his walk, and has a downward look. Joe is about 20 years old, about 5 feet 6 inches high, heavy built, and has a grum look and voice dull and black. Tom is about 16 years old, about 5 feet high, light chestnut color, smart active boy, and swaggers in his walk. Susan is about 35 years old, dark chestnut color and stout built, speaks rather slow, and has with her 4 children, 3 boys and 1 girl. The girl has a thumb or finger on her left hand, part of it cut off. The children are from 9 months to 8 years old. The youngest, a boy 9 months, and the oldest, whose name is Lloyd, is about 8 years old. The husband of Susan, Joe Viney, started off with her. He is a slave belonging to a gentleman in Alexandria, D.C. He is about 40 years old, and dark chestnut color, rather slender built, and about 5 feet 7 or 8 inches high. He is also the father of Henry, Joe, and Tom. A reward of $400 will be given for his apprehension. Leah is about 28 years old, about 5 feet high, dark chestnut color, with 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl. They are from 1 to 8 years old. The oldest boy is called Adam. Leah is the wife of Kit, the first named man on the list. Sarah Jane is about 25 years old, stout built and chestnut color, quick and active in her walk, making in all 15 head, men, women, and children belonging to me, or 16 head including Joe Viney, the husband of my woman Susan. A reward of $2,250 will be given for my negroes if taken out of the State of Maryland, and lodged in Cambridge or Baltimore jail, so that I can get them, or a fair proportion for any part of them, and including Joe Viney's reward $2,650. At the same time 8 other negroes belonging to a neighbor of mine ran off, for which a reward of $1,400 has been offered for them. If you should want any information, witnesses to prove or identify the negroes, write immediately on to me; or if you should need any information with regard to proving the negroes before I could reach Philadelphia, you can call on Mr. Burroughs at Martin and Smith's store, Market street, No. 308, Philadelphia, and he can refer you to a gentleman who knows the negroes. Yours, etc., Samuel Pattison. This letter was in answer to one written in Philadelphia and signed L.W. Thompson. It is not improbable that Mr. Pattison's loss had produced such a high state of mental excitement that he was hardly in a condition for cool reflection, or he would have weighed the matter a little more carefully before exposing himself to the Underground Rail Road agents. But the letter possesses two commendable features, nevertheless. It was tolerably well written and prompt. Here is a wonderful exhibition of affection for his contented and happy negroes. Whether Mr. Pattison suspended on suddenly learning that he was minus 15 head, the writer cannot say; but that there was a great slave hunt in every direction there is no room to doubt. Though much more might be said about the parties concerned, it must suffice to add that they came to the Vigilance Committee in a very sad plight, in tattered garments, hungry, sick, and penniless; but they were kindly clothed, fed, doctored, and sent on their way rejoicing. Daniel Stanley, Nat Amby, John Scott, Hannah Peters, Henrietta Dobson, Elizabeth Amby, Josiah Stanley, Caroline Stanley, Daniel Stanley Jr., John Stanley and Miller Stanley, arrival from Cambridge. Daniel is about 35, well made and wide awake. Fortunately, in emancipating himself, he also, through great perseverance, secured the freedom of his wife and 6 children. One child he was compelled to leave behind. Daniel belonged to Robert Callender, a farmer, and, except when in a passion, said to be pretty clever. However, considering as a father that it was his duty to do all he could for his children, and that all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, Daniel felt bound to seek refuge in Canada. His wife and children were owned by Samuel Count, an old bald-headed bad man, who had of late years been selling and buying slaves as a business, though he stood high and was a big bug in Cambridge. The children were truly likely looking. Nat is no ordinary man. Like a certain other Nat known to history, his honest and independent bearing in every respect was that of a natural hero. He was full black and about 6 feet high, of powerful physical proportions, and of more than ordinary intellectual capacities. With the strongest desire to make the port of Canada safely, he had resolved to be carried back, if attacked by slave hunters, only as a dead man. He was held to service by John Muir, a wealthy farmer, and the owner of 40 or 50 slaves. Muir would drink, and was generally devilish. 2 of Nat's sisters and 1 of his brothers had been sold away to Georgia by him. Therefore, admonished by threats and fears of having to pass through the same fiery furnace, Nat was led to consider the Underground Rail Road scheme. It was through the marriage of Nat's mistress to his present owner that he came into Muir's hands. Up to the time of her death he had been encouraged to hope that he would be free. Indeed, he was assured by her dying testimony that the slaves were not to be sold. But regardless of the promises and will of his departed wife, Muir soon extinguished all hopes of freedom from that quarter. But not believing that God had put one man here to be the servant of another, to work and get none of the benefit of his labor, Nat armed himself with a good pistol and a big knife, and taking his wife with him, bade adieu forever to bondage. Observing that Lizzie, Nat's wife, looked pretty decided and resolute, a member of the Committee remarked, "Would your wife fight for freedom?" "I have heard her say she would wade through blood and tears for her freedom," said Nat, in the most serious mood. End of Section 23. Recording by Maria Casper. Section 24 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 24, The Arrivals of a Single Month, Part 3. The following advertisement from the Cambridge Democrat of November 4th speaks for itself. $300 reward. Ran away from the subscriber on Saturday night last, 17th inst. My negro woman Lizzie, about 28 years old. She is medium sized, dark complexion, good looking, with rather a down look. When spoken to, replies quickly. She was well dressed, wearing a red and green blanket shawl, and carried with her a variety of clothing. She ran off in company with her husband, Nat Amby, belonging to John Muir, Esquire, who is about 6 feet in height, with slight impediment in his speech, dark chestnut color, and a large scar on the side of his neck. I will give the above reward if taken in this county, or 1/2 of what she sells for if taken out of the county or state. In either case to be lodged in Cambridge jail. Cambridge, October 21st, 1857. Alexander H. Bailey. P.S. For the apprehension of the above named negro man Nat, and delivery in Cambridge jail, I will give $500 reward. John Muir. Now, since Nat's master has been introduced in the above order, it seems but appropriate that Nat should be heard too. Consequently, the following letter is inserted for what it is worth. Auburn, June 10th, 1858. Mr. William Still. Sir, will you be so kind as to write a letter to Affy White in Strawberry Alley in Baltimore City on the Point. Say to her at Nat Amby that I wish to know from her the last letter that Joseph Amby and Henry Amby, 2 brothers, and Ann Warfield, a cousin of them 2 boys I state above. I would like to hear from my mother, Sitchie Amby. You will please write to my mother and tell her that I am well and doing well, and state to her that I perform my religious duties, and I would like to hear from her and want to know if she is performing her religious duties yet, and send me word from all her children I left behind. Say to Affy White that I wish her to write me a letter in haste. My wife is well and doing well, and my nephew is doing well. Please tell Affy White when she writes to me to let me know where Joseph and Henry Amby is. Mr. Still, please look on your book and you will find my name on your book. They was 11 of us children and all when we came through, and I feel interested about my brothers. I have never heard from them since I left home. You will please be kind enough to attend to this letter. When you send the answer to this letter, you will please send it to P.R. Freeman, Auburn City, Cayuga County, New York. Yours truly, Nat Amby. William is 25, complexion brown, intellect naturally good, with no favorable notions of the peculiar institution. He was armed with a formidable dirk knife, and declared he would use it if attacked rather than be dragged back to bondage. Hannah is a hearty looking young woman of 23 or 24, with a countenance that indicated that liberty was what she wanted and was contending for, and that she would not willingly submit to the yoke. Though she came with the Cambridge party, she did not come from Cambridge, but from Marshall Hope, Caroline County, where she had been owned by Charles Peters, a man who had distinguished himself by getting drunk, scratching and fighting, etc., not unfrequently in his own family even. She had no parents that she knew of. Left because they used her so bad, beat and knocked her about. Jack Scott. Jack is about 36 years of age, substantially built, dark color, and of quiet and prepossessing manners. He was owned by David B. Turner, Esquire, a dry goods merchant of New York. By birth Turner was a Virginian, and a regular slaveholder. His slaves were kept hired out by the year. As Jack had had but slight acquaintance with his New York owner, he says but very little about him. He was moved to leave simply because he had got tired of working for the white people for nothing. Fled from Richmond, Virginia. Jack went to Canada direct. The following letter furnishes a clue to his whereabouts, plans, etc. Montreal, September 1st, 1859. Dear Sir: It is with extreme pleasure that I set down to enclose you a few lines to let you know that I am well, and I hope when these few lines come to hand they may find you and your family in good health and prosperity. I left your house November 3rd, 1857, for Canada. I received a letter here from James Carter in Petersburg, saying that my wife would leave there about the 28th or the 1st September, and that he would send her on by way of Philadelphia to you to send on to Montreal. If she come on to you, be pleased to send her on, and as there is so many boats coming here all times a day, I may not know what time she will. So you be pleased to give her this direction. She can get a cab and go to the Donegana Hotel, and Edmund Turner is there. He will take you where I lives. And if he is not there, cabman take you to Mr. Taylor's on Durham Street, nearly opposite to the Methodist Church. Nothing more at present, but remain your well wisher, John Scott. C. Hitchens. This individual took his departure from Milford, Delaware, where he was owned by William Hill, a farmer, who took special delight in having fighting done on the place. This passenger was one of our least intelligent travelers. He was about 22. Major Ross. Major fled from John Jay, a farmer residing in the neighborhood of Havre de Grace, Maryland. But for the mean treatment received from Mr. Jay, Major might have been foolish enough to have remained all his days in chains. It's an ill wind that blows nobody any good. Henry Oburn. Henry was to be free at 28, but preferred having it at 21, especially as he was not certain that 28 would ever come. He is of chestnut color, well made, etc., and came from Seaford, Maryland. Perry Burton. Perry is about 27 years of age, decidedly colored, medium size, and only of ordinary intellect. He acknowledged John R. Burton, a farmer on Indian River, as his master, and escaped because he wanted some day for himself. Alfred Hubert, Israel Whitney, and John Thompson. Alfred is of powerful muscular appearance, and naturally of a good intellect. He is full dark chestnut color, and would doubtless fetch a high price. He was owned by Mrs. Matilda Niles, from whom he had hired his time, paying $110 yearly. He had no fault to find with his mistress, except he observed she had a young family growing up, into whose hands he feared he might unluckily fall some day, and saw no way of avoiding it but by flight. Being only 28, he may yet make his mark. Israel was owned by Elijah Money. All that he could say in favor of his master was that he treated him respectfully, though he drank hard. Israel was about 36, and another excellent specimen of an able-bodied and wide-awake man. He hired his time at the rate of $120 a year, and had to find his wife and child in the bargain. He came from Alexandria, Virginia. Interesting letter from Israel. Hamilton, October 16th, 1858. William Still, my dear friend. I saw Carter and his friend a few days ago, and they told me that you was well. On the 7th of October my wife came to Hamilton. Mr. A. Herbert, who came from Virginia with me, is going to get married on the 20th of November next. I wish you would write to me of how many of my friends you have seen since October, 1857. Montgomery Green keeps a barber shop in Cayuga, in the State of New York. I have not heard of Oscar Ball but once since I came here, and then he was well and doing well. George Carroll is in Hamilton. The times are very dull at present, and have been ever since I came here. Please write soon. Nothing more at present, only I still remain in Hamilton, C.W. Israel Whitney. John is 19 years of age, mulatto, spare made, but not lacking in courage, mother wit, or perseverance. He was born in Fauquier County, Virginia, and after experiencing slavery for a number of years there, being sold 2 or 3 times to the highest bidder, he was finally purchased by a cotton planter named Hezekiah Thompson, residing at Huntsville, Alabama. Immediately after the sale, Hezekiah bundled his new purchase off to Alabama, where he succeeded in keeping him only about 2 years, for at the end of that time John determined to strike a blow for liberty. The incentive to this step was the inhuman treatment he was subjected to. Cruel indeed did he find it there. His master was a young man, fond of drinking and carousing, and always ready for a fight or a knockdown. A short time before John left, his master whipped him so severely with the bull whip that he could not use his arm for 3 or 4 days. Seeing but one way of escape, and that more perilous than the way William and Ellen Craft or Henry Box Brown traveled, he resolved to try it. It was to get on the top of the car instead of inside of it, and thus ride of nights till nearly daylight, when at a stopping place on the road he would slip off the car and conceal himself in the woods until under cover of the next night he could manage to get on the top of another car. By this most hazardous mode of travel he reached Virginia. It may be best not to attempt to describe how he suffered at the hands of his owners in Alabama, or how severely he was pinched with hunger in traveling, or how, when he reached his old neighborhood in Virginia, he could not venture to inquire for his mother, brothers, or sisters, to receive from them an affectionate word, an encouraging smile, a crust of bread, or a drink of water. Success attended his efforts for more than 2 weeks, but alas, after having got back north of Richmond, on his way home to Alexandria, he was captured and put in prison. His master, being informed of the fact, came on and took possession of him again. At first he refused to sell him, said he had money enough and owned about 30 slaves, therefore wished to take him back to make an example of him. However, through the persuasion of an uncle of his, he consented to sell. Accordingly, John was put on the auction block and bought for $1,300 by Green McMurray, a regular trader in Richmond. McMurray again offered him for sale, but in consequence of hard times and the high price demanded, John did not go off, at least not in the way the trader desired to dispose of him, but did nevertheless succeed in going off on the Underground Rail Road. Thus once more he reached his old home, Alexandria. His mother was in one place, and his 6 brothers and sisters evidently scattered, where he knew not. Since he was 5 years of age not one of them has he seen. If such sufferings and trials were not entitled to claim for the sufferer the honor of a hero, where in all Christendom could one be found who could prove a better title to that appellation? It is needless to say that the Committee extended to him brotherly kindness, sympathized with him deeply, and sent him on his way rejoicing. Of his subsequent career the following extract from a letter written at London shows that he found no rest for the soles of his feet under the Stars and Stripes in New York. I hope that you will remember John Thompson, who passed through your hands, I think, in October, 1857, at the same time that Mr. Cooper from Charleston, South Carolina, came on. I was engaged at New York in the barber business with a friend, and was doing very well, when I was betrayed, and obliged to sail for England very suddenly, my master being in the city to arrest me. London, December 21st, 1860. Jeremiah Colburn. Jeremiah is a bright mulatto of prepossessing appearance, reads and writes, and is quite intelligent. He fled from Charleston, where he had been owned by Mrs. E. Williamson, an old lady about 75, a member of the Episcopal Church, and opposed to freedom. As far as he was concerned, however, he said, she had treated him well, but knowing that the old lady would not be long here, he judged it was best to look out in time. Consequently, he availed himself of an Underground Rail Road ticket, and bade adieu to that hotbed of secession, South Carolina. Indeed, he was fair enough to pass for white, and actually came the entire journey from Charleston to this city under the garb of a white gentleman. With regard to gentlemanly bearing, however, he was all right in this particular. Nevertheless, as he had been a slave all his days, he found that it required no small amount of nerve to succeed in running the gauntlet with slaveholders and slave catchers for so long a journey. End of Section 24. Recording by Maria Casper. Section 25 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 25, The Arrivals of a Single Month, Part 4. The following pointed epistle from Jeremiah Colburn, alias William Cooper, beautifully illustrates the effects of freedom on many a passenger who received hospitalities at the Philadelphia depot. Syracuse, June 9th, 1858. Mr. Still, Dear Sir: One of your Underground Railroad passenger dropped you these few lines to let you see that he have not forgotten you, one who have done so much for him. Well, sir, I am still in Syracuse. Well, in regard to what I am doing for a living, I know you would like to hear. I am in the painting business, and have as much at that as I can do, and enough to last me all the summer. I had a knowledge of painting before I left the South. The hotel where I was working last winter, the proprietor fail and shot up in the spring, and I lose everything that I was working for all last winter. I have written a letter to my friend P. Christensen some time ago, and have never received an answer. I hope this won't be the case with this one. I have an idea, sir, next winter, if I can this summer make enough to pay expenses, to go to that school at McGrowville and spend my winter there. I am going, sir, to try to prepare myself for a lecturer. I am going, sir, by the help of God, to try and do something for the cause, to help my poor brethren that are suffering under the yoke. Do give my respect to Mrs. Stills, and particular to Miss Julia Kelly. I suppose she is still with you yet. I am in great haste. You must excuse my short letter. I hope these few lines may find you as they leave me quite well. It will afford me much pleasure to hear from you. Yours truly, William Cooper. John Thompson is still here and doing well. It will be seen that this young Charlestonian had rather exalted notions in his head. He was contemplating going to McGrawville College for the purpose of preparing himself for the lecturing field. Was it not rather strange that he did not want to return to his kind-hearted old mistress? Thomas Henry, Nathan Collins, and his wife Mary Ellen. Thomas is about 26, quite dark, rather of a raw-boned make, indicating that times with him had been other than smooth. A certain Josiah Wilson owned Thomas. He was a cross, rugged man, allowing not half enough to eat, and worked his slaves late and early. Especially within the last 2 or 3 months previous to the escape, he had been intensely savage, in consequence of having lost not long before 2 of his servants. Ever since that misfortune he had frequently talked of putting the rest in his pocket. This distressing threat made the rest love him none the more, but to make assurances doubly sure, after giving them their supper every evening, which consisted of delicious skimmed milk, corn cake, and a herring each, he would very carefully send them up in the loft over the kitchen, and there lock them up, to remain until called the next morning at 3 or 4 o'clock to go to work again. Destitute of money, clothing, and a knowledge of the way, situated as they were, they concluded to make an effort for Canada. Nathan was also a fellow servant with Thomas, and of course owned by Wilson. Nathan's wife, however, was owned by Wilson's son, Abram. Nathan was about 25 years of age, not very dark. He had a remarkably large head on his shoulders, and was the picture of determination, and apparently was exactly the kind of a subject that might be desirable in the British possessions, in the forest or on the farm. His wife, Mary Ellen, is a brown-skinned, country-looking young woman, about 20 years of age. In escaping, they had to break jail in the dead of night, while all were asleep in the big house, and thus they succeeded. What Mr. Wilson did, said, or thought about these shiftless creatures, we are not prepared to say. We may notwithstanding reasonably infer that the Underground has come in for a liberal share of his indignation and wrath. The above travelers came from near New Market, Maryland. The few rags they were clad in were not really worth the price that a woman would ask for washing them, yet they brought with them about all they had. Thus they had to be newly rigged at the expense of the Vigilance Committee. The Cambridge Democrat of November 4th, 1857, from which the advertisements were cut, said: At a meeting of the people of this county, held in Cambridge on the 2nd of November, to take into consideration the better protection of the interests of the slave owners, among other things that were done, it was resolved to enforce the various acts of assembly whatever relating to servants and slaves. The act of 1715, chapter 44, section 2, provides that from and after the publication thereof, no servant or servants whatsoever within this province, whether by indenture or by the custom of the counties, or hired for wages, shall travel by land or water 10 miles from the house of his, her, or their master, mistress, or dame, without a note under their hands, or under the hands of his, her, or their overseer, if any be, under the penalty of being taken for a runaway, and to suffer such penalties as hereafter provided against runaways. The act of 1806, chapter 81, section 5, provides that any person taking up such runaway shall have and receive $6 to be paid by the master or owner. It was also determined to have put in force the act of 1825, chapter 161, and the act of 1839, chapter 320, relative to idle, vagabond, free negroes, providing for their sale or banishment from the state. All persons interested are hereby notified that the aforesaid laws, in particular, will be enforced, and all officers failing to enforce them will be presented to the grand jury, and those who desire to avoid the penalties of the aforesaid statutes are requested to conform to these provisions. End of section 25. Recording by Maria Casper. Section 26 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 26. The Arrivals of a Single Month, Part 5. As to the modus operandi by which so many men, women, and children were delivered and safely forwarded to Canada, despite slave hunters and the fugitive slave law, the subjoined letters from different agents and depots will throw important light on the question. Men and women aided in this cause, who were influenced by no oath of secrecy, who received not a farthing for their labors, who believed that God had put it into the hearts of all mankind to love liberty, and had commanded men to feel for those in bonds as bound with them, to break every yoke and let the oppressed go free. But here are the letters, bearing at least on some of the travelers. Wilmington, 10th month, 31st, 1857. Esteemed friend William Still: I write to inform thee that we have either 17 or 27, I am not certain which, of that large gang of God's poor, and I hope they are safe. The man who has them in charge informed me there were 27 safe and one boy lost during last night, about 14 years of age, without shoes. We have felt some anxiety about him, for fear he may be taken up and betray the rest. I have since been informed that there are but 17, so that I cannot at present tell which is correct. I have several looking out for the lad. They will be kept from Philadelphia for the present. My principal object in writing thee at this time is to inform thee of what one of our constables told me this morning. He told me that a colored man in Philadelphia, who professed to be a great friend of the colored people, was a traitor, that he had been written to by an abolitionist in Baltimore to keep a lookout for those slaves that left Cambridge this night week, told him they would be likely to pass through Wilmington on the 6th day or 7th day night, and the colored man in Philadelphia had written to the master of part of them telling him the above, and the master arrived here yesterday in consequence of the information, and told one of our constables the above. The man told the name of the Baltimore writer, which he had forgotten, but declined telling the name of the colored man in Philadelphia. I hope you will be able to find out who he is, and should I be able to learn the name of the Baltimore friend, I will put him on his guard respecting his Philadelphia correspondence. As ever thy friend and the friend of humanity, without regard to color or clime, THOMAS GARRETT. how much truth there was in the constable's story, to the effect that a colored man in Philadelphia, who professed to be a great friend of the colored people, was a traitor, etc., the Committee never learned. As a general thing, colored people were true to the fugitive slave, but now and then some unprincipled individuals, under various pretenses, would cause us great anxiety. Letter from John Augusta, Norristown, October 18th, 1857, 2:00 P.M. Dear Sir: There is 6 men and women and 5 children, making 11 persons. If you are willing to receive them, write to me immediately, and I will bring them to your tomorrow evening. I would not have wrote this, but the times are so much worse financially that I thought it best to hear from you before I brought such a crowd down. Please answer this and oblige. John Augusta. This document has somewhat of a military appearance about it. It is short and to the point. Friend Augusta was well known in Norristown as a first-rate hairdresser and a prompt and trustworthy Underground Rail Road agent. Of course a speedy answer was returned to his note, and he was instructed to bring the 11 passengers on to the Committee in Brotherly Love. Letter from Miss G. Lewis about a portion of the same memorable 28. Sunnyside, November 6th, 1857. Dear Friend: 8 more of the large company reached our place last night, direct from Ercildown. The 8 constitute one family of them. The husband and wife with 4 children under 8 years of age wish tickets for Elmira. 3 sons nearly grown will be forwarded to Philadelphia, probably by the train which passes Phoenixville at 7 o'clock of tomorrow evening, the 7th. It would be safest to meet them there. We shall send them to Elijah with the request for them to be sent there, and I presume they will be. If they should not arrive, you may suppose it did not suit Elijah to send them. We will send the money for the tickets by C.C. Burleigh, who will be in Philadelphia on 2nd day morning. If you please, you will forward the tickets by tomorrow's mail, as we do not have a mail again till 3rd day. Yours hastily, Q. Lewis. Please give directions for forwarding to Elmira, and name the price of tickets. At first Miss Lewis thought of forwarding only a part of her fugitive guests to the Committee in Philadelphia, but on further consideration all were safely sent along in due time, and the Committee took great pains to have them made as comfortable as possible, as the cases of these mothers and children especially called forth the deepest sympathy. In this connection it seems but fitting to allude to Captain Lee's sufferings, on account of his having brought away in a skiff by sea a party of 4, alluded to in the beginning of this single month's report. Unfortunately he was suspected, arrested, tried, convicted, and torn from his wife and 2 little children, and sent to the Richmond Penitentiary for 25 years. Before being sent away from Portsmouth, Virginia, where he was tried, for 10 days in succession in the prison 5 lashes a day were laid heavily on his bare back. The further sufferings of poor Lee and his heart-broken wife, and his little daughter and son, are too painful for minute recital. In this city the friends of freedom did all in their power to comfort Mrs. Lee, and administered aid to her and her children, but she broke down under her mournful fate, and went to that bourne from whence no traveler ever returns. Captain Lee suffered untold misery in prison, until he also, not a great while before the Union forces took possession of Richmond, sank beneath the severity of his treatment, and went likewise to the grave. The 2 children for a long time were under the care of Mr. William Ingram of Philadelphia, who voluntarily, from pure benevolence, proved himself to be a father and a friend to them. To their poor mother also he had been a true friend. The way in which Captain Lee came to be convicted, if the Committee were correctly informed, and they think they were, was substantially in this wise. In the darkness of the night 4 men, 2 of them constables, one of the other 2 the owner of one of the slaves who had been aided away by Lee, seized the wife of one of the fugitives, and took her to the woods, where the fiends stripped every particle of clothing from her person, tied her to a tree, and armed with knives, cowhides, and a shovel, swore vengeance against her, declaring they would kill her if she did not testify against Lee. At first she refused to reveal the secret, indeed she knew but little to reveal, but her savage tormentors beat her almost to death. Under this barbarous infliction she was constrained to implicate Captain Lee, which was about all the evidence the prosecution had against him, and in reality her evidence, for two reasons, should not have weighed a straw, as it was contrary to the laws of the State of Virginia to admit the testimony of colored persons against white; then again for the reason that this testimony was obtained wholly by brute force. But in this instance, this woman on whom the murderous attack had been made, was brought into court on Lee's trial, and was bid to simply make her statement with regard to Lee's connection with the escape of her husband. This she did of course, and in the eyes of this chivalric court this procedure was all right. But thank God the events since those dark and dreadful days afford abundant proof that the all seeing eye was not asleep to the daily sufferings of the poor bondman. End of section 26. Recording by Maria Casper.
Section 27 of the Underground Railroad Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sheridan. The Underground Railroad Part 1 by William Still. Section 27. A Slave Girl's Narrative. Cordelia Lonely, slave of Mrs. Joseph Cahell, widow of the late Honorable Joseph Cahell of Virginia, of Fredericksburg, Virginia. Cordelia's escape from her mistress in Philadelphia. Rarely did the peculiar institution present the relations of mistress and maidservant in a light so apparently favorable as in the case of Mrs. Joseph Cahell, widow of the late Honorable Joseph Cahell of Virginia, and her slave Cordelia. The Vigilance Committee's first knowledge of either of these memorable personages was brought about in the following manner. About the 30th of March, in the year 1859, a member of the Vigilance Committee was notified by a colored servant, living at a fashionable boarding house on Chestnut Street, that a lady with a slave woman from Fredericksburg, Virginia, was boarding at said house, and that said slave woman desired to receive counsel and aid from the committee, as she was anxious to secure her freedom before her mistress returned to the South. On further consultation about the matter, a suitable hour was named for the meeting of the committee and the slave at the above-named boarding house. Finding that the woman was thoroughly reliable, the committee told her that two modes of deliverance were open before her. One was to take her trunk and all her clothing and quietly retire. The other was to sue out a writ of habeas corpus and bring the mistress before the court, where she would be required under the laws of Pennsylvania to show cause why she restrained this woman of her freedom. Cordelia concluded to adopt the former expedient, provided the committee would protect her. Without hesitation, the committee answered her that to the extent of their ability, she should have their aid with pleasure, without delay. Consequently, a member of the committee was directed to be on hand at a given hour that evening, as Cordelia would certainly be ready to leave her mistress to take care of herself. Thus, at the appointed hour, Cordelia, very deliberately, accompanied the committee away from her kind-hearted old mistress. In the quiet and security of the Vigilance Committee room, Cordelia related substantially the following brief story touching her relationship as a slave to Mrs. Joseph Cahell. In this case, as with thousands and tens of thousands of others, as the old adage fitly expresses it, all is not gold that glitters. Under this apparently pious and noble-minded lady, it will be seen that Cordelia had known naught but misery and sorrow. Mrs. Cahell, having engaged board for a month at a fashionable private boarding house on Chestnut Street, took an early opportunity to caution Cordelia against going into the streets and having anything to say or do with free niggers in particular. Withal, she appeared unusually kind, so much so that before retiring to bed in the evening, she would call Cordelia to her chamber, and by her side would take her prayer book and Bible, and go through the forms of devotional service. She stood very high both as a church communicant and a lady in society. For a fortnight it seemed as though her prayers were to be answered, for Cordelia apparently bore herself as submissively as ever, and Madame received calls and accepted invitations from some of the elite of the city, without suspecting any intention on the part of Cordelia to escape. But Cordelia could not forget how her children had all been sold by her mistress. Cordelia was about 57 years of age, with about an equal proportion of colored and white blood in her veins, very neat, respectful, and prepossessing in manner. From her birth to the hour of her escape, she had worn the yoke under Mrs. C. as her most efficient and reliable maidservant. She had been at her mistress's beck and call as seamstress, dressing maid, nurse in the sick room, etc., etc., under circumstances that might appear to the casual observer uncommonly favorable for a slave. Indeed, on his first interview with her, the committee man was so forcibly impressed with the belief that her condition in Virginia had been favorable that he hesitated to ask her if she did not desire her liberty. A few moments' conversation with her, however, convinced him of her good sense and decision of purpose with regard to this matter. For, in answer to the first question he put to her, she answered that as many creature comforts and religious privileges as she had been the recipient of under her kind mistress, still she wanted to be free, and was bound to leave, that she had been treated very cruelly, that her children had all been sold away from her, that she had been threatened with sale herself on the first insult, etc. She was willing to take the entire responsibility of taking care of herself. On the suggestion of a friend, before leaving her mistress, she was disposed to sue for her freedom, but, upon a reconsideration of the matter, she chose rather to accept the hospitality of the Underground Railroad, and leave in a quiet way and go to Canada, where she would be free indeed. Accordingly, she left her mistress and was soon a free woman. The following sad experience she related calmly in the presence of several friends, an evening or two after she left her mistress. 2 sons and 2 daughters had been sold from her by her mistress within the last 3 years since the death of her master. 3 of her children had been sold to the Richmond market, and the other in Nelson County. Paulina was the first sold, 2 years ago last May. Nat was the next. He was sold to Abram Warwick of Richmond. Paulina was sold before it was named to her mother that it had entered her mistress's mind to dispose of her. Nancy from infancy had been in poor health. Nevertheless, she had been obliged to take her place in the field with the rest of the slaves, of more rugged constitution, until she had passed her 20th year, and had become a mother. Under these circumstances, the overseer and his wife complained to the mistress that her health was really too bad for a field hand, and begged that she might be taken where her duties would be less oppressive. Accordingly, she was withdrawn from the field, and was set to spinning and weaving. When too sick to work, her mistress invariably took the ground that nothing was the matter, notwithstanding the fact that her family physician, Dr. Elsom, had pronounced her quite weakly and sick. In an angry mood one day, Mrs. Cahell declared she would cure her, and again sent her to the field with orders to the overseer to whip her every day, and make her work or kill her. Again the overseer said it was no use to try, for her health would not stand it, and she was forthwith returned. The mistress then concluded to sell her. One Sabbath evening a nephew of hers, who resided in New Orleans, happened to be on a visit to his aunt, when it occurred to her that she had better get Nancy off if possible. Accordingly, Nancy was called in for examination. Being dressed in her Sunday best, and before a poor candlelight, she appeared to good advantage, and the nephew concluded to start with her on the following Tuesday morning. However, the next morning he happened to see her by the light of the sun, and in her working garments, which satisfied him that he had been grossly deceived, that she would barely live to reach New Orleans. He positively refused to carry out the previous evening's contract, thus leaving her in the hands of her mistress, with the advice that she should doctor her up. The mistress, not disposed to be defeated, obviated the difficulty by selecting a little boy, made a lot of the 2, and thus made it an inducement to a purchaser to buy the sick woman. The boy and the woman brought $700. In the sale of her children, Cordelia was as little regarded as if she had been a cow. I felt wretched, she said, with emphasis, when I heard that Nancy had been sold, which was not until after she had been removed. But, she continued, I was not at liberty to make my grief known to a single white soul. I wept and couldn't help it. But remembering that she was liable on the first insult to be sold herself, she sought no sympathy from her mistress, whom she describes as a woman who shows as little kindness towards her servants as any woman in the States of America. She neither likes to feed nor clothe well. With regard to flogging, however, in days past she had been up to the mark. Many a slap and blow had Cordelia received since she arrived at womanhood, directly from the madam's own hand. One day, smarting under cruel treatment, she appealed to her mistress in the following strain: I stood by your mother in all her sickness, and nursed her till she died. I waited on your niece night and day for months till she died. I waited upon your husband all my life, in his sickness especially, and shrouded him in death, etc. Yet I am treated cruelly. It was of no avail. Her mistress at one time was the owner of about 500 slaves, but within the last few years she had greatly lessened the number by sales. She stood very high as a lady, and was a member of the Episcopal Church. To punish Cordelia on several occasions, she had been sent to one of the plantations to work as a field hand. Fortunately, however, she found the overseers more compassionate than her mistress, though she received no particular favors from any of them. Asking her to name the overseers, etc., she did so. The first was Marks, a thin-visaged, poor-looking man, great for swearing. The second was Gilbert Brower, a very rash, portly man. The third was Buck Young, a stout man and very sharp. The fourth was Lynn Powell, a tall man with red whiskers, very contrary and spiteful. There was also a fifth one, but his name was lost. Thus Cordelia's experience, though chiefly confined to the great house, extended occasionally over the corn and tobacco fields, among the overseers and field hands generally. But under no circumstances could she find it in her heart to be thankful for the privileges of slavery. After leaving her mistress, she learned, with no little degree of pleasure, that a perplexed state of things existed at the boarding house, that her mistress was seriously puzzled to imagine how she would get her shoes and stockings on and off, how she would get her head combed, get dressed, be attended to in sickness, etc., as she, Cordelia, had been compelled to discharge these offices all her life. Most of the boarders, being slaveholders, naturally sympathized in her affliction, and some of them went so far as to offer a reward to some of the colored servants to gain a knowledge of her whereabouts. Some charged the servants with having a hand in her leaving, but all agreed that she had left a very kind and indulgent mistress, and had acted very foolishly in running out of slavery into freedom. A certain doctor of divinity, the pastor of an Episcopal church in this city, and a friend of the mistress, hearing of her distress, by request or voluntarily, undertook to find out Cordelia's place of seclusion. Hailing on the street a certain colored man with a familiar face, who he thought knew nearly all the colored people about town, he related to him the predicament of his lady friend from the South, remarked how kindly she had always treated her servants, signified that Cordelia would rue the change, and be left to suffer among the miserable blacks downtown, that she would not be able to take care of herself, quoted scripture justifying slavery, and finally suggested that he, the colored man, would be doing a duty and a kindness to the fugitive by using his influence to find her and prevail upon her to return. It so happened that the colored man thus addressed was Thomas Dorsey, the well-known, fashionable caterer of Philadelphia, who had had the experience of quite a number of years as a slave at the South, had himself once been pursued as a fugitive, and having, by his industry in the condition of freedom, acquired a handsome estate. He felt entirely qualified to reply to the reverend gentleman, which he did, though in not very respectful phrases, telling him that Cordelia had as good a right to her liberty as he had, or her mistress either, that God had never intended one man to be the slave of another, that it was all false about the slaves being better off than the free colored people, that he would find as many poor, miserably degraded of his own color downtown as among the degraded blacks, and concluded by telling him that he would rather give her $100 to help her off than to do aught to make known her whereabouts if he knew ever so much about her. What further steps were taken by the discomfited divine, the mistress, or her boarding house sympathizers, the committee was not informed. But with regard to Cordelia, she took her departure for Canada in the midst of the Daniel Webster fugitive trial, with the hope of being permitted to enjoy the remainder of her life in freedom and peace. Being a member of the Baptist Church, and professing to be a Christian, she was persuaded that by industry and assistance of the Lord, a way would be opened to the seeker of freedom, even in a strange land, and among strangers. This story appeared in part in the New York Evening Post, having been furnished by the writer without his name to it. It is certainly none the less interesting now, as it may be read in the light of universal emancipation. End of section 27. Recording by Sherry Jordan.
Section 28 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lee Smalley. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Sill. Section 28. Arrival of Jackson, Isaac, and Edmondson Turner from Petersburg. Touching scene on meeting their old blind father at the UGRR depot. Letters and warning to slaveholders. About the latter part of December 1857, Isaac and Edmondson, brothers, succeeded in making their escape together from Petersburg, Virginia. They barely escaped the auction block, as their mistress, Mrs. Ann Coley, a widow, had just completed arrangements for their sale on the coming first day of January. In this kind of property, however, Mrs. Coley had not largely invested. In the days of her prosperity, while all was happy and contented, she could only boast of 4 head, these brothers, Jackson, Isaac, and Edmondson, and one other. In May 1857, Jackson had fled and was received by the Vigilance Committee, who placed him upon their books briefly in the following light. Runaway. $50 reward. Ran away sometime in May last, my servant man, who calls himself Jackson Turner. He is about 27 years of age, and has one of his front teeth out. He is quite black, with thick lips, a little bow-legged, and looks down when spoken to. I will give a reward of $50 if taken out of the city, and $25 if taken within the city. I forewarn all masters of vessels from harboring or employing the said slave. All persons who disregard this notice will be punished as the law directs. Ann Coley. Petersburg, June 8, 1857. Jackson is quite dark, medium size, and well informed for one in his condition. In slavery he had been pressed hard. His hire, $10 per month, he was obliged to produce at the end of each month, no matter how much he had been called upon to expend for doctor bills, etc. The woman he called mistress went by the name of Ann Coley, a widow, living near Petersburg. She was very quarrelsome, although a member of the Methodist Church. Jackson, seeing that his mistress was yearly growing harder and harder, concluded to try and better his condition, if possible. Having a free wife in the North, who was in the habit of communicating with him, he was kept fully awake to the love of freedom. The Underground Railroad expense the committee gladly bore. No further record of Jackson was made. Jackson found his poor old father here, where he had resided for a number of years, in a state of almost total blindness, and of course in much parental anxiety about his boys in chains. On the arrival of Jackson, his heart overflowed with joy and gratitude not easily described, as the old man had hardly been able to muster faith enough to believe that he should ever look with his dim eyes upon one of his sons in freedom. After a day or two's tarrying, Jackson took his departure for safer and more healthful localities, her British Majesty's possessions. The old man remained only to feel more keenly than ever the pang of having sons still toiling in hopeless servitude. In less than 7 months, after Jackson had shaken off the yoke, to the unspeakable joy of the father, Isaac and Edmondson succeeded in following their brother's example, and were made happy partakers of the benefits and blessings of the Vigilance Committee of Philadelphia. On first meeting his two boys at the Underground Railroad depot, the old man took each one in his arms, and as looking through a glass darkly, straining every nerve of his almost lost sight, exclaiming, whilst hugging them closer and closer to his bosom for some minutes, in tears of joy and wonder, "My son Isaac, is this you? My son Isaac, is this you?" etc. The scene was calculated to awaken the deepest emotion, and to bring tears to eyes not accustomed to weep. Little had the old man dreamed in his days of sadness, that he should share such a feast of joy over the deliverance of his sons. But it is in vain to attempt to picture the affecting scene at this reunion, for that would be impossible. Of their slave life the records contain but a short notice, simply as follows: Isaac is 28 years of age, hearty looking, well made, dark color, and intelligent. He was owned by Mrs. Ann Coley, a widow, residing near Petersburg, Virginia. Isaac and Edmondson were to have been sold on New Year's Day, a few days hence. How sad her disappointment must have been on finding them gone may be more easily imagined than described. Edmondson is about 25, a brother of Isaac, and a smart, good-looking young man, was owned by Mrs. Coley also. This is just the class of fugitives to make good subjects for John Bull, thought the committee, feeling pretty well assured that they would make good reports after having enjoyed free air in Canada for a short time. Of course the committee enjoined upon them very earnestly not to forget their brethren left behind groaning in fetters, but to prove by their industry, uprightness, economy, sobriety, and thrift, by the remembrance of their former days of oppression and their obligations to their God, that they were worthy of the country to which they were going, and so to help break the bonds of the oppressors, and undo the heavy burdens of the oppressed. Similar advice was impressed upon the minds of all travelers passing over this branch of the Underground Railroad. From hundreds thus admonished, letters came affording the most gratifying evidence that the counsel of the committee was not in vain. The appended letter from the youngest brother, written with his own hand, will indicate his feelings and views in Canada. Hamilton, Canada West, March 1, 1858. Mr. Still, dear Sir: I have taken the opportunity to inform you your letter came to hand 27th. I were glad to hear from you and your family. I hope this letter may find you and the family well. I am well myself. My brother join me in love to you and all the friend. I were sorry to hear of the death of Mrs. Freeman. We all must die soon or late. This a date we must all pay. We must prepare for the time. She were a nice lady, dear sir. The all is well and send their love to you. Emmeline have been sick but is better at this time. I saw the hills the war well and send their love to you. I was sorry to hear that my brother war soul. I am glad that I did come away when I did. God works all the things for the best. He is young, he may get along in the wool. May God bless him. If you have any news from Petersburg, Va., plas write me a word when you answer this letter, and if any person came form home letter me know. Please send me one of your paper that had the undergrands R. Rod. Give my love to Mr. Carter and his family. I am seving with a barber at this time. He have promised to give me the trade if I can lane it is much of a gentman. Mr. Still, sir, I have writing a letter to Mr. Brown of Petersburg, Va. Please read it, and if you think it right, plas send it by the mail or by hand. You all see how I have written it the will know how send it by the way this writing of the answer it you can send it to me. I have told them direct to your care for Ed. T. Smith, Philadelphia. I hope it may be right. I promost to write to here. Please write to me soon and let me know if you do send it on write wit you did wit that ma but the cabet beige. Do not forget to write tal John he might write to me. I am doing as well as I can at this time, but I get no wages, but my board but is satisfied at these hard time, and glad that I am here and in good health. Northing more at this time. Your truly, Edmund Turner. The same writer sent to the corresponding secretary the following warning to slaveholders. At the time these documents were received, slaveholders were never more defiant. The right to trample on the weak in oppression was indisputable. Cinnamon and odors and ointments and frankincense and wine and oil and fine flour and wheat and beasts and sheep and horses and chariots and slaves and souls of men, slaveholders believed, doubtless, were theirs by divine right, little dreaming that in less than 3 short years, therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine. In view of the marvelous changes which have been wrought by the hand of the Almighty, this warning to slaveholders, from one who felt the sting of slavery, as evincing a particular phase of simple faith and Christian charity, is entitled to a place in these records. A warning to slaveholders. Well may the Southern slaveholders say that holding their fellow men in bondage is no sin, because it is their delight as the Egyptians, so do they. But nevertheless God in his own good time will bring them out by a mighty hand, as it is recorded in the sacred oracles of truth, that Ethiopia shall soon stretch out her hands to God, speaking in the positive, shall. And my prayer is to you, O slaveholder, in the name of that God, who in the beginning said, Let there be light, and there was light. Let my people go that they may serve me. Thereby good may come unto thee and to thy children's children. Slaveholder, have you seriously thought upon the condition yourselves, family and slaves? Have you read where Christ has enjoined upon all his creatures to read his word, thereby that they may have no excuse when coming before his judgment seat? But you say he shall not read his word, consequently his sin will be upon your head. I think every man has as much as he can do to answer for his own sins. And now, my dear slaveholder, who with you are bound and fast hastening to judgment, as one that loves your soul repent ye, therefore, and be converted, that your sins may be blotted out when the time of refreshing shall come from the presence of the Lord. In the language of the poet, stop, poor sinner, stop and think, before you further go. Think upon the brink of death, of everlasting woe. Say, have you an arm like God, that you his will oppose? Fear you not that iron rod, with which he breaks his foes? Is the prayer of one that loves your souls. Edmund Turner. N.B. The signature bears the name of one who knows and felt the sting of slavery. But now, thanks be to God, I am now where the poisonous breath taints not our air, but every one is sitting under his own vine and fig tree, where none dare to make him ashamed or afraid. Edmund Turner, formerly of Petersburg, Va. Hamilton, June 22, 1858. C.W. To Mr. William Still, dear Sir. A favorable opportunity affords the pleasure of acknowledging the receipt of letters and papers. Certainly in this region they were highly appreciated, and I hope the time may come that your kindness will be reciprocated. We are all well at present, but times continue dull. I also deeply regret the excitement recently on the account of those slaves. You will favor me by keeping me posted upon the subject. Those words written to slaveholder is the thought of one who had suffered, and now I thought it a duty incumbent upon me to cry aloud and spare not, etc., by sending these few lines where the slaveholder may hear. You will still further oblige your humble servant also to correct any inaccuracy. My respects to you and your family and all inquiring friends. Your friend and well-wisher, Edmund Turner. The then impending judgments seen by an eye of faith as set forth in this warning soon fell with crushing weight upon the oppressor, and slavery died. but the old blind father of Jackson, Isaac, and Edmondson still lives and may be seen daily on the streets of Philadelphia, and though halt and lame and blind and poor, doubtless resulting from his early oppression, he can thank God and rejoice that he has lived to see slavery abolished. End of Section 28. Recording by Lee Smalley. Section 29 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lee Smalley. The Underground Railroad, Part 1 by William Still. Section 29. Robert Brown, Anthony Loney, and Cornelius Scott. Samuel Williams. Robert Brown, alias Thomas Jones, crossing the river on horseback in the night. In very desperate straits many new inventions were sought after by deep-thinking and resolute slaves, determined to be free at any cost. But it must here be admitted that, in looking carefully over the more perilous methods resorted to, Robert Brown, alias Thomas Jones, stands second to none, with regard to deeds of bold daring. This hero escaped from Martinsburg, Virginia, in 1856. He was a man of medium size, mulatto, about 38 years of age, could read and write, and was naturally sharp-witted. He had formerly been owned by Colonel John F. Franey, whom Robert charged with various offenses of a serious domestic character. Furthermore, he also alleged that his mistress was cruel to all the slaves, declaring that they, the slaves, could not live with her, that she had to hire servants, etc. In order to effect his escape, Robert was obliged to swim the Potomac River on horseback, on Christmas night, while the cold, wind, storm, and darkness were indescribably dismal. This daring bondman, rather than submit to his oppressor any longer, periled his life as above stated. Where he crossed the river was about a half-mile wide. Where could be found in history a more noble and daring struggle for freedom? The wife of his bosom and his 4 children, only 5 days before he fled, were sold to a trader in Richmond, Virginia, for no other offense than simply because she had resisted the lustful designs of her master, being true to her own companion. After this poor slave mother and her children were cast into prison for sale, the husband and some of his friends tried hard to find a purchaser in the neighborhood, but the malicious and brutal master refused to sell her, wishing to gratify his malice to the utmost, and to punish his victims all that lay in his power. He sent them to the place above named. In this trying hour the severed and bleeding heart of the husband resolved to escape at all hazards, taking with him a daguerreotype likeness of his wife which he happened to have on hand, and a lock of hair from her head, and from each of the children, as mementos of his unbounded, though sundered, affection for them. After crossing the river, his wet clothing freezing to him, he rode all night, a distance of about 40 miles. In the morning he left his faithful horse tied to a fence, quite broken down. He then commenced his dreary journey on foot, cold and hungry, in a strange place, where it was quite unsafe to make known his condition and wants. Thus for a day or two, without food or shelter, he traveled until his feet were literally worn out, and in this condition he arrived at Harrisburg, where he found friends. Passing over many of the interesting incidents on the road, suffice it to say he arrived safely in this city on New Year's night, 1857, about 2 hours before daybreak, the telegraph having announced his coming from Harrisburg, having been a week on the way. The night he arrived was very cold. Besides, the Underground train that morning was about 3 hours behind time. In waiting for it, entirely out in the cold, a member of the Vigilance Committee thought he was frosted, but when he came to listen to the story of the fugitive's sufferings his mind changed. Scarcely had Robert entered the house of one of the committee, where he was kindly received, when he took from his pocket his wife's likeness, speaking very touchingly while gazing upon it and showing it. Subsequently, in speaking of his family, he showed the locks of hair referred to, which he had carefully rolled up in paper separately. Unrolling them, he said, "This is my wife's. This is from my oldest daughter, 11 years old, and this is from my next oldest, and this from the next. and this from my infant only 8 weeks old. These mementos he cherished with the utmost care as the last remains of his affectionate family. At the sight of these locks of hair so tenderly preserved, the members of the committee could fully appreciate the resolution of the fugitive in plunging into the Potomac on the back of a dumb beast, in order to flee from a place and people who had made such barbarous havoc in his household. His wife, as represented by the likeness, was of fair complexion, prepossessing, and good-looking, perhaps not over 33 years of age. Anthony Loney, alias William Armstead. Anthony had been serving under the yoke of Warring Talbert of Richmond, Virginia. Anthony was of a rich black complexion, medium size, about 25 years of age. He was intelligent, and a member of the Baptist Church. His master was a member of the Presbyterian Church and held family prayers with the servants. But Anthony believed seriously that his master was no more than a whitened sepulchre, one who was fond of saying, "Lord, Lord," but did not do what the Lord bade him. Consequently, Anthony felt that before the great Judge his master's many prayers would not benefit him, as long as he continued to hold his fellow men in bondage. He left a father, Samuel Loney, and mother, Rebecca, also 1 sister and 4 brothers. His old father had bought himself and was free. Likewise his mother, being very old, had been allowed to go free. Anthony escaped in May, 1857. Cornelius Scott. Cornelius took passage per the Underground Railroad in March, 1857, from the neighborhood of Salvington, Stafford County, Virginia. He stated that he had been claimed by Henry L. Brooke, whom he declared to be a "hard drinker and a hard swearer." Cornelius had been very much bleached by the patriarchal institution, and he was shrewd enough to take advantage of this circumstance. In regions of country where men were less critical and less experienced than Southerners as to how the bleaching process was brought about, Cornelius Scott would have had no difficulty whatever in passing for a white man of the most improved Anglo-Saxon type. Although a young man only 23 years of age, and quite stout, his fair complexion was decidedly against him. He concluded that for this very reason he would not have been valued at more than $500 in the market. He left his mother, Ann Stubbs, and half-brother, Isaiah, and traveled as a white man. Samuel Williams, alias John Williams. This candidate for Canada had the good fortune to escape the clutches of his mistress, Mrs. Elvina Duncans, widow of the late Reverend James Duncans, who lived near Cumberland, Maryland. He had very serious complaints to allege against his mistress, who was a member of the Presbyterian Church. To use his own language, the servants in the house were treated worse than dogs. John was 32 years of age, dark chestnut color, well made, prepossessing in appearance, and he "fled to keep from being sold." With the Underground Railroad he was highly delighted. Nor was he less pleased with the thought that he had caused his mistress, who was one of the worst women who ever lived, to lose $1,200 by him. He escaped in March, 1857. He did not admit that he loved slavery any the better for the reason that his master was a preacher, or that his mistress was the wife of a preacher. Although a common farmhand, Samuel had common sense, and for a long time previous had been watching closely the conduct of his mistress, and at the same time had been laying his plans for escape on the Underground Railroad, the first chance. $100 reward. My negro man Richard has been missing since Sunday night, March 22nd. I will give $100 to any one who will secure him or deliver him to me. Richard is 30 years old, but looks older, very short legs, dark but rather bright color, broad cheekbones, a respectful and serious manner, generally looks away when spoken to, small mustache and beard, but he may have them off. He is a remarkably intelligent man, and can turn his hand to anything. He took with him a bag made of Brussels carpet, with my name written in large, rough letters on the bottom, and a good stock of coarse and fine clothes, among them a navy cap and a low-crowned hat. He has been seen about New Kent, ch., and on the Pamunkey River, and is no doubt trying to get off in some vessel bound north. April 18th, 1857, J. W. Randolph, Richmond, Virginia. Even at this late date, it may perhaps afford Mr. R. a degree of satisfaction to know what became of Richard. But if this should not be the case, Richard's children, or mother, or father, if they are living, may possibly see these pages, and thereby be made glad of learning of Richard's wisdom as a traveler, in the terrible days of slave hunting. Consequently, here is what was recorded of him April 3rd, 1857, at the Underground Railroad station, just before a free ticket was tendered him for Canada. Richard is 33 years of age, small of stature, dark color, smart and resolute. He was owned by Captain Tucker of the United States Navy, from whom he fled. He was "tired of serving and wanted to marry," was the cause of his escape. He had no complaint of bad treatment to make against his owner, indeed he said that he had been "used well all his life." Nevertheless, Richard felt that this Underground Railroad was the greatest road he ever saw. When the war broke out, Richard girded on his knapsack and went to help Uncle Sam humble Richmond and break the yoke. End of Section 29. Recording by Lee Smalley.
Section 30 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 30. Barnaby Grigby, alias John Boyer, and Mary Elizabeth, his wife. Frank Wanzer, alias Robert Scott. Emily Foster, alias Ann Wood. Two others who started with them were captured. All these persons journeyed together from Loudoun County, Virginia, on horseback and in a carriage for more than 100 miles. Availing themselves of a holiday and their masters' horses and carriage, they as deliberately started for Canada as though they had never been taught that it was their duty as servants to obey their masters. In this particular showing a most utter disregard of the intent of their kind-hearted and indulgent owners. They left home on Monday, Christmas Eve, 1855, under the leadership of Frank Wanzer, and arrived in Columbia the following Wednesday at 1 o'clock. As witfully as they had thus made their way along, they had not found it smooth sailing by any means. The biting frost and snow rendered their travel anything but agreeable. Nor did they escape the gnawings of hunger, traveling day and night, and whilst these articles were in the very act of running away with themselves and their kind master's best horses and carriage, when about 100 miles from home, in the neighborhood of Cheat River, Maryland, they were attacked by 6 white men and a boy, who, doubtless supposing that their intentions were of a wicked and unlawful character, felt it to be their duty in kindness to their masters, if not to the travelers, to demand of them an account of themselves. In other words, the assailants positively commanded the fugitives to show what right they possessed to be found in a condition apparently so unwarranted. The spokesman among the fugitives, affecting no ordinary amount of dignity, told their assailants plainly that no gentleman would interfere with persons riding along civilly, not allowing it to be supposed that they were slaves, of course. These gentlemen, however, were not willing to accept this account of the travelers, as their very decided steps indicated. Having the law on their side, they were for compelling the fugitives to surrender without further parley. At this juncture the fugitives, verily believing that the time had arrived for the practical use of their pistols and dirks, pulled them out of their concealment, the young woman as well as the young men, and declared they would not be taken. One of the white men raised his gun, pointed the muzzle directly towards one of the young women, with the threat that he would shoot, etc. "Shoot! shoot! shoot!" she exclaimed, with a double-barreled pistol in one hand and a long dirk knife in the other, utterly unterrified and fully ready for a death struggle. The male leader of the fugitives by this time had pulled back the hammers of his pistols, and was about to fire. Their adversaries, seeing the weapons and the unflinching determination on the part of the runaways to stand their ground, spill blood, kill or die, rather than be taken, very prudently sidled off to the other side of the road, leaving at least 4 of the victors to travel on their way. At this moment the 4 in the carriage lost sight of the 2 on horseback. Soon after the separation they heard firing, but what the result was they knew not. They were fearful, however, that their companions had been captured. The following paragraph, which was shortly afterwards taken from a Southern paper, leaves no room to doubt as to the fate of the two. 6 fugitive slaves from Virginia were arrested at the Maryland line near Hood's Mill on Christmas Day, but after a severe fight, 4 of them escaped and have not since been heard of. They came from Loudoun and Fauquier counties. Though the 4 who were successful saw no severe fight, it is not unreasonable to suppose that there was a fight, nevertheless, but not till after the number of the fugitives had been reduced to 2 instead of 6. As chivalrous as slaveholders and slave catchers were, they knew the value of their precious lives, and the fearful risk of attempting a capture when the numbers were equal. The party in the carriage, after the conflict, went on their way rejoicing. The young men one cold night, when they were compelled to take rest in the woods and snow, in vain strove to keep the feet of their female companions from freezing by lying on them, but the frost was merciless and bit them severely, as their feet very plainly showed. The following disjointed report was cut from the Frederick, Maryland, Examiner soon after the occurrence took place. 6 slaves, 4 men and 2 women, fugitives from Virginia, having with them 2 spring wagons and 4 horses, came from Hood's Mill on the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, near the dividing line from Frederick and Carroll counties, on Christmas Day. After feeding their animals, one of them told a Mr. Dixon whence they came. Believing them to be fugitives, he spread the alarm, and some 8 or 10 persons gathered round to arrest them. But the negroes, drawing revolvers and bowie knives, kept their assailants at bay, until 5 of the party succeeded in escaping in one of the wagons, and as the last one jumped on a horse to flee, he was fired at, the load taking effect in the small of the back. The prisoner says he belongs to Charles W. Simpson, Esquire, of Fauquier County, Virginia, and ran away with the others on the preceding evening. This report from the Examiner, while it is not wholly correct, evidently relates to the fugitives above described. Why the reporter made such glaring mistakes may be accounted for on the grounds that the bold stand made by the fugitives was so bewildering and alarming that the assailants were not in proper condition to make correct statements. Nevertheless, the Examiner's report was preserved with other records, and is here given for what it is worth. These victors were individually noted on the record thus: Barnaby was owned by William Rogers, a farmer, who was considered a moderate slaveholder, although of late addicted to intemperance. He was the owner of about 12 head of slaves, and had besides a wife and 2 children. Barnaby's chances for making extra change for himself were never favorable. Sometimes of nights he would manage to earn a trifle. He was prompted to escape because he wanted to live by the sweat of his own brow, believing that all men ought to live so. This was the only reason he gave for fleeing. Mary Elizabeth had been owned by Townsend McVee, likewise a farmer, and in Mary's judgment he was severe, but she added, his wife made him so. McVee owned about 25 slaves. He hardly allowed them to talk, would not allow them to raise chickens, and only allowed Mary 3 dresses a year. The rest she had to get as she could. Sometimes McVee would sell slaves. Last year he sold 2. Mary said that she could not say anything good of her mistress. On the contrary, she declared that her mistress knew no mercy nor showed any favor. It was on account of this domineering spirit that Mary was induced to escape. Frank was owned by Luther Sullivan, the meanest man in Virginia, he said. He treated his people just as bad as he could in every respect. Sullivan, added Frank, would lounge the slaves and stint them to save food and get rich, and would sell and whip, etc. To Frank's knowledge he had sold some 25 head. "He sold my mother and her 2 children to Georgia some 4 years previous." But the motive which hurried Frank to make his flight was his laboring under the apprehension that his master had some pretty heavy creditors who might come on him at any time. Frank, therefore, wanted to be home in Canada when these gentry should make their visit. "My poor mother has been often flogged by master," said Frank. As to his mistress, he said she was tolerably good. Ann Wood was owned by McVee also, and was own sister to Elizabeth. Ann very fully sustained her sister Elizabeth's statements respecting the character of her master. The above mentioned 4 were all young and likely. Barnaby was 26 years of age, mulatto, medium-sized, and intelligent. His wife was about 24 years of age, quite dark, good-looking, and of pleasant appearance. Frank was 25 years of age, mulatto, and very smart. Ann was 22, good-looking, and smart. After their pressing wants had been met by the Vigilance Committee, and after partial recuperation from their hard travel, etc., they were forwarded to the Vigilance Committee in New York. In Syracuse, Frank, the leader, who was engaged to Emily, concluded that the knot might as well be tied on the Underground Railroad, although penniless, as to delay the matter a single day longer. Doubtless the bravery, struggles, and trials of Emily throughout the journey had, in his estimation, added not a little to her charms. Thus, after consulting with her on the matter, her approval was soon obtained, she being too prudent and wise to refuse the hand of one who had proved himself a true friend to freedom as well as so devoted to her. The twain were accordingly made one at the Underground Railroad station in Syracuse by Superintendent Rev. J. W. Loguen. After this joyful event, they proceeded to Toronto, and were there gladly received by the Ladies' Society for Aiding Colored Refugees. The following letter from Miss Agnes Willis, the wife of the distinguished Reverend Dr. Willis, brought the gratifying intelligence that these brave young adventurers fell into the hands of distinguished characters and warm friends of freedom. Toronto, 28th of January, Monday evening, 1856. Mr. Still, dear Sir: I have very great pleasure in making you aware that the following respectable persons have arrived here in safety, without being annoyed in any way after you saw them. The women, two of them, viz., Mrs. Grigsby and Mrs. Graham, have been rather ailing, but we hope they will very soon be well. They have been attended to by the Ladies' Society, and are most grateful for any attention they have received. The solitary person, Mrs. Graves, has also been attended to. Also her box will be looked after. She is pretty well, but rather dull. However, she will get friends and feel more at home by and by. Mrs. Wanzer is quite well, and also young William Henry Sanderson. They are all of them in pretty good spirits, and I have no doubt they will succeed in whatever business they take up. In the meantime the men are chopping wood, and the ladies are getting plenty sewing. We are always glad to see our colored refugees safe here. I remain, dear Sir, yours respectfully, Agnes Willis, Treasurer to the Ladies' Society to Aid Colored Refugees. For a time Frank enjoyed his newly won freedom and happy bride with bright prospects all around. But the thought of having left sisters and other relatives in bondage was a source of sadness in the midst of his joy. He was not long, however, in making up his mind that he would deliver them or die in the attempt. Deliberately forming his plans to go south, he resolved to take upon himself the entire responsibility for all the risks to be encountered. Not a word did he reveal to a living soul of what he was about to undertake. With $22 in cash and 3 pistols in his pocket, he started in the lightning train from Toronto for Virginia. On reaching Columbia in this state, he deemed it not safe to go any farther by public conveyance. Consequently, he commenced his long journey on foot, and as he neared the slave territory, he traveled by night altogether. For 2 weeks, night and day, he avoided trusting himself in any house, consequently was compelled to lodge in the woods. Nevertheless, during that space of time, he succeeded in delivering one of his sisters and her husband, and another friend in the bargain. You can scarcely imagine the committee's amazement on his return, as they looked upon him and listened to his noble deeds of daring and his triumph. A more brave and self-possessed man they had never seen. He knew what slavery was and the dangers surrounding him on his mission, but possessing true courage, unlike most men, he pictured no alarming difficulties in a distance of nearly 1,000 miles by the mail route, though the enemy's country, where he might have in truth said, "I could not pass without running the gauntlet of mobs and assassins, prisons and penitentiaries, bailiffs and constables, etc." If this hero had dwelt upon and magnified the obstacles in his way, he would most assuredly have kept off the enemy's country, and his sister and friends would have remained in chains. The following were the persons delivered by Frank Wanzer. They were his trophies, and this noble act of Frank should ever be held as a memorial and honor. The committee's brief record made on their arrival runs thus: August 18th, 1856. Frank Wanzer, Robert Stewart, alias Gasberry Robinson, Vincent Smith, alias John Jackson, Betsy Smith, wife of Vincent Smith, alias Fanny Jackson. They all came from Alder, Loudoun County, Virginia. Robert is about 30 years of age, medium size, dark chestnut color, intelligent and resolute. He was held by the widow Hutchinson, who was also the owner of about 100 others. Robert regarded her as a very hard mistress until the death of her husband, which took place the fall previous to his escape. That sad affliction, he thought, was the cause of a considerable change in her treatment of her slaves. But yet nothing was said about freedom on her part. This reticence Robert understood to mean that she was still unconverted on this great cardinal principle at least. As he could see no prospect of freedom through her agency, when Frank approached him with a good report from Canada and his friends there, he could scarcely wait to listen to the glorious news. He was so willing and anxious to get out of slavery. His dear old mother, Sarah Davis, and 4 brothers and 2 sisters, William, Thomas, Frederick, and Samuel, Violet, and Ellen, were all owned by Mrs. Hutchinson. Dear as they were to him, he saw no way to take them with him, nor was he prepared to remain a day longer under the yoke, so he decided to accompany Frank, let the cost be what it might. Vincent is about 23 years of age, very likely looking, dark color, and more than ordinarily intelligent for one having only the common chances of slaves. He was owned by the estate of Nathan Skinner, who was looked upon, by those who knew him, as a good slaveholder. In slave property, however, he was only interested to the number of 12 head. Skinner neither sold nor emancipated. A year and a half before Vincent escaped, his master was called to give an account of his stewardship, and there in the spirit land Vincent was willing to let him remain without much more to add about him. Vincent left his mother, Judith Smith, and brothers and sisters, Edwin, Angeline, Sina Ann, Adeline Susan, George, John, and Louis, all belonging to the estate of Skinner. Vincent was fortunate enough to bring his wife along with him. She was about 27 years of age, of a brown color, and smart, and was owned by the daughter of the widow Hutchinson. This mistress was said to be a clever woman. End of section 30.
Section 31 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 31. William Jordan, alias William Price. Under Governor Badger of North Carolina, William had experienced slavery in its most hateful form. True, he had only been 12 months under the yoke of this high functionary, but William's experience in this short space of time was of a nature very painful. Previous to coming into the governor's hands, William was held as the property of Mrs. Mary Jordan, who owned large numbers of slaves. Whether the governor was moved by this consideration, or by the fascinating charms of Mrs. Jordan, or both, William was not able to decide. But the governor offered her his hand, and they became united in wedlock. By this circumstance William was brought into his unhappy relations with the chief magistrate of the State of North Carolina. This was the 3rd time the governor had been married. Thus it may be seen that the governor was a firm believer in wives as well as slaves. Commonly he was regarded as a man of wealth. William being an intelligent piece of property, his knowledge of the governor's rules and customs was quite complete, as he readily answered such questions as were propounded to him. In this way a great amount of interesting information was learned from William respecting the governor, slaves, on the plantation, in the swamps, etc. The governor owned large plantations, and was interested in raising cotton, corn, and peas, and was also a practical planter. He was willing to trust neither overseers nor slaves any further than he could help. The governor and his wife were both equally severe towards them, would stint them shamefully in clothing and food, though they did not get flogged quite as often as some others on neighboring plantations. Frequently the governor would be out on the plantation from early in the morning till noon, inspecting the operations of the overseers and slaves. In order to serve the governor, William had been separated from his wife by sale, which was the cause of his escape. He parted not with his companion willingly. At the time, however, he was promised that he should have some favors shown him, could make overwork and earn a little money, and once or twice in the year have the opportunity of making visits to her. 200 miles was the distance between them. He had not been long on the governor's plantation before his honor gave him distinctly to understand that the idea of his going 200 miles to see his wife was all nonsense, and entirely out of the question. "If I said so, I did not mean it," said his honor when the slave, on a certain occasion, alluded to the conditions on which he consented to leave home, etc. Against this cruel decision of the governor, William's heart revolted, for he was warmly attached to his wife, and so he made up his mind, if he could not see her, once or twice a year even, as he had been promised, he had rather die, or live in a cave in the wood, than to remain all his life under the governor's yoke. Obeying the dictates of his feelings, he went to the woods. For 10 months before he was successful in finding the Underground Road, this brave-hearted young fugitive abode in the swamps, 3 months in a cave, surrounded with bears, wild cats, rattlesnakes, and the like. While in the swamps and cave he was not troubled, however, about ferocious animals and venomous reptiles. He feared only man. From his own story there was no escaping the conclusion that if the choice had been left to him, he would have preferred at any time to have encountered at the mouth of his cave a ferocious bear than his master, the governor of North Carolina. How he managed to subsist and ultimately effected his escape was listened to with the deepest interest, though the recital of these incidents must here be very brief. After night he would come out of his cave, and, in some instances, would succeed in making his way to a plantation, and if he could get nothing else, he would help himself to a pig or anything else he could conveniently convert into food. Also, as opportunity would offer, a friend of his would favor him with some meal, etc. With this mode of living he labored to content himself until he could do better. During these 10 months he suffered indescribable hardships, but he felt that his condition in the cave was far preferable to that on the plantation, under the control of his excellency the governor. All this time, however, William had a true friend, with whom he could communicate, one who was wide awake and was on the alert to find a reliable captain from the North, who would consent to take this property, or freight, for a consideration. He heard at last of a certain captain who was then doing quite a successful business in an underground way. This good news was conveyed to William, and afforded him a ray of hope in the wilderness. As Providence would have it, his hope did not meet with disappointment, nor did his 10 months' trial, warring against the barbarism of slavery, seem too great to endure for freedom. He was about to leave his cave and his animal and reptile neighbors, his heart swelling with gladness, but the thought of soon being beyond the reach of his mistress and master thrilled him with inexpressible delight. He was brought away by Captain F., and turned over to the committee, who were made to rejoice with him over the signal victory he had gained in his martyr-like endeavors to throw off the yoke, and of course they took much pleasure in aiding him. William was of a dark color, stout made physically, and well knew the value of freedom, and how to hate and combat slavery. It will be seen by the appended letter of Thomas Garrett that William had the good luck to fall into the hands of this tried friend, by whom he was aided to Philadelphia. Wilmington, 12th month, 19th, 1855. Dear friend William Still: The bearer of this is one of the 21 that I thought had all gone north. He left home on Christmas Day, 1 year since, wandered about the forests of North Carolina for about 10 months, and then came here with those forwarded to New Bedford, where he is anxious to go. I have furnished him with a pretty good pair of boots, and gave him money to pay his passage to Philadelphia. He has been at work in the country near here for some 3 weeks, till taken sick. He is by no means well, but thinks he had better try to get farther north, which I hope his friends in Philadelphia will aid him to do. I handed this morning Captain Lamson's wife $20 to help fee a lawyer to defend him. Footnote: Captain Lamson had been suspected of having aided in the escape of slaves from the neighborhood of Norfolk, and was in prison awaiting his trial. End footnote. She leaves this morning with her child for Norfolk, to be at the trial before the commissioner on the 24th instant. Passmore Williamson agreed to raise $50 for him. As none came to hand, and a good chance to send it by his wife, I thought best to advance that much. Thy friend, Thomas Garrett. End of section 31. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 32 of the Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Underground Railroad, Part 1 by William Still. Section 32. Joseph Grant and John Speaks. Two passengers on the Underground Railroad via Liverpool. It is to be regretted that, owing to circumstances, the account of these persons has not been fully preserved. Could justice be done them, probably their narratives would not be surpassed in interest by any other in the history of fugitives. In 1857, when these remarkable travelers came under the notice of the Vigilance Committee, as slavery seemed likely to last for generations, and there was but little expectation that these records would ever have the historical value which they now possess, care was not always taken to prepare and preserve them. Besides, the cases coming under the notice of the committee were so numerous and so interesting that it seemed almost impossible to do them anything like justice. In many instances the rapt attention paid by friends, when listening to the sad recitals of such passengers, would unavoidably consume so much time that but little opportunity was afforded to make any record of them. Particularly was this the case with regard to the above mentioned individuals. The story of each was so long and sad that a member of the committee in attempting to write it out found that the two narratives would take volumes. That all traces of these heroes might not be lost, a mere fragment is all that was preserved. The original names of these adventurers were Joseph Grant and John Speaks. Between 2 and 3 years before escaping, they were sold from Maryland to John B. Campbell, a negro trader living in Baltimore, and thence to Campbell's brother, another trader in New Orleans, and subsequently to Daniel McBeans and Mr. Henry of Harrison County, Mississippi. Though both had to pass through nearly the same trial, and belonged to the same masters, this recital must be confined chiefly to the incidents in the career of Joseph. He was about 27 years of age, well made, quite black, intelligent and self-possessed in his manner. He was owned in Maryland by Mrs. Mary Gibson, who resided at St. Michael's on the eastern shore. She was a nice woman, he said, but her property was under mortgage and had to be sold, and he was in danger of sharing the same fate. Joseph was a married man and spoke tenderly of his wife. She promised him when he was sold that she would never marry, earnestly entreated him, if he ever met with the luck, to come and see her. She was unaware perhaps at that time of the great distance that was to divide them. His feelings on being thus sundered need not be stated. However, he had scarcely been in Mississippi 3 weeks ere his desire to return to his wife and the place of his nativity constrained him to attempt to return. Accordingly he set off. Crossing a lake 80 miles wide in a small boat, he reached Kent Island. There he was captured by the watchman on the island, who with pistols, dirk and cutlass in hand, threatened if he resisted that death would be his instant doom. Of course he was returned to his master. He remained there a few months, but could not content himself no longer to endure the ills of his condition. So he again started for home, walked to Mobile, and thence he succeeded in stowing himself away in a steamboat, and was thus conveyed to Montgomery, a distance of 550 miles through solid slave territory. Again he was captured and returned to his owners, one of whom always went for immediate punishment, the other being mild thought persuasion the better plan in such cases. On the whole, Joseph thus far had been pretty fortunate, considering the magnitude of his offense. A third time he summoned courage and steered his course homewards towards Maryland, but as in the preceding attempts he was again unsuccessful. In this instance Mr. Henry, the harsh owner, was exasperated, and the mild one's patience so exhausted that they concluded that nothing short of stern measures would cause Joe to reform. Said Mr. Henry, "I had rather lose my right arm than for him to get off without being punished, after having put us to so much trouble." Joseph will now speak for himself. "He, master, sent the overseer to tie me. I told him I would not be tied. I ran and stayed away 4 days, which made Mr. Henry very anxious. Mr. Beans told the servants, if they saw me, to tell me to come back, and I should not be hurt. Thinking that Mr. Beans had always stood to his word, I was over persuaded, and came back. He sent for me in his parlor, talked the matter over, sent me to the steamboat, perhaps the one he tried to escape on. After getting cleverly on board, the captain told me, 'I am sorry to tell you, you have to be tied.' I was tied, and Mr. Henry was sent for. He came. "Well, I have got you at last. Beg my pardon and promise you will never run away again, and I will not be so hard on you." I could not do it. He then gave me 300 lashes well laid on. I was stripped entirely naked, and my flesh was as raw as a piece of beef. He made John, the companion who escaped with him, hold one of my feet which I broke loose while being whipped, and when done made him bathe me in salt and water. Then I resolved to go or die in the attempt. Before starting, 1 week, I could not work. On getting better we went to Ship Island. The sailors, who were Englishmen, were very sorry to hear of the treatment we had received, and counseled us how we might get free. The counsel was heeded, and in due time they found themselves in Liverpool. There their stay was brief. Utterly destitute of money, education, and in a strange land, they very naturally turned their eyes again in the direction of their native land. Accordingly their host, the keeper of a sailors' boarding house, shipped them to Philadelphia. But to go back. Joseph saw many things in New Orleans and Mississippi of a nature too horrible to relate, among which were the following: I had seen Mr. Beans whip one of his slaves to death at the tree to which he was tied. Mr. Henry would make them lie down across a log, stripped naked, and with every stroke would lay the flesh open. Being used to it, some would lie on the log without being tied. In New Orleans I have seen women stretched out, just as naked as my hand, on boxes, and given 150 lashes, 4 men holding them. I have helped hold them myself. When released they could hardly sit or walk. This whipping was at the Fancy House. The chain gangs he also saw in constant operation. 4 and 5 slaves chained together and at work on the streets, cleaning, etc., was a common sight. He could hardly tell Sunday from Monday in New Orleans. The slaves were kept so constantly going. End of section 32. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 33 of The Underground Railroad, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still. Section 33. William Taylor, Louisa Brown, Jacob Waters, and Alfred Goulden. Arrival from Baltimore. William N. Taylor. $100 reward. Ran away from Richmond City on Tuesday the 2nd of June. A negro man named William N. Taylor, belonging to Mrs. Margaret Tyler of Hanover County. Said negro was hired to Fitzhugh Mayo, tobacconist, is quite black, of genteel and easy manners, about 5 feet 10 or 11 inches high, has one front tooth broken, and is about 35 years old. He is supposed either to have made his escape north or attempted to do so. The above reward will be paid for his delivery to Messrs. Hill and Rawlings in Richmond, or secured in jail, so that I get him again. James G. Tyler, Trustee for Margaret Tyler. June 8th. Richmond Enquirer, June 9th, '57. William unquestionably possessed a fair share of common sense, and just enough distaste to slavery to arouse him most resolutely to seek his freedom. The advertisement of James G. Tyler was not altogether accurate with regard to his description of William, but notwithstanding, in handing William down to posterity, the description of Tyler has been adopted instead of the one engrossed in the records by the committee. But as a simple matter of fair play, it seems fitting that the description given by William while on the Underground Railroad of his master, etc., should come in just here. William acknowledged that he was the property of Walter H. Tyler, brother of ex-President Tyler, who was described as follows: he, master, was about 65 years of age, was a barbarous man, very intemperate, horse racer, chicken cock fighter, and gambler. He has owned as high as 40 head of slaves, but he had gambled them all away. He was a doctor, circulated high amongst Southerners, though he never lived agreeably with his wife, would curse her and call her all kinds of names that he should not call a lady. From a boy of 9 up to the time I was 15 or 16, I don't reckon he whipped me less than 100 times. He shot at me once with a double-barreled gun. What made me leave was because I worked for him all my lifetime, and he never gave me but $2.15 in all his life. I was hired out this year for $200, but when I would go to him to make complaints of hard treatment from the man I was hired to, he would say, G blank D, D blank N it. Don't come to me. All I want is my money. Mr. Tyler was a thin, raw-boned man with a long nose, the picture of the president. His wife was a tolerably well-disposed woman in some instances. She was a tall, thin-visaged woman, and stood high in the community. Through her I fell into the hands of Tyler. At present she owns about 50 slaves. His own slaves, spoken of as having been gambled away, came by his father. He has been married the second time. Twice William had been sold and bought in on account of his master's creditors, and for many months had been expecting to be sold again to meet pressure claims in the hands of the sheriff against Tyler. He, by the way, now lives in Hanover County, about 18 miles from Richmond, and, for fear of the sheriff, makes himself very scarce in that city. At 14 years of age William was sold for $800. He would have brought in, 1857, probably $1,250. He was a member of the Baptist Church in good and regular standing. Louisa Brown. Louisa is a good-looking, well-grown, intelligent mulatto girl of 16 years of age, and was owned by a widow woman of Baltimore, Maryland. To keep from being sold, she was prompted to try her fortune on the Underground Railroad for freedom in Canada, under the protection of the British Lion. Jacob Waters and Alfred Goulden. Jacob is 21 years of age, dark chestnut color, medium size, and of prepossessing manners. Fled from near Frederick, Maryland, from the clutches of a farmer by the name of William Dorsey, who was described as a severe master, and had sold 2 of Jacob's sisters south, only 3 years prior to his escape. Jacob left 3 brothers in chains. Alfred is 23 years of age, in stature quite small, full black, and bears the marks of ill usage. Though a member of the Methodist Church, his master, Fletcher Jackson, thought nothing of taking the shovel to Alfred's head, or of knocking him and stamping his head with the heels of his boot. Repeatedly of late he had been shockingly beaten. To escape those terrible visitations, therefore, he made up his mind to seek refuge in Canada. Arrival from Baltimore: Jefferson Pipkins, alias David Jones; Louisa Pipkins, Elizabeth Britt; Harriet Brown, alias Jane Wooten; Gracie Murray, alias Sophia Sims; Edward Williams, alias Henry Johnson; and Charles Lee, alias Thomas Bushier. 6 very clever-looking passengers, all in one party from Baltimore, Maryland, the first Sunday in April, 1853. Baltimore used to be in the days of slavery one of the most difficult places in the South for even free colored people to get away from, much more for slaves. The rule forbade any colored person leaving there by railroad or steamboat without such applicant had been weighed, measured, and then given a bond signed by unquestionable signatures well known. Baltimore was rigid in the extreme, and was a never failing source of annoyance, trouble, and expense to colored people generally, and not unfrequently to slaveholders too, when they were traveling north with colored servants. Just as they were ready to start, the rules would forbid colored servants until the law was complied with. Parties hurrying on would, on account of this obstruction, have to wait until their hurry was over. As this was all done in the interest of slavery, the matter was not very loudly condemned. But, notwithstanding all this weighing, measuring, and requiring of bonds, many travelers by the Underground Railroad took passage from Baltimore. The enterprising individual whose name stands at the head of this narrative came directly from this stronghold of slavery. The widow Pipkins held the title deed for Jefferson. She was unfortunate in losing him, as she was living in ease and luxury off of Jefferson's sweat and labor. Louisa, Harriet, and Grace owed service to George Stewart of Baltimore. Edward was owned by Charles Mundu, and Charles Lee by the above Stewart. Those who would have taken this party for stupid, or for know-nothings, would have found themselves very much mistaken. Indeed, they were far from being dull or sleepy on the subject of slavery at any rate. They had considered pretty thoroughly how wrongfully they, with all others in similar circumstances, had been year in and year out subjected to unrequited toil, so resolved to leave their masters and mistresses to search for themselves, while they would try to find their fortunes in Canada. 4 of the party ranged in age from 20 to 28 years of age, and the other 2 from 37 to 40. The committee on whom they called rendered them due aid and advice, and forwarded them to the committee in New York. The following letter from Jefferson, appealing for assistance on behalf of his children in slavery, was peculiarly touching, as were all similar letters. But the mournful thought that these appeals, sighs, tears, and prayers would continue in most cases to be made till death, that nothing could be done directly for the deliverance of such sufferers, was often as painful as the escape from the auction block was gratifying. Letter from Jefferson Pipkins, September 28th, 1856. To William Still. Sir: I take the liberty of writing to you a few lines concerning my children, for I am very anxious to get them, and I wish you to please try what you can do for me. Their names are Charles and Patrick, and are living with Mrs. Joseph G. Ray, Murfreesboro, Hartford county, North Carolina. Emma lives with a lawyer Baker in Gatesville, North Carolina, and Susan lives in Portsmouth, Virginia, and is stopping with Dr. Collins' sister, a Mrs. Nash. You can find her by inquiring for Dr. Collins at the ferry boat at Portsmouth. And Rose, a colored woman at the Crawford House, can tell where she is. And I trust you will try what you think will be the best way, and you will do me a great favor. Yours respectfully, Jefferson Pipkins. P.S. I am living at Yorkville near Toronto, Canada, West. My wife sends her best respects to Mrs. Still. End of section 33, and end of the Underground Railroad, Part 1, by William Still.